For the people out there who think that you've won, you took out Charlie Kirk, you're dead wrong.
Let this be a lesson to all those other conservative freaks, those little weirdos with podcasts. Just know your necks are on the line. Your necks? No. Your necks.
The red-colored people are like, he was such a good person. Why did he get shot? If you've seen the video on Twitter, please listen to the last 10 seconds of what he said before he went. And if you, honestly, y'all, he had it coming. I'm so sorry. That's why he shot Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is dead? Ha! You live a hateful life, you get a hateful ending. Point blank, period. I don't feel sorry for you. You're not getting my thoughts and prayers. You're getting my ha-has.
What's your opinions of Kirk's death? I don't give a fuck about Kirk's death. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no white man dying. I don't give a fuck.
You see, MAGA and the right side of America has been divided for a while based on mainly the Israel Hamas thing. But one thing that we can all gather around and put our differences to the side on is human life. We could sit here and say, yeah, I disagree with this guy, but should he be killed? Should a little girl wake up in the morning and say, where is daddy? No, never. I don't care if you're left, right, whatever. We are the side with a heart. We are the side with a conscience. We are the side with a greater power that helps us understand that maybe impulses in life aren't the right thing. Let me tell you how the left acts, okay? They'll sit there and talk a whole bunch of shit about this situation, and then they get fired from their jobs. There is change happening already.
I have about as much sympathy for Charlie Kirk right now as I do for all those farmers across the country who want socialist handouts from the government right now. This is a man who hated the LGBTQ community, who hated women's rights, who hated democracy, who thought that he was a big man because he went to college campuses and debated young college students and thought he proved how tough he was with his words that he studied ahead of time. What a piece of garbage. This is what happens. I'm curious if we're going to want to take guns away now from who will inevitably be the white man who shot and killed him.
The whole DEI, the whole, oh, you're a trans or you're a black person or whatever. We'll just hire you and you have no experience and you have no skills, but you're considered a DEI person, so we have to. Nope. You're learning something called consequences to your actions, consequences to the words that you speak. We've all been there. Every single person has been through it. But this is a time for you to figure it the fuck out. You are not badass. You are not a person who is ever going to be known for what you said, because all you've done your whole life is spewed hate.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Other Democrats are quickly calling.
I know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be. You got to be ready to throw a punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
The left always loves to talk about, well, the right just hates us. I rarely have any hate in my heart. What I would do to the shooter that shot Charlie Kirk is another story. And I would for sure have to ask God for forgiveness on that one. But you know what? I'm human. I don't know if y'all saw it yet, but Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, addressed the country and the world ultimately, because there are people all around the world who are absolutely fired up about this. Here's London.
Be under no illusion. Meek and mild, turn the other cheek is over. Each and every one of you should be radicalized by what has happened.
Christ is King! 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 Christ is King!
Oh, y'all have no idea what you've done. Listen to Charlie Kirk's wife. This is a very, very strong woman. And I don't think you understand the right side of America and what strong males are willing to do for a woman like this.
Responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever.
I will tell you right now, I am prepared to die for her. I am prepared to go to war for her. I am prepared to do whatever it takes, and nothing will bring Charlie back. But this is a woman that's mourning. Their kids will never see their father again. And for some reason, the left continues to make it a joke.
Go to, have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
We have fucking Harry Sisson. What's up, little Harry? How you doing, buddy? You remember me? Putting out all the bullshit he can to try to make it seem like it wasn't a person on the left. Brother, your time is up. You're done. And you know what's funny? This kid is intelligent. He knows what he's doing. I halfway don't even believe he's a liberal. I halfway believe he's being paid to do it. Because an intelligent person usually can't be a liberal. I am usually not a person who gets very emotional. I have always subscribed to the stoic mentality of just be unbreakable. Whatever happens in life, you continue forward on your mission. And mine is serving God. But boy, oh boy, seeing how this was filmed for the world, seeing how nothing that the FBI put out makes any sense. I was just talking to my buddy Nate from Valhalla VFT. Great dude. He pointed out that when they found this rifle a couple hours after, they had flashlights on it. Since when do you use flashlights in the middle of the day? Some idiot out there is gonna be like, oh, they were super high-powered flashlights. They couldn't see. No, that doesn't even come to mind when it's light outside. I mean, shit's already changing. Listen to this guy. Full-blown liberal, and now he's done with it.
So breaking fucking news, Charlie Kirk got shot in the fucking neck. That was the last bastion. I can't be a liberal no fucking more. You see the fucking comments? I hope the gun is okay. The same fucking people asking for moral decency. I cannot in good faith align myself with you guys anymore. I once had a headache. You'll be all right. Cause you don't agree with him politically? Okay. Whatever happens next, in retaliation, whoever did that shit, I hope they throw the whole fucking book at you. The whole fucking book at you. While I did not agree with his views, when you put violence in the fucking middle of the equation, all this shit goes out the window. Everything that you stand for goes out the fucking window.
I just had a conversation with a buddy tonight. Why does it seem like so many liberals are extremists at this point? Because there are two thoughts in America. There are two parties. There are liberals out there who are just pacifists, who are like, oh, let people do whatever they want with their body. Let people smoke a whole bunch of crack and do whatever they want and just kind of roll through life. And those people aren't bad. They just have a difference of opinion. And if they can agree to disagree on things, okay. You're just a damn hippie. All right. But the people who have hate in their heart, oh my God, that guy got my pronouns wrong. Fuck him. Grow the fuck up. Start understanding that nobody owes you anything. You aren't guaranteed anything in life, especially not people liking you. And if everything that you do in life is based off of will I be accepted for it, you need to figure out your passion in life. Because when you have a passion, you don't give a shit. It's just your passion. You think when I rodeoed for 6 years, making no money, spending everything that I earned on feed for horses and gas, some nights eating horse feed for food, you think I was sitting there bitching? No, I loved every second of it because it was my passion. If you aren't doing the things that you're doing in life because it's your passion, drop it. And I feel like that's most liberals out there. They're just a part of a group because they feel like they're not accepted and they feel like they can go to some LGBTQ thing and be accepted by everybody. It's total nonsense. But I will tell you right now, there has been such a major shift in America, honestly the world, that the left better start figuring it out quick.
When he drops 15 feet down to the grass below?
Well, if you look at the video, the gun is you'll see in the back of the when you're watching the video right there, it appears from the video here that the gun is either in the backpack or on him. When he jumps down, this is where, by the way, this part of the video, this is where we got a significant portion of the forensic evidence in the case, which we had to expedite. We had a number of assets, including fixed wing assets, to be able to fly. If obviously Salt Lake and that specific area in Provo is not around the corner from FBI labs, it was difficult. But we were able, during that scene, him grabbing that particular side of the building and jumping down, we were able to gather a significant amount of forensic information, which we expedited back to the lab, which was the key, I think, piece of information that we were able to crack this thing open.
Okay. Just looking at that video, it's hard to see the weapon, and that's why the question is still obvious to me today. Kash Patel said earlier today that he expressed to someone that he had an opportunity to take out the killer and was going to do it. Did that person do anything with that information?
Yeah, that's what we're really disturbed about. It appears that this was communicated. You see this a lot, Bill, when in targeted violence cases, assassinations, school shootings, where the individual expresses in advance in a good swath of these cases his desire or her desire to do these specific things. That appears to be the case here as well, where the intent component was there in advance and the target was announced in advance prior. Now, that's the part we want to know. Did they know and not say? Now, Bill, you have to keep in mind, and I don't want anyone to jump to conclusions on this. Did they say it, hear it, and think it was some kind of a joke? That's what we're trying to find out now. But I promise you, if there's a larger network here, we're going to get that out to the public as soon as we can. We really are.
Okay, the reason why this is really important to your investigation, understanding motive that I'll get to in a moment here, is that I believe that if I've got the dates right here, that event was announced 1 week before it happened. And we've got the reporting from over the weekend that said that the killer, the accused killer now, expressed views with his family at a dinner table. And I don't know what the timeline is between when that happened. Was it hours or was it days? I mean, clearly it had to be at least a couple days, if not less. And if he also expressed this opinion that he had an opportunity to take out Kirk and was going to do it, well, when was that message transmitted?
Yeah,
from the point that Charlie was killed?
This is the troubling part of the investigation as I see it now. There appear to have been multiple warning signs. You just laid out some of them. There were people in his network, friends and family, who had stated that he had become more political, that he had become, at some parts, I believe some of his coworkers had stated that he had kind of detached himself when the topic of politics came up and walked away from them. Family members said he'd become more political, leading us to believe that this ideology had infected him and had taken over. And he was just intent, it appears, from the data we've accumulated and the channel and that note, which we have some evidence may have existed before based on the communications in that channel, that his target was obviously going to be Charlie and that people knew in advance. The question is, again, I just want to go back to what you had asked before. Did they know? Were they sure of this? Or did they hear this and just write it off? That's what we're going to have to find out. And that's what we're investigating now. Bill, this investigation is just begun. This isn't even the beginning of the beginning. You know, yes, we have a subject in custody. You know, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in our constitutional republic. However, this is not done by any stretch. Our men and women out there in the Bureau have worked tirelessly all weekend. I just got back to D.C. Last night. And, Cash and I were out there on the scene. We walked the scene. We went through every single component of it. We saw the evidence up close and personal. And we went out there to be able to make command decisions with our team on the ground. And I think the process, although not perfect, of course, I think the process went pretty well considering we got him in 33 hours.
Okay, yeah, I respect the process here too. The governor, Cox, said he had a leftist ideology. I don't know what issues were important to him. Maybe you can share that with us today. And Kash Patel said, if I've got this right, he said, I'm looking at facts, not motive. What's the working theory now as to motive?
Well, I think it's pretty clear based on the statements of family members, friends, and some of the messaging we have on these digital footprints left behind, that he clearly had some obsession with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is obviously a conservative commentator. That's no secret to anyone out there. So while, again, I don't want to speak in advance and jeopardize the case in any way, I think it's fairly obvious to everyone out there, and there's no need to parse words with it, that clearly this was an ideologically motivated attack. I mean, Charlie Kirk is a conservative commentator who sadly and tragically gave his life, underneath a sign asking people to challenge his ideas, the very essence of our constitutional republic. Bill, if I may, I know it's a news show, but Charlie was my friend. Charlie wasn't my friend. Charlie was my good friend. And I spent the weekend, after coming back from Utah, looking through text exchanges going back years with Charlie. And it's kind of hard to believe he's not here. So, this has been hard for everyone. And I think it's fair and appropriate for every one of the taxpayers who finances your FBI to ask questions about everything. You know what? It wasn't perfect, but it should be. Next time we'll try to make it more perfect. Mm-hmm. But I just ask everyone to keep in mind that both Kash and I, this was very emotional for us. We had to put that aside. We had a job to do. And when everything settled down and finally got a little bit of sleep last night, it hit me that, Charlie's not here anymore. And that was tough for everyone. So I'm not asking for anybody's forgiveness for missteps here and there. We got our guy in 33 hours. Everything, we're going to go look at everything when this is done. And next time, when there's a crisis, what we can do well, we can do better, we can do better, we can do even better than that.
Yeah, Dan, I'm sorry for your loss. And I appreciate you working the story and the investigation. It's important to America and the world to figure this out. And I hope we do in quick order, I will say. But thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Bill.
And let's get it right.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Dan.
Thanks.
We are learning chilling new details about Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin and what he allegedly did immediately following the shooting. Utah officials say the 22-year-old is under special watch and is refusing to cooperate with authorities. But people who knew him are fully cooperating. The FBI today saying it is looking into whether anyone in the crowd aided or abetted the suspect. And the FBI also revealing today that the suspect wrote a note penned before the shooting happened saying he had the opportunity to kill Kirk and he was going to do it. The state of Utah is expected to charge him tomorrow with aggravated murder as the Department of Justice is expected to file separate federal charges sometime today. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno here with my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany. And also joining us today, Kaylee McGee-White, Independent Women Features Editor-in-Chief and Fox News contributor, and David Webb, host of The David Webb Show on Sirius XM Patriot.
Do y'all think they got the right guy? Them pictures, man, they look like two different people, but we'll see. Do you guys think it's a cover-up, conspiracy? Let me know in the chats, man. All right, let's get to it.
And Fox News contributor. Now let's go to Garrett Tenney, who is live outside of the Utah County Jail in Spanish Fork. Garrett.
Emily, a big part of this investigation now is looking into who knew what about this shooting and when did they know it. We have learned that the alleged assassin told at least 2 individuals that he was planning to kill Charlie Kirk because he hated what Charlie stood for. One of them was in a text message. The other was in a note the suspect left for his romantic partner at their home in southern Utah. Here's FBI Director Kash Patel describing that note this morning.
The suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home.
That romantic partner who is cooperating with investigators is a male transitioning to a female. And you'll remember Charlie Kirk was shot right after being asked about trans mass shooters. Investigators are trying to determine if that was just a coincidence or if the person who asked that question was somehow involved. This new surveillance video obtained by TMZ also shows the 22-year-old walking to UVU's campus the morning of the shooting, about 4 hours before it happened, wearing a maroon shirt and light-colored shorts. We've also learned the FBI is investigating left-wing groups in Utah to see if they had any kind of heads up about the assassination plot or somehow helped the suspect, since his family told investigators he subscribed to left-wing ideology that had become more extreme over the past couple of years. Here's FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino.
We're looking into everything, Bill. There's not going to be a stone left unturned if there was anyone involved who aided or abetted. I can't say that in strong enough terms. Every single FBI asset on this team is being applied and used in this investigation.
The alleged assassin will appear virtually for his hearing tomorrow, and we are told we will learn a lot more about this investigation ahead of that hearing when prosecutors formally file charges against him. Emily?
Garrett, thank you. Kaylee, welcome back. What are your thoughts on this as we learn these details?
I think it's clear that 2 factors contributed to this suspect's potential radicalization. The first is the online community that he was involved in. This is something that unfortunately is becoming increasingly common among my generation, which is really the first generation to ever be born and raised on the internet. And young adults are increasingly finding their community online, sometimes in very dangerous spaces. And what this case reveals is that you can be raised in an entirely normal middle-class family with parents who were seemingly very involved, who loved their son, and yet still end up in the wrong corners of the internet and be inundated with radical ideology. The second element here, which will be really interesting to see as this investigation unfolds, is how much and whether at all our education system contributed to this suspect's radicalization. And based on the things that public school employees and college professors have said on the internet, my guess is that it did in part at least play a part in his radicalization. The things that these people feel comfortable saying online shows that this leftist ideology wasn't hidden inside of them. This is being exposed to our children in their classrooms. And so we need to get a grip on our education system, and we need to rail back this ideology.
Yeah, one of the headlines today read, "The purge we need," and it was exactly that, focusing on academia. So the article and the op-ed. David, so we expect federal charges to be filed today, and we know that the feds can file charges, so too can the state, and then they will decide. We talked about earlier about the different sovereign jurisdictions who will essentially go first and sort of take the lead. But what do you anticipate happening here?
Well, it's likely, and since Utah also has the death penalty, that they'll lead in the case. Now, the feds can run concurrently, as you know. However, given the information that Kash Patel gave in this interview this morning, it appears that there is enough available evidence, use of internet and more, that would bring the federal charges into it. That was the challenge for the federal charges. You need some form of interstate internet communication and more, therefore, the chat room. So I think that's what we can discern from this morning's interview with Kash Patel. But Utah has clear lines on this. They have the lead on this. And state charges and state prosecutors can be more effective in a death penalty case by the numbers and comparatively to the federal government. It exists in both, but right now I think they have a strong case based on everything we know. And something we should also realize, we don't have all the facts, nor should they put them all out there. There's still an investigation underway, so they know more. We should not at this point, and that may play into the strength of the case. We'll see what happens tomorrow. They've already revealed the enhanced charges under Utah law, and they're pretty strong.
And the investigation.
So you guys think that the two guys that was standing on the side had something to do with it? Because if you look at a lot of Charlie Clerk, I keep saying Charlie Clerk, but Charlie Kirk, you know, debates, the guy that was in the black, he's with him all the time, man. I don't think that that dude had anything to do with it. Looked like he was fixing his shirt, but the guy in the white hat, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But what you guys think, man? Let me know in the chats, man. Because we got a lot of different angles, a lot of people trying to break this thing down. And I honestly believe that it's more than just this one guy. He didn't do this whole thing by himself. He didn't do it by himself. Charlie was a threat to the other side. So, and the videos that they're showing him running across the roof and jumping down a story off the roof, you know what I'm saying? If a person had a gun on them, you would see that, like, you know. And the way that they're saying that this particular gun is too hard to break down within a minute. And then for them to find it in the woods, put back together in a box, like, what the hell? I think this guy was a decoy, and somebody in that crowd, because I seen a video where it looked like somebody had like something, and as soon as Charlie got hit, you can see the person kind of moving at the same time. I don't know, but this thing is gonna be a big conspiracy theory, you know. But man, let's continue watch, man. Let's get it.
That David mentions, Harris. So as we noted earlier, the suspect is not cooperating at all, but that person's inner circle and those he interacted with are. So what is your takeaway from that?
So I want to piggyback off of something you said, Kaylee. I think that there's always been some existence of people aren't like their parents and their family. They come out, they end up, you know, criminals, whatever. They didn't do what they were raised to do. But you make an excellent point. Part of what's happening now is that there's an incubator for them. And that incubator is also an echo chamber. And what Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, are saying today is that they're looking at who was in the room with him on Discord. Who was in the digital room with this young man? And have we lost our ability to see something, say something? Are they complicit in any kind of way? Is there a federal charge of conspiracy? All of those things coming into play. But I look at it a little bit differently from 37,000 feet. As a society, can we handle having people around a killer not say anything? Like, what kind of footprint really was there? I think it's an important part of the coverage, but it's an important part for us to know who we are and who's living among us, too. And what do we need to do with these young people? I say take every one of them and teach them to pray. I mean, you saw the tributes and the vigils over the weekend. There was so much heart healing in that. We have so much more to do with our loss of Charlie. But we have to outnumber them now to show them, and I love that because we're outnumbered, to show them that there are more of us who believe in goodness and in God.
Right, and interesting that you say that because some also articles said, you know, Washington bracing for the reaction. This was a couple days ago, but the reaction was prayer. The reaction was mourning, and the reaction was a peaceful, collective, you know, gathering up. There's no rioting happening here.
Nope. You're exactly right. People are turning to prayer and to faith. And ultimately, by the way, how do you stop something like this from ever happening again? That's the answer. We have to have a spiritual revival in this country, the one Charlie Kirk called for on August 20th when he was on Fox and Friends. But the two questions I have, because that will take time to manifest in the hearts of the American people, are number one, we need to know exactly, to your point, Kayleigh, how this individual became radicalized. We must have an answer. CNN is reporting he had a 4.0 GPA. He had gotten a scholarship. He came from a close-knit family. So how does someone go from that to assassinating an individual, this suspect? Number two, as we've been discussing, Harris mentioned this too, people articulate their threats beforehand. We see this in almost any school shooting. And one came to mind also on Discord was the Georgia school shooting that happened on Labor Day. That individual had articulated a threat online. Someone reported it. The FBI came to his house, and unfortunately there was no way to detain him, and he went on to commit that shooting. Another case, just want to point this last one out. This is ABC News. Discord detected, removed, and reported a user, which led to an arrest in a potential synagogue shooting. It was a 13-year-old individual, said he was going to do something on Discord. Discord reported it. They were able to get the guy charged at the state level. And that's how you stop a school shooting from happening. Those individuals went on to live their lives because someone had the courage to report. Discord had the courage to report. We need those individuals. You could save a life.
Indeed.
Yeah, one quick note.
Look, I see what y'all saying in the chats, Ben, but do you guys think the shooter, he's looking through a scope, right? And do you guys think that it was like if they were giving hand signals, do you think that 22-year-old guy looking through a scope, because I don't know about a 30-06. I ain't no 30-06 shooter. You know what I'm saying? So looking through that scope, do you guys think that he had time to be like, from that distance? Do you guys think he could actually see the two guys giving hand signals at the same time, trying to look at the scope through a scope to aim? You know what I'm saying? Because that's a lot going on. You had thousands of people out there. So the distance that he was, you think he can see some hand signals and then go right back to the scope to take the shot? To me, I think it would have been too much, and he would have missed. You know what I'm saying? A couple times, he would have missed. So that's what I personally think. Let me know what you guys think. I don't think that young man had it in him to actually be going back and forth, trying to figure out. You got two people giving hand signals now. Which one is it? You got to look at one. That's if it happened, allegedly. Allegedly. Let me know what y'all think in the comments, man. Because I think it would have been kind of difficult to try to take that shot and then at the same time trying to look at some hand signals. Just looking at the little young guy don't look like he got experience like that. But anyway, man, let's keep going.
To go with what Kayleigh said, if I may, beyond that, we have to imbue a sense of responsibility in people, that if you see something bad, hear something bad.
Why did we lose that after 9/11?
We need that. And
What
that's
happened?
something that's missing in these chat rooms.
So what happened? That radicalization.
My generation doesn't remember 9/11. They've grown up in an era of peace. And to Kayleigh's first question about how this happened and how he was sucked into some of these online groups, I'll just say that, especially as a Gen Zer, with everyone's noses in their phones, it's very easy to feel invisible. And young adults are going to places that will make them feel visible. You're not always going to like the corners of the internet that make them feel that way. But I would imagine that this young man found visibility in the wrong places on the internet.
Well, just because you may not remember it doesn't mean you should repeat it. The Holocaust, so many things in history. Read up. That's what I would say to those young people.
All right, breaking right now, reports of a confession posted on Discord from Charlie Kirk's suspected assassin hours before, after the murder, but hours before his father turned him in to authorities in Utah. This is Washington Post reporting on this at this point. Justice correspondent David Spunt joining me now live from Washington. Hi, David. What can you tell us?
Hi, Martha. About 2 hours before he was turned into authorities, this according to the Washington Post. We are working to independently confirm this as well, but the Washington Post says that Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old suspect charged in Charlie Kirk's murder, confessed, and I want to read this according to the Washington Post, writing on Discord, that social media chat group that the FBI says he used, quote, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this." This coming from the Washington Post. Now, this comes as DOJ officials began late last week and over the weekend looking at the potential for at least one federal charge. No guarantee they'll get there. A department spokesperson declined comment, but a source familiar.
Anybody could have wrote that damn message on Discord.
Said investigators are not ruling anything out at this time, especially his online gaming presence, his chats, as we just mentioned. Who was he talking to? What did he say? FBI Director Kash Patel said this earlier this morning. Watch.
He had a text message exchange, he, the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for.
This investigation is just begun. This isn't even the beginning of the beginning. You know, yes, we have a subject in custody. You know, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in our constitutional republic. However, this is not done by any stretch.
Patel also batting down criticism from some even on the right about his handling of the probe. He put out a social media post hours after Kirk died saying that there was a subject in custody only to be released, and he addressed that, saying that he could have worded it a little bit better. Today at the FBI, history was made when former Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey became the co-deputy director along with Dan Bongino. When we asked what this means, all parties involved on the record say this is a positive move for the Bureau. Martha.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, David Spunt.
Welcome to the 5. That was President Trump in the Oval Office signing a memo on sending the National Guard and other federal resources to crack down on crime in Memphis. He also spoke about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He said the suspected killer was radicalized online. Officials say Tyler Robinson is not cooperating, but his family and friends are. FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Dan Bongino giving an update on the investigation.
We were able to gather a significant amount of forensic information, which we expedited back to the lab, which was the key, I think, piece of information that we were able to crack this thing open.
His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology. He claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for.
We can confirm that that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. He is cooperating with authorities as well.
You know, Kaylee, a big question becomes, as we were just chatting about a moment ago, when did he become deeply indoctrinated with this leftist ideology, and how did he become indoctrinated?
That's the key question. I mean, from what I read with CNN's reporting, he had a 4.0 GPA, he had a scholarship, he had a family that was close to him, and then something snapped, and we need to figure out exactly what that is. But I can tell you, as I've watched these images over the last few days, Erica Kirk, her beautiful and moving speech, and then learning about this killer, this assassin, it occurred to me, Charlie Kirk said once that there is a spiritual battle playing out all around us, and you can choose to acknowledge it, or you can choose to ignore it, but it is happening nevertheless. And you see that, you know, what you're looking at now, this, you know, supposed assassin, it's the face of evil. This is a guy who wrote a handwritten note that he was going to take Charlie Kirk out. He kills Charlie Kirk, a father, a husband, and then he goes on Discord and jokes about his doppelganger doing it. Who jokes after you've literally slaughtered a man? And that's the darkness. But then there's also a lot of light, and we get very caught up at the people celebrating this, and I'd like to believe they're the few voices, but there's a lot of light out there too. And I'll just end with this. There's several accounts I've seen, amazing accounts of young people. This guy, big athlete, says, I'm not an emotional guy, I don't cry, But when I watch Charlie Kirk's videos, every time he talks about God, I start to cry. Another young woman said for the first time she opened a Bible. Her in-laws had been encouraging her to do it. She never wanted to open it. And she read a scripture about the truth and the truth setting her free. These stories are huge. They are out there. There is a wave of young people in this country turning toward the light. Erica Kirk is picking up the mantle. She's carrying it forward, and that light will always beat the darkness you were just looking at.
They crazy. I'd have took that 100,000. Man, I mean, damn, you turned your child in, you might as well take the money. Yeah. But let me show y'all something though real quick. Look, when I seen what the guy had on, the shooter, man, I got one of them shirts, man. I got a couple of them. It kind of made me feel crazy. Should I wear the shirt anymore? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't support what that guy did, man, to Charlie Kirk, man, because you're supposed to be able to talk and have your own mind and speak how you know, the freedom of speech. But I got, man, look, let me show y'all something. I was like, what the hell? Look, ain't that the shirt? The long sleeve shirt. I ain't do it. I mean, you could clearly see it was a white guy, but this is the shirt. They came in long sleeves and they come in short sleeves, and it's like a silk type of material, like a sweat, you know, like a sweatsuit, you know, that material, that satin, whatever that is, polyester. But I'm like, man, should I wear this shirt? You know what I'm saying? And I used to wear it, you know, on a couple of my live streams about a year ago, you know, and not knowing that this print, this particular In God We Trust shirt was going to be involved in the biggest news and the biggest, man, it's just crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I got one of the shirts, man. And on the front of it says, "The land of the free, home of the brave," with that eagle, man. I seen that. I was like, what the hell? I seen it. I was like,
come on now, dog. Come on, man.
It's crazy. But I don't know, man. I might wear it again. I don't know. I just don't want nobody to think that I'm wearing it to mock Charlie Kirk, man, because I'm a big believer in God, and I don't, you know, it's sad. It's a sad situation, but man, let's keep going, man. Let's keep going.
Jesse, the FBI investigation, a lot has been made aware to the public as this is ongoing. But they've widened the probe now, as we heard through Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. They've widened this probe to some of these pro-trans groups, these online groups. And a big question, too, will become, did they know that he was going to be taking this action? Did they know in advance?
Yeah, I better be careful talking about the shooter is black. Like, hell nah. I like Charlie Kirk. I ain't got nothing against him. He ain't ever did nothing to me. I just started watching his debates. I mean, I seen a few of them, but it wasn't where it affected me to the point where I wanted to go unalive the man. Hell no. I got kids and grandkids. I want to be here for them, but I didn't know that this shirt was going to be involved. I didn't know it was going to be involved. Y'all stop, y'all scaring me, man. Let me look around. Because I don't want them come knocking on my door talking about where you got that shirt from. These shirts came in the mail. If you know somebody that's a disabled veteran, they was coming in the mail. So I didn't ask for it, it just came.
Right, so we all figured there was going to be a trans angle. So the guy was dating a trans man, whatever that means. And was this killing a romantic overture to impress this trans boyfriend? We don't know what was the motivation, but we do know that most of these trans shooters are lone wolf, mentally ill savages. This is not the case here. There might have been co-conspirators. There might have been people with foreknowledge of the attack. Did he have a cell, a little cadre of crazy people that knew this was going to happen and gave him aid and comfort? I think the investigation will show that. And this is where it's different, because a lot of these people are highly intelligent. They're highly motivated. They're well organized, and they're steeped in this progressive ideology. Luigi, Crooks, Ruth, this guy, the guy who shot Scalise, all smart people that were very, very specific about their intent, and they murdered someone in cold blood. You look at these people at these protests, they're torching cars. You look at the people at the riots, they're getting brick deliveries. They put bombs on Fox News trucks out west. These are people that are not flying off the handle. This is very well organized, and you want to say, okay, well, let's just come together. Well, how do you come together with someone like that? If they're hell-bent on murder, if they've chosen violence as a strategy to advance a political agenda. Charlie came together with him every time he went on campus, and they shot him dead in the neck. He tried to build bridges. He tried to have a dialogue, and they murdered him in cold blood. So that's where the left doesn't really understand what's been done, because if you're going to kill Charlie, you can kill anybody. This guy was not just a political activist. He was a spiritual leader of a movement. He talked about God, family, love, sovereignty, not just politics. So this was a spiritual attack, and people will be dealt with. There will be a reckoning, not violence. We don't condone violence. We would never stoop to this level, but we will drive these people out firmly and resolutely. So this kind of stuff will not exist in the United States of America ever again.
Jessica, we're learning brand new details through the Washington Post this evening. The Washington Post is reporting through two people familiar with the Discord chat that we have started to learn some details of. They're reporting that the suspect in Charlie Kirk's shooting did post to Discord, "It was me," an outright confession for what he did, saying, quote, "I'm sorry for all of this."
And that he was going to be turning himself in a couple of hours, which we know to be the case. And I'm glad, Jesse, that you were clear that this was a nonviolent call to action that you're talking about. But there are a lot of people saying things like, we are at war, and war has a very particular violent connotation to it. And from what we know thus far, and it's an ongoing investigation that it seems deeply complicated, but everybody from the president to Governor Cox to FBI Director Patel all seem to agree that he was radicalized online and seems to be part of this kind of internet nihilist group of kids, right, who spend all their times in Discord chats that play video games. And that makes sense because of what we saw in the bullet casings, right? The furry meme, which is old, by the way. I was reading about it. It's over 10 years old. So, you know, he's grown up on this, been seeing it for a long time. The Helldivers 2, the game, then the Ciao Bella, which has been used by both the left and the right, this anti-fascist call to action. If there is evidence that he was a leftist, and Kash talked this morning about this note that doesn't exist anymore, but through our aggressive interview posture, we know exactly what it said. They're going to have to do better than that for people to take it from the president and people who are supporting him in this, that this is a they problem, that the left came out and they took out Charlie Kirk. Now, it may absolutely be the case, but we know that Tyler Robinson was raised in a close-knit conservative family. We know it was a big gun culture family. The grandma said something like, we don't even know any liberals. It wasn't school indoctrination. Carrie Lake went off on that. He was in an online apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College, which I don't think was changed.
I would just note the family
but
said
they didn't
he
say
changed.
when he changed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we need more information before you smear.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
speak about human rights, they speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or, they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Who is they, BB? Who is they who got Charlie Kirk? We don't have to actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering, because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about BB trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people. Kirk, my friend, is dead. And all right, you guys, we're going to jump right into this with no introduction. There's a lot that I would like to speak with you guys about. Can't wait to hear your feedback. A lot of lies that are being put out there, narratives that I would say are half-truths or just misrepresentations entirely. And I don't really see the reason for that. First and foremost, to let you know, last week was not a dream. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. And he was publicly executed. I want to make that clear. Charlie Kirk was publicly executed before the world.
Shout out Candace Owens. I don't know if y'all like her or not, but man, she broke it down. Let's get to it.
And as we are all searching for answers, the ones that are being supplied to us are not making a lot of sense. And some people, I would say, are speaking too much, are speaking on behalf of other people. I don't like it. I will say something that I think brought the world a lot of relief, also, sadness. We were grieving with her, was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk, addressed not just the nation, but the entire world. Her words were very powerful. And we just have a very brief portion of her remarks, which you should pursue in their entirety. But here she is.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Man, it was sad. This was sad, but I feel her, man. They taking him out, taking this guy out, man, ain't do nothing but make him a hell of a lot bigger. Just like a somebody who do music. When they pass away, they get bigger. And this is a good thing for me, man, because I am a believer in God. So it is what it is.
To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Beautiful, powerful words. Charlie had just one wife. What we got to see across this weekend is that there were so many people around the world, like she said, who were deeply moved by Charlie Kirk throughout their lives and, of course, have been deeply moved by this tragedy. And what she is describing there, that fire, a lot of us are feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. I had a very tough weekend, I will say this. My entire life, I've not been much of a crier. It is not my choice emotion. I'm not a person who bursts into tears, and some people are like that. This weekend, I didn't just cry. I wept. I wept for Charlie, obviously. I didn't make it through the tribute to him on Friday. And for those of you who wanted to see me in a moment of weakness, that was delivered to you. Fair. Yeah, I watched my friend get shot in the neck. Yeah, that's what happened. I just want to say that he was publicly executed again before the world. The question is why, right? When you are in a state of grief, you go through a lot of emotions, and I'm arriving right now at a lot of anger. The audacity of some people. It has taken much restraint and prayer, and I had to speak with a priest. I had to go to confession. These emotions that I am having, wanting to respond with Charlie in his own words, really. People that are coming forward and saying this is what he thought and this is how he should be remembered. It just feels really inappropriate to me. I didn't know what to do other than to scroll through messages between me and Charlie, regarding which there are a ton of them. And I kept going back and watching the many videos of us dancing to the song Power. And it felt appropriate to reach out to Ye, speaking about things, talking about his mode when he wrote the song. You know, when you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability to find it within yourself to become what you know you are capable of becoming inside of a matrix, when you just realize everything is dishonest, that everything is performative, that people are dishonest, that they are going to try to stop you from being great. In fact, it's the end of the song, the question that he asks at the end of the song, that's the most important. Ye asks, do you have the power to let power go? Do you have the power to say no to power? You know, I told you guys that Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation at the end, and all of the usual suspects were really angry that I hinted towards that. What do you mean? You're not allowed to say that. They were attacking me, trying to make me fearful, to speak out and speak about the things that I know. I'm not feeling very fearful right now. I am, like I said, very angry. And I found, Charlie's favorite portion of the song. I'll show you the text between him and I, because this feels very relevant right now. This is, again, lyrics directly from the song Power, but I just needed time alone with my own thoughts, got treasures in my mind, but couldn't open up my own vault. My childlike creativity, purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me, taking my inner child. I'm fighting for custody with these responsibilities that they entrusted me. And that's a moment where he is really speaking about how hard it is. Like when you're saying, no, this is what I believe. And they say, you're not allowed to believe that. You feel like you are fighting for custody of yourself. And I want to be very clear that I believe, in fact, I know that towards the end, Charlie was fighting for custody of himself. I want to say that. I want to say that plainly. And there are lies that are being told and they need to be slapped down right now. There's one person who's been out there acting like he is a widow, just saying the absolute most, tweeting first about what happened to Charlie, following it minute to minute, and doing hits in a foreign country, right? Like making time to do hits on Fox News, 2 of them. Bibi Netanyahu who's fighting, I think, like an 84 front war with everyone, made a lot of time for Charlie Kirk. You would have thought they were the best of friends, as close as him and Trump were. But I will say I don't recall Erica mentioning Bibi Netanyahu in her speech. The way he's presenting it is like he was this is just the worst loss for him, but I don't think that is the truth. In fact, I know for a fact that he is misrepresenting some things that happened there towards the end. So let's at first listen to what Bibi Netanyahu, just one day, less than 24 hours after Charlie died, what Bibi Netanyahu had to say on Fox News. Take a listen.
We're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son, actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. Was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate. he certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And you know, this is a worldwide problem. The people on the on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Who is they, BB? Who is they who got Charlie Kirk? We don't have to actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering, because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about BB trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people that, Charlie kind of made it almost sound like he died for Israel. I mean, Trump's account even tweeted out a photo of Charlie and an American flag and also an Israeli flag, a bit of AI used, like this is just who Charlie was. He says Judeo-Christian values. He spoke to him 2 weeks ago. Again, you would think he was busy fighting this 97,000 front war, but no, he's letting you know that he just randomly picks up the phone and calls Charlie Kirk and invites him to Israel. Why would BB do that? It seems like maybe there's a little more to the story. No, there definitely is a little bit more to the story. First and foremost, that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting. Those sentences are real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences. Publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents, that in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened. Now, regarding that phone call and that invite, that also needs to be contextualized. And I'm going to do that. But first, Skylar, can we bring in a clip of Charlie from a month ago speaking about the kind of pressure that he was under? Because I think that will also help to further contextualize this. Take a listen.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But some of the mess, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megyn, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair.
you,
They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
Though. No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megyn. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, you saw it, Megyn. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megyn. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
No, it's not defensible to be dumb. And he was under an increasing amount of pressure, not just people telling him, oh, well, I'm upset with who you're inviting, but flat out telling him that he was not allowed to invite certain people to his events. They were threatening to pull out money. Charlie was getting a lot of really nasty text messages, and many of them pertaining to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. But Tucker Carlson was really the focus when it came to America Fest. How could Charlie allow these debates about Israel to take place? How could he allow Dave Smith, who, by the way, is Jewish, how could how could Charlie allow this other position to meet the stage? Because obviously when people start to hear the debates, what Dave Smith is saying sounds so rational, but it was up to Charlie to not allow those things to happen. And that amount of pressure towards the end, as you see that conversation he had with Meghan was just a month before he lost his life, really, I would say, reached a pinnacle of sorts on the matter of what Tucker Carlson actually said on that stage. Tucker Carlson, while he was on that stage at Turning Point, brought up Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a billionaire. Obviously, he is also an extremely litigious billionaire. And Bill Ackman was on Charlie about comments that Tucker Carlson had made on that stage. Tucker Carlson specifically asked the question, where does Bill Ackman's money come from? You know, who is this guy? Actually, who is this guy that has this much influence? And like I said, Bill Ackman was not happy about this. And so I would like to contextualize Bibi. Again, these are things Bibi brought up publicly, which he didn't have to. He didn't have to bring up the letter. He didn't have to bring up the phone call, but he chose to do this less than 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot. Personally, Bibi, I would have appreciated if you guys used all of your spyware, you'd spying on us for years, to maybe track down the killer. But I guess this is where you thought it was best to do a little propaganda for Israel would be better than us helping us track down the killer. But anyway, so Bibi Netanyahu and that phone call, what took place was a couple of weeks ago before Charlie lost his life. Charlie was in the Hamptons and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman, because Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, his quote unquote friends. Bill Ackman was very upset and threats were made. That is what I am told, and I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you, and he did not provide the receipts. This is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel. This was an under duress situation, I would say, because I've been in these situations before. When I started asking very sensible questions about Israel, as someone who had dedicated her political life to supporting Israel, many times alongside Charlie Kirk, I was met with the very same pressure. And just like Charlie was being invited to Israel, I was invited somewhere else. And when this arrived to me, it felt like a threat. You know, I got to tell you that. It felt like a threat, like not like, hey, come here and we can educate you because you're my friend. More like, this is your last chance. That's how it felt to me. I can't speak to how it felt to Charlie. And I know that Charlie was offered a ton of money in this moment. A ton of money. Bibi would fund it, you know, spend tons of money. And Turning Point, I guess, if it needed to go to a higher level, would have gone to an even higher level than it already was at. And I know for a fact that Charlie denied that funding. That Charlie denied, and what Bibi didn't include there, he declined to go to Israel for, I would describe this as like, you know, re-education camp. You know, we've seen it. You made an uh-oh, but we can help you. You know, we just need you to come out to Auschwitz and take a picture. Yeah. We just need you to come to the Holocaust Museum and take a photo. We just need you to go to Israel and we can make this better. Charlie said no to Bibi. Okay. Bill Ackman, if you would like to dispute that, I would love to hear what you say happened, because our sources and what we have, it's solid. Okay. There were conversations that took place, messages that were sent at that time. and they are solid. So I decided another person that was there, and I am not surprised this person was there. If you've been listening to my show, Seth Dillon, I was going to go out to Seth Dillon, and I decided to message him last night about this Hamptons meeting. And Seth Dillon, who is normally very quick with a response, has not yet been able to respond. I'll show you this text message chain. And I want to be clear, I am not someone who normally publicizes text messages. But my friend was shot in the neck. And I'm just not really in the state right now to be polite when it comes to the answers that I am demanding, okay? This is me out to Seth Dillon last night. I sent him Bill Ackman's tweet because, he tweeted, I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man. I said, any comment on this one, Seth? He didn't answer last night. This morning I said, need a comment ASAP, please. He didn't answer. Then I followed that up and I said, trying again here, you were present when Ackman lost his mind on Charlie and when Bibi invited him to Israel and Charlie refused. Text messages immediately following this meeting are circulating. I find Ackman's statement, as though the meeting was somehow cordial, to be incredibly disturbing. Are you at all disturbed by that tweet? Do you feel, as I do, that this tweet significantly betrays the defined purpose and mood of his, and I presume your, final meeting with Charlie Kirk? ? He was unable to speak to me, but he did place some frantic calls to Turning Point USA. Yeah. You see, I went out to Seth, but I also went out to two other people who were at this meeting, and nobody is willing to go on record. They're all messaging each other, trying to figure out a coordinated response to say that, no, this was all quite cordial, but no one wants to go on record and describe it as cordial because they know someone's leaking, because someone's got a guilty conscience about what happened at the Hamptons. So I will again put it out there, Seth, Bill Ackman, and to the other individuals who I have not yet named, but who are going to be named later this week, who were at the Hamptons when Charlie was put under pressure, when Bibi Netanyahu called him and invited him to Israel, again, in a move that wouldn't happen to me, and it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu, felt to me like a laced threat. I am inviting you guys, I will give you my platform, actually, to come clear matters up, to tell us what really happened. Because, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was going to Mass. One of my last conversations with Charlie was me joking with him saying, just make the last step, okay? You are, I said specifically, you're too smart to be a Protestant. Just take the last step, Charlie. He says, ha ha. He was speaking about Mary. And typically when those steps start taking place, you stop referring to yourself, as I did, as a Judeo-Christian. Again, it is mystifying why, Bibi was out there doing the absolute most to make sure that Charlie was basically remembered as, I would argue, like a Jew, has not been yet mentioned. I didn't hear that. Erica was very clear that Charlie was a Christian, and I believe Charlie obviously was very much a Christian, and that things are not being told truthfully. In fact, I will also call upon, since we're having fun, Turning Point USA to release the audio of what Charlie Kirk, because I was in communication with Charlie at this time, because I knew exactly which donors were pressuring him and why, exactly which people, that they were insisting Charlie allowed to speak at his event and why, when Charlie did not necessarily want those people to speak at his event, okay? I'm calling upon Turning Point to release the footage of what Charlie said to Tucker Carlson before he hit the stage, before, all of that craziness and the response to Tucker Carlson's remarks played out. Charlie was mic'd. Surely Tucker Carlson was mic'd. I know Charlie's mic'd the entire time at those events. So I'm asking for everyone to just release Charlie in his own words. I feel like that's pretty fair, right? Let's stop saying how Charlie felt. And instead, if you're going to hold up the letter, release it in its entirety. Okay. Why don't you release your messages, Bill? I'll release mine. Let's all just be very forthcoming about what took place. In fact, I'm calling upon Tucker Carlson to speak about that. I know what Charlie said to him, and I'm sure Tucker Carlson won't lie about it. What did Charlie say to you? Dave Smith, what did Charlie say to you? What was Charlie? Did he seem like he was treading in the direction? Like, do we feel like what Bibi is saying is honest, a representation of what Charlie was going through? This is what I want. I think that the thing that we need here, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Now, does all of this mean that Bibi Netanyahu and that this somehow proves that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk? No, we have no evidence of that. We can't say that because there is no evidence of that. But I don't like little lies. That's what I will say. Something that I always say in my household is when there is one lie, there's 20. There's no reason to lie. Bibi could have gone on Fox News and he could have told the truth. He could have said truthfully that Charlie Kirk has always loved Israel. He has always loved Israel as the Holy Land. He's been here many times. And throughout his career, he has been a faithful supporter of Israel. That's not what he said. Okay. He talks about the phone call and didn't give it the proper context. He held up the letter and didn't give it the proper context. And lies by severe omission, I'd like to be very clear, are lies. Lies by severe omission are lies. You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed. Again, my platform is yours, Seth Dillon. My platform is yours, Bill Ackman. So if you want to clarify it, we can do it in front of millions, okay? And I think that that's what people deserve because everyone has PTSD. We watched Charlie get shot in the throat. That feels a little bit symbolic. It feels like they wanted us to know that his voice was problematic. Again, I don't know who they is. After we take this brief break, we're going to go through the investigation, which seems to have a lot of inconsistencies and holes in it. And we're definitely not yet at the bottom of what in fact took place. But I do know that I severely distrust people who rush to misrepresent things. And it's not a good sign when somebody has to ask you, as Greta Van Susteren asked Bibi Netanyahu in his secondary hit regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's not a good sign if somebody even has to ask if you did have anything to do with the assassination. It doesn't make you a great person, okay? And that's what she asked him. Take a listen.
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing it's not only insane. I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying that. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this. But they go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you couldn't possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued actually up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin. We're spreading disease. And people believed it. And every time they believed it, this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust.
Well, he's mentioned the Holocaust. Guess we can't prod the narrative any further, guys. Holocaust. So everybody's just stopped talking about anything. Hey, he's the victim. It's absurd. It's just absurd. The Holocaust happened. You heard him. We're sick of this shit. We really are. And there will be no narrative that I will not prod when it comes to figuring out why people are lying about the state that Charlie was in when it came to the topic of Israel. Again, you can examine Charlie in his own words. He was starting to talk about topics that you're not really allowed to talk about when you take money and big checks are being written. And that pressure was increasing every single day. In fact, he was telling the truth even about Jeffrey Epstein. Take a listen.
Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, but there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems to conflict with Bibi's narrative a little bit. Yeah, just a tiny bit. I do want to say this. It's important because I am angry. I will obviously, I pray to move on from this phase, but it's a fire in my belly right now. To those of you who think that you are going to replace Charlie Kirk, okay? Kings are born. You don't just get to depose and tell us that we're going to follow this individual, okay? I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a shill in Charlie Kirk's chair, in Charlie Kirk's company, and you try to tell us to follow that individual, I will be an enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me. Okay? And I want you guys to understand, this is not a threat. This is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages. I am telling you to back off right now. Like right now, don't do it, okay? Don't you think about it. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair, okay? Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged. Now, I'm going to take a pause. We're going to go to some sponsors, and then we're going to get into what we are being told by the agencies. There are definitely some holes. Maybe more is coming out. First, this is fantastic that Preborn is doing this. Every heartbeat tells a story. And at Preborn, they give moms in crisis the chance to hear that heartbeat for free. And that's exactly why I partner with Preborn, because Preborn isn't out to judge women. They're making motherhood possible. They provide free ultrasounds. They share the gospel of Jesus Christ. And more importantly, they stay after the baby is born with real practical support by giving expecting mothers diapers, baby clothes, and even housing and financial help for up to 2 years after the baby is born. That's what true Christ-centered compassion looks like, and that's how you can be a part of it. For just $28, you will give a mom a free ultrasound, one chance to see her baby, and when she does, she's twice as likely to choose life. Preborn is on a mission to save 70,000 babies this year, so don't just say that you're pro-life. You can also live that. To donate now, you can call 855-601-2229 or head to preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also remind you guys about GNO Land, because what if smart contract platforms weren't controlled by elites or big tech? What if they were actually built by and for real builders, the people? That's the question that GNO Land asked, and that's why they built GNO Land. They started with Golang, which is a language that real-world developers already use, and they build a platform all around that. It's transparent, it's intuitive, and it makes sense. Not some confusing system of ones and zeros. It is open source, so imagine GitHub, but designed for on-chain collaboration and composability. Builders actually get credit for their work and they get rewarded. So every time their code gets used, that's the real value in this. It's not likes, it's not clout, it's actual rewards. GNO Land rejected proof of stake, which is a system where the rich really run the show. They went with proof of authority instead, a DAO where contributors and not bad actors or Silicon Valley actually call the shots. GNO Land is open, it's fair, and it is pretty unstoppable. So if you're a builder and you're a freedom lover or you're just tired of rigged platforms, check out gno.land/Candace. Again, that's gno.land/Candace. Also telling you guys about Just Thrive, because the biggest health secret that's not being talked about, and I think we know that, is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting a silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that you breathe. When your gut is in trouble, your whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not work. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. And that's what makes Just Thrive spore-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that's clinically proven to arrive 100% in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or a berry-flavored gummy. For their award-winning probiotic to their full line of gut, immune, and brain health supplements, Just Thrive has been fighting to make Americans healthy again with science-backed solutions that you can trust. To join the gut health revolution and take control of your health today, visit justthrivehealth.com and save 20% with promo code Candace, and you'll see the difference yourself, or you will get a full product refund without any questions asked. So take control today with Just Thrive. Again, that's justthrivehealth.com. Use promo code Candace. Okay, let's get into what we know about the Charlie Kirk assassination thus far in terms of what the authorities are telling us. First, I just want to toss it to Michael Savage, because the energy of this, what Michael Savage had to say about everything that we're hearing, is pretty much all of us right now. Take a listen.
The so-called FBI, something's wrong. I know I shouldn't do this. I'm risking an awful lot to go up against this FBI, the MAGA FBI. Something's very wrong with what I just heard. I mean, I watched it. I was hoping that they had caught the bastard who shot Charlie. So we saw a video of a person jumping off the roof. It looked very legitimate to me. However, there was no rifle in his hand. Now, the Mauser does not break down very easily, incidentally, for those of you who know weapons. Something's wrong with the whole thing. They're trying to claim he removed the barrel from the Mauser and fit the receiver and stock in his backpack and barrel in his pants leg, all in 2 seconds. It is not easy to remove a Mauser barrel or index it after reinstalling and remain accurate. We are not hearing or seeing reality. And by the way, the photo of the rifle allegedly left in the woods has the barrel installed. So we're supposed to believe a guy is on the run after killing Charlie Kirk, and he pauses in the woods to reinstall a barrel, and then he leaves it for us to find, the FBI to find. I don't believe a word of it. I shouldn't do this. I know I'm putting myself at risk, but I can't take it anymore. I can't take the bullshit from this fucking government. It's lying to us. Something's wrong. Something's so wrong. It's sickening.
Sickening is definitely the right adjective, I think, to describe how a lot of us are feeling. And all I know how to do is to gather information, to research, and to investigate. And nothing is making sense. Now, it could not be making sense because we've not arrived at the conclusion. The FBI, I will say, has recently come out and said they're looking for another person. Good, because what we have so far obviously cannot be it. I feel, I was insisting that everybody read that book, Chaos, about the Charles Manson murders. And what we learn from that book is that if the government does want to hide something, what they do is they give you so much information that you can't, you don't even know what's real. So many different possible ways that things could have gone down, so many different manners, so many people speaking, so many publications publishing. And it's just meant to be chaotic, to drive you crazy and to just go, okay, I'm just going to accept whenever the authority says something and not prod any further. We can't allow that to happen here. I won't allow that to happen here because this something terrible has traumatized the world, okay? And I feel as though when it comes to this, the media, the government, the talking heads, everyone is confusing us about what actually took place with Charlie Kirk, this event, how it got set up. I even would like to know who picked the venue. Okay, here is what we know thus far, and I will tell you who the exact source is and what video they presented. So the first bit of proof regarding that day happened at 8:07 a.m. According to TMZ, they have footage, and we're going to show you it, which shows a man at 8:07 a.m., so hours before the shooting, wearing a maroon t-shirt and light shorts, as you were seeing on your screen right now, hands in his pockets, that is just walking outside of university grounds, okay? Now, Governor Cox tells us that at 8:29, which is an interesting timeline, Governor Cox tells us that that is when the shooter, Tyler Robinson, arrived at UVU campus in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, and a black hat with a white logo. So essentially, he's saying that what that person we saw walking down the street right there arrived on campus at 8:29. I'm going to allow you to hear Governor Cox say that himself. Take a listen.
Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes.
So what's interesting, already confusing to me, is that TMZ shows him already walking. We're supposed to believe he walked, parked his car, and then walked onto campus. They're saying that after that video that you just saw of him walking, he got into his car and then drove to campus, and then at 8:29 p.m. on campus is when he arrives. Already confusing, but let's just keep going. We don't need to poke holes. Let's just keep going with the narrative. Then we're back to TMZ, and they release that at 11:49 a.m., they have footage of the shooter who has now changed his outfit. We're supposed to gather that again on a doorbell cam, and he's in a different outfit. So this is 11:49 a.m. Charlie Kirk has not yet been shot. Take a look at this. Okay, and for those of you that are listening to this on audio, you are going to see someone who appears to be limping. Okay, so maybe he changed his outfit at some point and now he's limping. And the idea that we're seeing floated is that he's limping because he's holding the gun in his pants. Okay, that's kind of what's been floated. Okay, that has not particularly come from the feds. I don't believe so, but he's limping now and he's got on a different outfit. Okay. 11:52 a.m. And we were actually going to check this, by the way, but I think that we had the FBI say that was when he arrived on campus. Maybe that's not accurate. But so let me just skip off of that because, Skylar, we should actually look to research that. But at 12:23 p.m. is when Charlie Kirk is shot. Okay. And 12:23 p.m. is when in that same minute is when we have footage that shows us that as the crowd ducks, and it's blurry, the shooter runs across the rooftop. I'm going to tell you why that's significant. So 12:23, Charlie Kirk is shot, and we are going to have an angle of that and the image of the black person in black rather, that is running across the rooftop. Take a look at this. They're down, clearly. And right away, look at that, okay? And we have another, so the footage shows us, there's another actually clip that I was looking for, Skylar, there, that it actually shows him running across the rooftop. You guys may have seen it. The reason why that footage is problematic, as you start to see them ducking and then you see the shooter immediately start moving across the rooftop, is that their narrative is that he disassembled the gun and then started running. So that's a bit confusing to us of how he was able to do that so quickly. An unbelievable amount of hunters, guns, people that reached out to me and said, that just didn't happen. They have, exactly as Michael said, that did not happen. There is no way that happened. That cannot be accurate. Then, and this is obviously the craziest part of everything, we have Decoy Boy, right? So it happens and suddenly this guy, George Zinn, gets arrested. He's making noise. He's signaling that he's somehow shot the guy. And at 12:52, it gets announced that the suspect is in custody. So nobody needs to look around anymore because this suspect is in custody. But actually, I guess George Zinn just does that. He just does that, I guess, like just wants people to think he's done something but he hasn't actually done anything. That, again, to me feels like he's a decoy, like more people are involved in this. And I will say that we don't know, but we know that something's wrong with this. Then at 12:29 p.m., we have TMZ showing us that there's a person running through the backyard. They are saying this appears to be the suspect running. Okay, now we're going to show you that clip. It is very grainy. So they're alleging that that's him. We couldn't confirm that, and the feds have not confirmed that. But it does show you that someone's running across the back. Again, that's at 12:29 p.m. I don't know. We don't know. I'll give you some other facts that you should probably know just in general that has been thus far confirmed. The weapon, they say, was found in the woods and it was wrapped by a dark towel. Okay, now, when they gave us a photo of that weapon, it was fully assembled. So this is kind of what Michael Savage is saying. He's saying, okay, so then they reassembled it, or maybe the feds did. Maybe they're going to clarify that they reassembled it for a photograph, but we are told that it was found wrapped in a dark towel. Then we have been told that a screwdriver was found on the roof. So they're sticking to this implication that he perhaps undid this gun while he was on the rooftop, and he, wanted to make sure he unscrewed it with the screwdriver, left the screwdriver behind, but took the gun, but then left the gun in the woods. Okay. Then we get, and this has not been contextualized, and I can't wait until it is contextualized, we get photos that are the shooter. This is when the FBI came out and said he's in a stairwell. We don't know exactly where that stairwell is. He's in outfit number 2. So the outfit change has happened. Okay. There's no timeline again, but we can discern that there is no weapon that is in his pant leg, because we can see him bending one leg in one photo and we can see him bending the other leg in another photo. So we're unclear about this. What is clear is that there is a ton of cameras on this campus. There is a lot of footage that they could release to make the public feel better about this. I mean, tons of different angles. I don't know why we're getting grainy shots at all. There have been tons of people online going through the tech stack of UVU campus and saying like, hey, why are we getting grainy? Why don't you give us clearer images? In fact, you guys could show us an image here. They're not doing that. They're just going with this like grainy image and saying that's it. And you can get this grainy image, but we can't tell you much more. Now, again, it's an open investigation. They're under a lot of pressure. There is no question. I'm certainly not going to let this go. And I want the public to not let this go, because you were spiritually impacted by watching a man be publicly executed. And you need to keep that energy and understand that something is very wrong here. Nothing they are saying feels good to me. Honestly, the thing that they said that felt the best to me is when they said that there's probably somebody else involved. That sounds about right. Two people, maybe these aren't even the same people. Maybe the guy in the maroon is not the same as the guy in the black shirt. That would make sense, because why change your outfit? Both of these look like you would blend in on a college campus. So why are you blending in twice? Does that make any sense to you? Why would you change your outfit? Like just like a random fashion show while you're going to murder someone? I just want to change my outfit for funsies. And then we hear that Tyler Robinson, when he is apprehended, it is communicated to us that he is wearing the maroon outfit. Now, I want to be clear. They said this was 33 hours later. So he changed his outfit, I mean, ostensibly because he wants to avoid detection would be the only thing that's, I think, is reasonable to assume. But then he changes back into the outfit that he was wearing before the shooting. For what reason? 33 hours later, like no shower time. He just wanted them to know that it was him on the camera. That's not clear to me. Why are we changing outfits? Are we just two different people? I think it's reasonable to ask that question. Are there two different people that are involved? Another thing that's not clear to me is that the story that we were told was that Tyler Robinson allegedly, after speaking with the pastor, his dad turned him in. Bill Ackman, probably $1 million, right? Thanks, Bill. You really cared about Charlie. And that money is now going to the father of this child who, after prayer and speaking to a pastor, they're saying, okay, well, he turned himself in. That we were told he turned himself in. Now we're being told that actually he hasn't confessed. So I'm just wondering, how do you turn yourself in without confessing? Because if I say my kid did it, that's enough for an arrest? What if the kid says he didn't do it? I didn't do it. Dad says you did. Okay, how did they arrest him without a confession? I'm going to show you Governor Cox's statement where he says that the kid has not confessed. Take a listen.
I know you heard that report by Matt Gutman and this latest reporting in the New York Times that some of the suspect's acquaintances were allegedly talking to him online and joking and thought they recognized him from those early photos. Can you tell us anything about that this morning or anything further on the investigation?
Well, all we can confirm is that those conversations definitely were happening, and they did not believe it was actually him. It was all joking until he admitted that it actually was him.
And anything new on the investigation? You say he admitted that, confessed?
No, not again. He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important. There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
Okay, so I'm just not entirely clear on this confession element. Did the pastor just say he did it? Did the father say he did it, but they didn't have any proof? Again, this is obviously everyone's investigating. We yield to them. Do I think this kid was involved somehow? Yeah. Do I think he did this alone? Absolutely not. The story makes entirely no sense. And then there's this random discord over Discord, okay? So Governor Cox came out and told us that there were messages about the rifle drop point, okay? Discord says not the same thing. Let's listen to Governor Cox say that on this social media app, Discord, they were discussing the rifle drop point. Take a listen.
Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits.
Okay. So he changed outfits. Again, unclear why he did that. Unclear why he would then put the outfit back on 33 hours later. Most people just like shower within that time. I did receive contact from one of Tyler Robinson's classmates, and they said that that was the strangest part to them. They told me that that was the strangest part, the 33-hour putting on an outfit that he had on 33 hours early, because they described him as remarkably tidy. He was a tidy individual. So they that flagged them as weird. Just seems like a little extra work. Again, unnecessary, right? Completely unnecessary. You're getting nothing out of changing your outfit. We have a statement from Discord, which kind of disputes that. Discord says, in the course of our investigation, we identified a Discord account associated with the suspect, but have found no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord, a spokesperson said in a statement. Again, maybe they need more time, and they're going to get more time. They're going to get a lot of time, because it will be never that I let this go. It will be absolutely never that I let this go. Everything just spiritually feels very wrong here. Yeah. It feels like we are being lied to by who? I'm not sure. Are there some good guys? Of course, there's always good guys in government, but there are too many bad guys in government for me to feel good about this. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are obviously going to continue to follow this, to tighten up this timeline with the most up-to-date information that we can possibly have, everything that we could possibly learn about the father that is involved in this. I want to know more about the father. He's being described as a hero. He turned his son in. Okay, I don't trust anything right now. Okay, I trust absolutely nothing. I think everyone needs to be investigated. Every person that is even mentioned should be investigated. We have a right to do that, and we're going to continue to do that. All right, guys, before I get into some of your comments, I want to remind you guys about Pure Talk, because when was the last time that you bragged about your wireless company? Did you know, have you ever said to anybody, did you know that my wireless company gave 1,000 American flags to deserving vets, forgave $10 million in veteran debt, and my wireless company also raised almost $500,000 to prevent veteran suicide? In other words, when your wireless company is actually Pure Talk, there's a whole lot to brag about. You can even brag about the coverage that you get with Pure Talk. They are a 5G network that is insanely fast, dependable. They are also secure. You can definitely brag about how much money you save with Pure Talk, unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data. It's just $25 a month. You're saving the average family over $1,000 a year. It's time to switch to my wireless company, Pure Talk. Head to puretalk.com/Owens, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to make the switch today. Also reminding you guys about American financing, because the cost of everything is still out of control, and many of us are relying on credit cards to cover essentials. If that debt is piling up, you are not alone. Americans collectively owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated to do so because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, there's good news. They've created the Smart Equity Loan, which is a solution designed to help you take control of your finances without touching your current mortgage. Unlike an HELOC, which can have varied interest rates, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate. That means one predictable monthly payment, giving you peace of mind. This loan allows you to leverage the equity in your home to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate intact. It only takes 10 minutes to get started with no upfront or hidden fees. Call American Financing and start saving now. Call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210, or visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. That's americanfinancing.net/Owens. Also, in times like these, we are called to do more than just grieve. We are also called to act, to strengthen our resolve, and to carry forward the values that Charlie fought for every single day. love of God, love of family, and love of country. Nimi Skincare reached out to me because they want to encourage donations to Turning Point USA to ensure that Charlie's legacy does not just live in memory. It continues to grow. Nimi will be matching every donation made to Turning Point USA, helping expand chapters across the nation and strengthen his mission moving forward. Here's how you can take part. Go to tpusa.com and make a donation of any size. Then simply forward your receipt to faith@nimiskincare.com. Again, that is faith@nimiskincare.com, and Nimi will match it dollar for dollar. Charlie's impact was bigger than any of us could have imagined. Though he was only 31, he inspired millions of Americans of all ages to think critically, to courageously stand for truth, and to live with faith and purpose. He welcomed us into a community that inspired courage, conviction, and hope. So if you are able, please go to tpusa.com and make a donation and forward your receipt to faith@nimiskincare.com. Let's honor Charlie's life, not only with our prayers, but with action. All right, guys, what are you thinking about all of this? Kind of strange that nobody at the Hamptons meeting wants to speak about anything. Everyone's a little hush-hush right now and trying to manipulate me into not speaking. Now is not the time. No, it's the time. It's the time. You know what time? As soon as a bullet was lodged into his throat, it became time. So there you go. I hope that helps. A lot of people that I'm looking at, you know, I feel like you are not meant to watch your friend die in that way. It was so violent, and I am angry. So it's the time, okay? Anna writes, at AmFest 2023, I went alone at the PBD Live podcast. I stood there talking to a woman for the whole hour the show was going on. Talked to her about my heritage, Armenian, and she shared that she and her husband cared deeply about my people. At the end of the conversation, she let me know that she let me know she is Charlie's wife, Erica. She made me feel welcome when I was alone. God be with the Kirks. If there was anything that could rile Charlie up, it's questioning his moral integrity. Yeah, they are very, very good people. Charlie and Erica are fantastic people. Charlie did things the right way. And so watching these snakes, let me just stay calm. I'm just going to get through this. As if you're just going to slide into Charlie's chair. Don't do it. Okay? That's not even a threat. It's just a promise. I'll expose everything. I don't care. I will just release every text. I don't care. Sue me. Don't care. Do it. Okay? Liberty Bell writes, so many people are talking about Israel for the first time right now. How do we begin explaining this to people newly wondering about Israel? What is the best episode of yours to recommend to beginners? Okay. A lot to unpack there. The first thing that I want to say is I have been thinking about what I'm going to do to honor Charlie. How do I honor Charlie? The best way that I can honor Charlie is to insist upon parents that if you have the means, take your children out of these schools. All of them, okay? At that university, when Charlie was shot, someone stood up and cheered. You do not want your children to be in that environment spiritually. This is everywhere. This was a part of his movement, understanding there's an underground communist movement, and it is at all schools. I want to be very clear. So if you can, and I'm telling you, you can, okay, take your children out of these schools and homeschool. That's what I want. I want to build this legacy by encouraging people to homeschool. Okay. Now, in terms of specifically how people can learn about Israel, for me, judge them by their actions. How everyone feels when you're friendly with them. I mean, Dave Smith has a very good tweet about that. It's like all these people who supported them, and then suddenly they come under pressure to effectively lie or to go against their morality. That's not normal. There are so many books that can get you started on your journey, but if there's one that I would recommend everybody read, because you need to understand the beast that you're dealing with, like what kind of lies are willing to be told and sold. I would say right now, my book club, and you don't need to join that, but you should read The Assault on Truth. It's a good start, okay, to understand that Sigmund Freud is celebrated in schools as the father of modern psychology. He is the father of nothing but modern gaslighting, and that's what they do. They gaslight repeatedly, okay? Don't believe your own eyes. When you understand how severe the lies were that were being told, that Sigmund Freud professionalized in form of the psychoanalytic movement, I'm talking about parents that were raping their toddlers he was covering for, then you understand the evil that we are confronted with, like what kind of people would organize and lie about something like that, okay? You got to confront real evil. And then I would recommend you read David Bakan, Sigmund Freud, and the I think it's the history of the Jewish mystical tradition. I think those are probably just, and that doesn't even get into like the history of Israel, but it will help you. I think that kind of woke me up and led me to researching more about the history of Israel. And it started with the gaslighting mentality and the father of it. I would definitely read Shlomo Sand. There's a book called The Invention of the Jewish People that gets into Israel full stop. He was, I believe, a historian at Tel Aviv University. That's an important one. And you will note that all these books that I'm recommending, by the way, were written by Jewish authors, because that makes you aware of the fact that you're not diving into something that can be labeled anti-Semitic. Because, I mean, these people were like in the IDF, you know what I mean? And so there's no incentive for them to lie. But if you just want to jump right into Israeli history, I would say Shlomo Sand would be a good start. The Invention of the Jewish People is a good one. And he took a lot of flack for having written it, standing up to neo-historians, which is who we are also fighting. They are neo-historians. They publish a lot. And you believe they're kind of creating this matrix of history that there's very little truth there. Kari writes, all death can do to the believer is deliver him to Jesus. That's fantastic. And you are absolutely correct. Jordan Giacalini writes, pray for Candace Owens. M. Skim writes, go Candace, go, but be careful. No one was more careful than Charlie Kirk, and he still got a bullet in the throat. So that's why I would like to say that. Amanda Moore writes, contributing for the fight. May the God protect you and your family. By the way, these are really big donations that are coming in right now to me. And I thank you because when I tell you I will catch more lawsuits to get the truth out about Charlie Kirk if I have to. Okay. That's all these people have is threats, lawsuits, contracts, lawyers. I'm sick of it. I am sick of it. Truly, I am done. I'm done. Okay. I'm done. That's it. It took Charlie Kirk dying for me to literally, I want you to know, F you. Like truly, I mean that. I don't care. I'll expose everything. You guys who are watching know what I know. So tell the truth. Just tell the truth for once in your miserable lives. Okay, I need to calm down. I told the priest I would chill. I did. No, I didn't. I actually said I just needed time. But I understood that my anger was wrong. And the priest told me that is everybody struggles with certain things. Mine is vengeance. I have to work on that. So I would like to apologize for my tone 10 seconds ago. IPO TV writes, it seems pretty clear what's happening here, and I'm shaking my head. I didn't follow Charlie, but was moved by his passing. A little something for security and no more over your dead body talk. We need you. Stay strong and safe. Thank you for saying that. And I'm here. I am here. I am obviously still not okay. I don't know if I'll ever be okay from having watched that, but I am focused. Mandy writes, Christ is King and hopefully is returning very soon. Tony Hill writes, I constantly pray for Charlie Kirk and his family as well as you and your family. Their plan is causing division in our country. We need to take what they did to Charlie and come together to fight their evil, not each other. Candace, we have your back. Yeah, I know. I've been a little snippy because it's really hard to see people, especially going back into like every message that me and Charlie ever shared that did nothing but try to destroy him. Like just the pretense of nobility stresses me out. It does. But I won't, every week I will get better. And I'm trying. I am trying to be gracious and not angry. Anger is my choice emotion at this moment. Divine Counsel writes, Candace, I have joined you as a voice for truth. I changed my channel the day of Charlie's murder and I took my mask off. Hard being a Black conservative. Please look into the book, The 13th Tribe. I've heard a lot about that book. It's about the origin of the Ashkenazi Jews, the Khazars. Yeah. I mean, you can also read their own books and they said they were the Khazars. So, I've covered that on my show extensively. Look up Abraham Pollock. He won awards for saying they were the Khazars and tracing them back. So again, we are fighting neo-historians and you should just accept that everything that you learned in a textbook is not real, which is why I say get your kids out of these schools. If you want to honor Charlie, get your children out of these public schools. Not even the private ones too. I want to be very clear. It's a communist movement. It always has been communist. They need your children. That is the one resource that they can't buy. and that's your children, okay? Because that protects their dynasty, to be able to have their minds, to impact their minds, to lie to them. It is psychology. That's why reading about Sigmund Freud is very important, to understand what modern psychology is and how much they have invested, how much time they have invested into thinking about how they're going to raise up your children, okay? It is wicked, it is evil, it is disturbing, but you need to know it. You need to know it. Read The Assault on Truth, process it, and recognize that when you grew up, you were told to honor that monster, okay? Up is down and down is up. Question everything. We certainly will be questioning everything. Kiara writes, Candace, after I posted my prayers to Charlie's family, I was blocked and removed by people I once considered close to me. It's sick how many people I see in my everyday life that support such an ungodly act. Christ is King, praying for you and your family. Thank you very much. Christ is King. The tributes around the world towards Charlie lifted up my heart. There is a lot more that I will say, but I, again, want to invite people to lie first. I want to invite people to lie. If you have any more information, please send them to tips@CandaceOwens.com. If you want to join our movement of the decentralized intelligence agency, you can head on over to support us in our work. We are entirely independent. We take money from nobody, and so nobody can threaten me. You can head over to our website, CandaceOwens.com. You can sign up, buy yourself a hat, stay there, and we really appreciate that. That's why we're able to keep going. And I want to say to everybody else who is lying on behalf of certain people, I know who you are. Okay. I know who you are too. I'm writing that down. So tread carefully, because I wouldn't want to get caught up in lying right now. I wouldn't want to be you and be caught up in lying right now, because the truth is going to win. The truth is going to come out. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
That in court. No. The judge, Ahmed Maida, said, nope, you can't argue that. I had no defense by the time I got into trial. And then the District of Columbia, I don't know if you know this, Pierce, but it voted, I think it was 92% for Joe Biden. It's the bluest of blue places in America. The jury pool's drawn from that. The judge allowed anti-Trump people on the jury. They convicted me. And then rather than let me, again, you can't make this up, rather than let me be free pending appeal, which is always the case in these kind of cases, they denied me that. And so I spent 4 months in a Miami prison. I was there, get this, Pierce, the director of the Bureau of Prisons kept me there 42 days longer than the law provides because she could, a Democrat. My case is under appeal. It's going to the Supreme Court. It's like a sleepy case, but it's a landmark constitutional case. And if I lose that case, Pierce, every single senior White House advisor going forward, regardless of party, Democrat or Republican, will face the same kind of choice that I had to face, which is honor my oath of office, do my duty, respect executive privilege, risk prison, and wind up in prison as it would turn out, or bend the knee to a Congress which was simply trying to engineer an interference with the election and to try to put Donald Trump in prison. That's what American politics has come down to, sir.
Yeah, I just think
it's shameful, it's wrong, and it's becoming more violent.
Yeah, I think the politicization of the law by everybody, actually, in politics, wherever you are, is just so dangerous, because ultimately that is not what the law is supposed to be there for. It's not supposed to be used as a political tool against your opponents. Peter Navarro, it's a fascinating book. I went to prison so you won't have to, but I also found what you said about the Charlie Kirk murder fascinating, and interesting what Elon Musk will say in response to what you've said about what he should do with X. So thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
I appreciate the time, Pierce.
Well, join me to discuss that and the wider issue of the Charlie Kirk murder, the host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, host and executive producer of The Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, the professor, philosopher and activist, Dr. Cornel West. And I'll start with Jack Posobiec, who's the senior editor at Human Events and a close friend of Charlie Kirk. Well, Jack, good to have you on Uncensored. My deepest sympathies to you as one of Charlie's many friends. Absolutely horrific murder, cold blood execution. And we're now seeing all the fallout from this. What is your view of the reaction to what has happened with Charlie Kirk? I played at the start of this a rapper brazenly celebrating his death, then lying about celebrating it. But there's been so much of that. What do you feel about that? Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day is designed to boost your energy and support weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. And don't just take their word for it. Here are just a few of their success stories. England football legend Michael Owen lost 40 pounds. Robbie, the face of AFTV, dropped over 100 pounds. Linda, a top law firm executive, lost 50 pounds. And Anita, an immigration lawyer, shed 60 pounds. To watch their full stories and find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, and get 70% off your first order. Get 70% off with the promo code PEERS.
Yeah, well, Piers, thanks for having me on again. And, I don't even know how to put it in words. I wake up on Wednesday, routine day, Charlie's going to campus, I'm covering the show. And then minutes later, I get footage of my friend getting murdered on live TV. And then I wake up the next day and I see thousands of people celebrating it and cheering it. And here's a concert hall full of people clapping and laughing, and a rapper, cheering it on. And we've got a big problem, Piers. We've got a big problem where people have just, I feel like they've lost their humanity. I think that they've lost humanity and they've lost sight of and been totally dissociated with humanity and with reality. And I think there's some kind of social, spiritual cancer that's going on to take someone who is a young man, who's a husband, who's a father of 2 young children. I saw the family this weekend, and just because of social media, or you think someone's just an influencer, just someone to disagree with, that I can get away from them. Well, it's not that. It's a real person. We're all real people, and I think we've all lost sight of that.
Has it made you more concerned about your own safety? You're a high-profile conservative. You're out there, you're doing events, you're talking. How do you feel? A lot of people must be asking themselves this question: what now, in terms of your security and so on?
Well, Piers, look, there are people who did this. This was an evil act. This was not an accident. And obviously we need to be secure. Every event going forward, we need to make sure that there is pure security. Obviously, the question of outside events is something that's going to have to be discussed and considered, whether or not we can properly secure that, not just for those of us who might be on the microphone, but the people and the students and employees and staff who are going to be at these events, and even just regular students on campus. I mean, campus security or all security. But the problem is, Piers, is that we've entered into a very dark place, and I fear that until we really start to deal with this cancer that's been metastasized throughout our society, we're still going to be living with this threat.
When Elon Musk addressed this very large crowd in London on Saturday and said that the only way to respond to this violence from the left is to fight back, many have interpreted that to mean if need be, violently. Do you feel that is ratcheting up the rhetoric too far, or do you think he meant something else?
I didn't hear all of Elon's speech. I've been dealing with other things this weekend. But look, in terms of fighting back, obviously, I think that we need to continue Charlie's mission, fight the way that Charlie fought, do politics the right way, fight with our words, fight with our ideals, fight with dialogue, with speech. I've always stood for freedom of speech. Charlie always stood for freedom of speech. And when it comes to anyone who is perpetuating, though, this cancerous ideology, and of course, that is perpetuating violence and excusing or encouraging violent ends, then that would cross the barrier, I would say, into law enforcement, and having law enforcement action, local, state, federal, whatever the appropriate manner would be, under color of law, would be, of course, to try to prevent and intervene before one of these horrific acts once again takes place. And of course, we heard FBI director come out this morning and say that there were people who were discussing this in the open even before it took place. Obviously, all of that has to be investigated. But Piers, we in the United States, we used to have a huge problem of serial killers and other behavioral issues in society that we dealt with from a national standpoint. And I think we need to really step back, have that conversation, and figure out what the right national, federal response is going to be.
Anna Gasparin, what was your immediate reaction when you heard about what had happened to Charlie Kirk, and presumably at some stage saw the video?
Well, it started with absolute shock, followed by despair, followed by fear of what this means for the country and how things could potentially and very likely devolve further. You know, Charlie and I had multiple debates and conversations, and what I really appreciated about Charlie, and I've said this multiple times, was that even though we had disagreements, he had a huge platform and was inviting to people like me to make my case to a completely different audience about my point of view, why I believe things that I believe. And that's what is supposed to make America great. The ability to live in a pluralistic society where people have differences of opinion, but can engage with one another in good faith and make their case. You know, I was recently on Tucker Carlson's show for a pretty lengthy interview. And after that interview ended, Tucker Carlson let me know that Charlie Kirk reached out to him and said that he loved the interview and would like to have me on his show. That's the kind of person Charlie Kirk was. Now, that's not to take away from the things that I vehemently disagreed with him on. But engaging in violence is an act of cowardice. It's what losers do. It's what people who are unable to articulate their arguments effectively resort to. That's my take on what happened to Charlie Kirk. And I have to say, the video of him getting killed was one of the most disgusting, horrific things I've seen, and I can't get that image out of my mind. It's seared in my mind.
What is, I mean, thank you for saying what you just said. Very clear. What has been truly shocking to me, not just the murder itself, which was obviously just horrific, as was the video. And I agree, it's very hard to ever lose that image of what happened. But the reaction from young people in particular on the left, I have to say, I have found absolutely sickening. The glee, the celebration, the TikToks, the general, the behavior of this rap band, Bob Vylan, and then the lying about the fact they were clearly celebrating in the most despicable manner what had happened to Charlie Kirk. You know, I've got no problem with people appraising Charlie Kirk's record and criticizing him where they feel he was wrong about stuff. That's fine. That happens to every public figure when they die. But to gleefully celebrate the cold-blooded execution of a 31-year-old father of two, I just found crossed every line of humanity. And I guess, Anna, you know, a lot of these young people, you've met a lot of these young people on the left. What is going on with young people on the left? And I'm not just saying, I'm not for a moment saying there aren't young people on the right that have similar mindsets about their opponents. But what is going on with these young people on the woke left who genuinely look at that and think this is something to celebrate? Hello and welcome. We begin with some breaking news. Woke is dead. The war on common sense is officially over. Cancelled celebrities are emerging from Twitter jail. Virtue signaling has been outlawed under punishment of mass ridicule. And we are finally free to call a spade a spade. So what was the cause of death? How did the silenced majority finally win? And what exactly is going to take its place? Woke is Dead is my definitive story on the rise and fall of woke, as well as the common sense heroes and PC villains who have dominated news and culture across 10 years of madness. It's also my personal roadmap back to a less divided world. A world where we can agree to disagree, where debate triumphs over censorship, and where common sense is king. You will be shocked by how much you agree with me.
Well, I'm going to answer the question, but let me just note that there are different factions on the left. And I think the way that this is kind of being discussed in a way that just kind of generalizes everyone on the left is kind of unfair. But putting that aside, I do think that we have an overall problem. I think what happened is a symptom of a bigger issue that we have, not just in this country, but I'm seeing it happen globally, where there's just this dehumanization of people based on their political views. And on top of that, the devaluing of human life, right? I mean, we've been seeing images of people being butchered, children being butchered endlessly on social media over the last nearly 2 years. Prior to that, I mean, the rhetoric that devalues human life, I think, has played a role into it. But also, I just think that there's this dumb idea that all you need to do is like get rid of or take out some of the prominent figures on the political side of the aisle that you disagree with, and that'll somehow solve the issue. No, that doesn't solve the issue. What it does is it makes the situation in various countries where this type of political violence plays out far worse. Now you're hearing talk of retaliation in a violent way. When it comes to the Trump administration, you're hearing policies that are being proposed that would limit the legitimate political speech of Americans. I am concerned about that. What that disgusting murderer did is he pushed for this country to devolve further. And I wish that cooler heads would prevail, but at the same time, I don't begrudge people who are angry. I mean, that poor wife and her 2 children witnessed Charlie Kirk get shot and killed in the neck. I don't begrudge her at all for being furious. No. I can't even imagine where my headspace would be at right now if that happened to my husband.
Right. Andrew Wilson, where were you when you heard about Charlie Kirk, and what is your view of the fallout from this?
Yeah, I was sitting with my wife watching TV. So the thing is I remember this picture circulating around of Charlie Kirk. He was debating the incoming president of the Oxford Union. And they were all smiles and handshakes. And, by the next day, this guy was saying the most insane rhetoric about how he basically had it coming. So how many of these leftists have murderous intent? When we show up to have a conversation with them. We show up to debate our views. We show up to in some way engage with them. How many of them have seething murderous intent behind their eyes, and they don't really want to do any of that? They really want you dead. And that is the biggest demonstration of that, by the way, in that one single picture. You have Anna Kasparian here, and she's talking about this. The Young Turks called Charlie Kirk a fascist how many times? The Young Turks played into this rhetoric how much? They went out of their way to do so. Rubin recently called him out for doing it. So I just hang on.
I've literally never. I don't even call Trump a fascist.
I didn't interrupt you once, lady.
But you can't make things up about what I've said about Charlie Kirk.
You can talk when I'm done talking, like I was respectful enough to let you do. So the thing is like, yes, they do. This network does do that, and these leftists do that. And they set all the rhetoric up in the world to make sure something like this happened, and they were dancing on the grave of this guy before he was even cold. I have tweets from Destiny which are insane. The leftists have gone off the reservation. And it's time for us to stop pretending that it's not their rhetoric which is leading to these types of assassinations, because it is. I don't want to hear about factions. All of you guys are doing this. All of you guys have the same type of rhetoric which leads to this, or the networks you work for do.
Well, Anna, let me let you respond to that before I bring Cornel in.
I've never called him. I have never called Charlie Kirk a fascist, number one. In fact, if anything, we have received a tremendous amount. I don't remember Trump. I don't remember Cenk calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. In fact, Cenk and I got into a debate about whether or not. Hold on. I don't remember Cenk calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. He called Trump a fascist, and he and I got into a debate about that. But to lump in everyone on the left together, I don't agree with Destiny on anything these days. Destiny is totally unhinged in his rhetoric, 100%. I have been critical of Charlie Kirk's political views, but going around referring to people as Nazis, turning the temperature up, I did not engage in that. So I just want you to at least be fair about what I've actually said about Charlie
There's no
Kirk.
actual reason for us to believe leftists at this point. It's very clear that while they come out with a handshake and wanting to have these conversations, they claim, right? In reality, what they're doing is they have murderous intent, and they'll celebrate you the day that you die. The next day, they'll go after your wife. Thousands of social media accounts going after her wife, or this guy's wife, after she made a speech about her poor husband. Yes, it is your side that's doing that. Like it or not, it's your side that's doing that. There's no equivalency between the right and the left on this. Yeah, okay, fine. You're not a leftist. I'm sorry. Are you on the left wing? Are you a Democrat? Are you more of a Democrat than you are a Republican? Do you move towards those types of issues?
I'm not a Democrat. I actually registered as an independent.
Fine. You register as an independent.
Come on, you gotta at least know what my views are if you're going to attack me.
All right, let me bring in. All right, let me bring in.
I've been attacked by the left over the last 3 years.
All right, let me bring in.
No.
Look,
I've been attacked by the left. No, let me just at least address that. I've been attacked viciously by leftists over the last 3 years because of the fact that I want to engage in this type of dialogue, because of the fact I was willing to sit down with Charlie Kirk and with Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. I'm willing to have conversations, and I don't go around labeling people as fascist and racist and Nazis just because I disagree with them.
Just the organization you work for does?
At least understand what my political views are. Listen, I'm not going to be blamed for what everyone in that company has to say. Anyone in that company has to say.
The
I'm
head
an individual.
of that company?
We are supposed to judge people based on individuals. He did not go around calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and a Nazi.
I'm saying that you don't have good reasoning skills. If it's the case that you think, oh my God, you can't be calling people Nazis. You can't be calling people Nazis while your boss does all the time.
Why are you making that up? You're just making it up. You're just making it up. We're all the same. That's how simple-minded you are. You're all the same. Okay, then everyone on the right is just like Dylan Roof.
All right. Let me bring in. I want to bring in Cornel West. I want to bring in Cornel West. I want to bring in Cornel. He's been waiting.
Shut up,
please let Cornel come in now. He's been waiting very patiently. Cornel, welcome back to Uncensored, where things are getting incendiary quite quickly. I think the overriding point I would make about the debate we've just been hearing between Andrew and Anna is that there is little doubt to me that the constant rhetoric on the left, the woke left, let me be specific to where I think a lot of the blame lies, ever since Donald Trump came into power in 2016, has been this relentless use of the phrases Hitler, Nazis, fascists about Trump and about Trump supporters. And the problem with constantly saying this as a group, as the woke left have done for 9 years now, is that eventually it permeates down to young, impressionable minds who genuinely believe that it is their mission to stop America from being taken over by the new Nazis or the new fascists or the new Hitler. And that leads to the kind of thing we saw with Charlie Kirk. Do you agree that this language, this relentless, in my view, woeful misuse, particularly of the word Nazi, towards Trump and his supporters, this is part of the problem?
Well, I think part of the deeper problem, though, Brother Pierce, is that the organized greed and weaponized hatred and routinized indifference toward the vulnerable has come together in such a way that it has eroded the sources of character formation. So that integrity, honesty, decency, and self-critical sensibilities of individuals and groups is more and more disappearing. So you end up with because hatred itself is promiscuous, just like greed, just like indifference toward the suffering of others. It's promiscuous. It will lie with the left, right, center. It lies with Christians. It lies with Muslims. It lies with Jews. It lies with Buddhists. It lies with Hindus. And human beings were so wretched in the first place. If we don't undergo some kind of spiritual and moral cultivation, we end up falling back on greed and hatred and indifference. And I mean, the American empire at this moment is one in which the lethal combination of the hatred and the greed and the indifference generates very much the exchange that we just saw. You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You called Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic. People have gone out
You're
of your
absolutely
way.
right.
You have gone out of your way.
No, let me make the case.
Let me make the case.
Let me make the case.
Oh, yeah,
Will you allow me to speak, brother? Come on, man. Come on. No, you haven't made the case. If you think I've made the case, then you're not interested in dialogue.
You just said this brother over here said this.
You're very, very different than Brother Charlie, man. You're very different than Charlie, though, man. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
and I can
it's
make
your rhetoric
case
due
for
to
that,
people
too.
like you that got that man killed, sir.
No. There are such a thing as neo-fascists. But Pierce, why you have a brother on who's not going to allow nobody to speak, man? We're just wasting time. If all you're interested in is making your money, and you bring this brother on it, and nobody can say a word, and we can't even mourn Brother Charlie passing. I had dialogues with Brother Charlie. This brother's going to say, oh, this kumbaya and so forth. No. Charlie was made in the image of a loving and mighty God. I believe that. I say my prayers for Sister Erica and the kids because this brother wants to trash my Christian sensibility. And look at him laughing now. It's a joke, man. Pierce, it's not worth it.
Is Charlie Kirk part of the neo-fascist movement?
Not with this brother.
Is he part of your neo-fascist movement?
Not with this brother.
Yeah.
When Charlie himself says that he is against Civil Rights Act, does that make him a proponent of Jim Crow? When he calls Martin Luther King Jr. an awful human being and a scumbag? I'm critical of that. I am critical of that. You're absolutely right, Brother Wilson. You're absolutely right. But if all you're going to do is be arrogant, you're arrogant just like the so-called leftists you're talking about. But Pierce, you making your money, brother. Go on and make your money, man.
It's all about
making. Not worth it.
Cornel,
this brother
it's all
right
about
here,
making money.
Part of the problem. This other brother who has a deep connection to Charlie, he's willing to at least listen. But this brother's not willing to listen.
Cornel, can you sit down? I would like you to remain part of the debate.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's smoking his cigarettes with his arrogant self. Come on, man. We don't have enough dialogue at all.
Surely you're not going to walk out in a debate about dialogue.
Go on and make your money, man.
Right. Well, there's a kind of farcical to quit a debate where we're literally debating about the importance of free speech and being able to listen to each other's opinions, which seems to me completely insane. Anyway, we've lost Cornel West for now. Maybe we'll get him back. Well, Andrew Wilson referred to Destiny's insane tweets a little earlier, which were disavowed by Anna Kasparian. Well, Destiny joins us now. Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags a half-mast in memory of Charlie, you posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday, ending every conservative debate call out I'd do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro." That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes.
I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old white dude.
Described.
He wasn't trans. He didn't have a trans
girlfriend.
He didn't have any trans influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry. Excuse me. When?
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
What you just said
I do know
true.
the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the
he hasn't made it
you
clear.
may not want to hear
this.
This.
Is an ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it, Destiny. But the reality is, the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
That's just not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay,
You're living in a
accusing the
delusional
governor of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But
sure.
If it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So you won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why would you expect anybody, Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't Trump go on TV and say,
question?
All of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
Insane right now.
Why do you
is
think?
your
No, let me ask a question.
On Donald Trump?
Let me ask a question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the opposing political party.
Destiny. Let me
you have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience, and because of the fact that you have a huge audience, you have a responsibility to not turn. No, it hasn't. It hasn't been broken. I actually care about the country and want to bring people together. You do the opposite. You represent the worst of us, Destiny. You're embarrassing.
You should tell Donald.
All right, let me ask Destiny a question.
Watch how easy this is.
Hang on. Don't all shout at once, please.
If Donald Trump would have come out and said, hey, we should all be less violent, I have no problem saying
I have one question for you, Destiny.
Why can't conservatives do that? Why can't conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question for you. Why do you think in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk when she posts an image of her at the coffin side, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United States is not
the temperature.
able.
You're mocking his widow.
You're
mocking his widow.
About? We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you mean it's turning up the temperature?
Why did you mock his widow?
Online?
Why did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now for conservatives to continue their fight. What do you mean? Wow, she's literally doing.
Her husband just got murdered
on email. Yeah, and she's using it to drive up recruitment for
and
a
you
political
can't even
movement.
condemn the murder. You won't condemn it.
Can't even tell his side.
You're
to
so
turn the
deranged
down.
about Trump that you cannot
unhinged.
condemn the murder
because
you're waiting for Donald Trump to say something.
Off of it.
All right, let me bring in Jack Posobiec. I got to say,
there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say
which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say we all need to turn it down, like Biden could, like Obama could, like the Clintons could, like Kamala could? Why not?
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
It's unbelievable. I'm not the president of the United States.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it. It should be the one that is driving up the rhetoric.
It actually was your side that caused it. It was your side.
This guy was raised in a white Christian
He was a
household,
radicalized
in a Christian
leftist
state.
ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what
Just
the
like
investigators
the one that killed
are
Melissa
saying.
Was a conservative, just like the people that firebombed Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were
was not
conservatives,
a
just like the Proud
conservative, he was
Boys
a
were conservatives.
pro-Palestinian activist
Every
out of
single one of
Harrisburg.
every single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Posobiec, what, the author of Unhuman, another person that Charlie's putting. Good one, dude.
Well, I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie
Yes, you are
Kirk.
acting like an unhuman.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump
against
condemn violence in this
all
country?
right, you won't
Why can't I
condemn
hear
it. Okay, we've
I
all
can't hear it.
heard.
That's insane.
We've
to
all
me.
heard you repeatedly refuse to condemn
We've
it.
heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn
Jack
it too. But for some
Posobiec.
reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening that when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging him, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know, all the elections are rigged. It's the radical Democrats. That's insane to me. And then the fixation is, well, who on Twitter and YouTube isn't condemning the violence?
All right, Jack
Posobiec. You have a great example here of the type of cancer I'm talking about, where when you present direct information, they refuse, they obfuscate, they refute, they say it's not true, they lie. You could see from the bullet casings, you could see from postings, you could see from everything out there that it's very clear what happened here. This is the same people who supported President Trump almost getting assassinated twice last year, Corey Capatore being assassinated
By
last year
conservatives.
in a situation. Again, see, just lies. That's all they do. They talk over. They don't even let you give a chance to speak. And something needs to be done, Piers. Something absolutely needs to be done. This ideology should be shamed, humiliated, driven from the public discourse. I mean, you've got people who have completely dissociated with humanity because all they care about are clicks and YouTube streams and likes. Go to the casket. Go to the gravesite. Go talk to the widow. You know, I don't even know how to discuss this with someone who's completely lost all touch with reality.
Yeah, I mean, Anna.
What's Jack's answer to why can't the president say we should all be less violent?
Right. Because you can't even condemn the cold-blooded execution of Charlie
Donald Trump
Kirk.
turns on Destiny.
I don't think you're in the position to demand anything from anybody
on YouTube. That's how I'm going to take my.
You're
my
not in any
pointers,
position to condemn anybody for anything. You won't condemn a cold-blooded
He's the president
murder.
of the United States. He's the president of the United States. No one here can answer that question.
Basic
Why Donald
humanity
Trump-
says
why
the
Donald
murder
Trump,
was
the president,
horrific.
Can't say
Why can't
all
you
of us
say
need
it?
to be less violent.
Why can't you
Democrats
say
have been
it,
saying
Destiny?
for over a decade.
To
Democrats
say
have been
the
saying it for
murder
over a
was
decade.
horrific and
Why
unacceptable.
can't Donald Trump say it?
You can't do
why
it,
does
can
no one
you?
hear any words for Donald Trump?
All right, Anna
What do you have for
Kasparin.
Donald Trump? Nothing exactly.
Anna Kasparin, to me, this is what I'm talking about, that I think there is an element of the left, the hard woke left, that have completely lost their minds. If you are not able to just outright simply condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk, and if you cannot stop yourself from mocking his grieving widow, you are sick, as I've just seen from Destiny. It's a
sick thing
mindset.
is weaponizing a widow's grief to try to do recruitment for your political party. That's probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She's showing up in emails for recruitment drives for TPUSA.
Though, Destiny?
24
What did you
I
think
expect
the
for somebody whose
assassination
husband
of a
was just
political
killed? I
figure
would
would
say you'd
do?
probably
What did
take-
you think
you
the outcome was going to be? What did you
For-
think the
what do you-
outcome was? And
hold
by
on,
the
I'm
way,
sorry, are you asking me
really,
for the pragmatic political
your
outcome, or are you
behavior?
asking
Hold
me
on,
for-
let me. Hey,
You
how
asked me a
about
question,
take it
so I
easy
didn't know
on
it
the
was rhetorical.
Adderall? Take it easy on the Adderall, and let me answer the question
okay,
that Pierce
sorry,
asked me.
you must have been really bullied today, I
My
guess.
behavior,
Let Anna speak, please.
My behavior is not reliant on how anyone else behaves. Every morning I wake up and I make decisions about how I choose to react or respond to things. I don't wake up in the morning, check what Donald Trump has to say, and then base my own personal behavior on his behavior. I agree with you in that it would be very helpful to have the leader of this country want to turn the temperature down. And he hasn't done that. I agree with you on that. But that doesn't change the way I choose to respond to what's going on. The idea of mocking a woman who is now a widow with 2 young children who witnessed her husband get shot in the neck and bleed out to death. How could you mock that? What is wrong with you? I just don't understand it. That's it. I don't understand it. I don't understand you, Destiny. You have so much hatred in your heart, and at the same time, you
it's such
judge
a simple thing.
others
If you're
as
going to
hateful.
weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
let me understand. Let me understand your argument. So since others are using her grief to politically recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others are using her grief, she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in
Destiny,
TPUSA ads to 1 or 2 days after.
If someone assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the level of composure she had during that speech. I would be out for blood. I understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose to raise children with, a person who was violently and viciously assassinated like that. This is why I've moved away
and when
from
something
identifying as a
you got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny that you just said that you don't think about how other people act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
No,
if somebody cares about somebody who's grieving,
I understood
then you tell that
what
person,
the flaws
you
on
tell
the
that
left
person,
happen
hey,
to be. The
maybe you should
weakness in their
step back
arguments.
for a couple of
No,
weeks.
no, it's
Maybe
not
you should
about
take
the
some
way I
time to
get
grieve.
treated.
You don't
I
say,
get treated
hey, let's
like
throw a
crap from
camera in
both
front
sides
of
of
you
the
and have
political
you do
aisle.
mass recruitment for our political party while everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire, the
we're
president
talking
of the
to a
United States
guy
calling
who
for
said
civil
he'd be
war.
okay with his own parents getting killed if they went to that Trump rally where that assassination attempt
and we're
happened.
talking to a
There's
woman
no
who went
reasoning
on and
with
did
you,
the whole
Destiny.
conservative media
There's
outlet with
there's
Tucker
no
Carlson
reasoning
and
with
Glenn
you.
Beck and had
Okay.
nothing bad to say whatsoever. I know where your bread is buttered. I know where
And
you're
it was
making your money
great.
from.
I had
Okay, that's
awesome
great.
conversations.
I
I don't regret it at all.
That's great.
I also had a
Keep up with the
conversation
personal
with Jack
attacks 'cause you're
Posobiec
so
on her
brain
take. It was
broken.
awesome.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Jack,
what
the guy over there that gets
democracy is
paid
about.
by
Having an
Russia that
exchange
lies
of
about everything that
ideas.
comes out of his
Yeah.
mouth. Yeah,
All right,
great.
let me
That's a
bring
good
in.
one.
Let me
Very
bring
I don't
in.
agree with him on everything, but at
Still
least we
to
can
this
have
day.
dialogue.
Anna,
No one on
you're
here can
completely
come all
right,
that
by the
dialogue.
way.
Sure as
Anna
happened
is
right now.
completely
Charlie,
right.
didn't it?
And the irony of Charlie Kirk is that he led the way in going in to debate with people who hated him, and he would try and have respectful
Charlie
dialogue.
Kirk beat up on college students.
Unlike
That's all
you,
he did.
Destiny.
Let's be
Let
real.
me bring
Unlike
Andrew
me,
Wilson in.
I'm here arguing.
Let me bring in Andrew Wilson.
So do you. You beat up on college students. You go on a college tour.
Charlie
You're going on a
Kirk is
college
trying to
tour
hold
right
higher
now
level
to
debates
beat
and
up
you guys
on
kill
college students. What are you talking about, Destiny? That's what you're doing right this second, is going on a college tour to go beat up on college students. By the way, can I just ask you a question?
I don't
Yes or no?
exclusively beat up on college.
Can you
What are you
actually
talking about? I
answer?
debated half
Can you
the
actually
damn
answer?
why. What do you
Hang
mean
on,
I
calm
beat up-
down.
what do you mean I beat
I
up
just
on
got one
college
question.
students?
I got one question for you, and I want you to actually answer it. Are you glad Charlie Kirk is dead?
No, I don't think anybody in this country should be dying to political violence. It's insane. The past 5 years in this country has been crazy. But the reality is, until conservatives,
so then why did you say to your co-host that Trump deserved the bullet? Why did you tell him that?
Until conservatives have to say, hey, we all need to be less violent, there's no purpose in Democrats doing it, because every time Democrats disavow, you further entrench your guys' delusional beliefs that all the violence is coming on the left. Donald Trump can go on TV. He can say, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. They can go on Parler and say, we heard you. They can go to the Capitol and break in and try to insurrect. They can get convicted in front of a jury, and then Donald Trump can pardon them, and we can come out and go, hey, guys, why aren't Democrats disavowing violence? And pretend that the problem is coming from the left. Democrats do a disservice to this country by disavowing violence constantly when the president of the United States
Let me
won't go
respond
on
quickly.
TV and say all of
Let
us
me
need to
respond
be less
quickly,
violent. How
Destiny.
easy
So
would that
the
be?
thing is, why did you say to your co-host
Yeah, keep
that
focusing on me.
the
Keep
bullet
focusing on
that
me.
the bullet
I'm not here to
that
play-
the bullet was for Trump? Why did you say to your co-host that the best place for the bullet was Trump? Why did you say that?
Why did Donald Trump call
It's a
everyone fascist?
whataboutism.
That's what's causing people to
Whataboutism.
kill. Yeah,
I'm
that's what
asking
you're
you
doing
a
right
question.
now. Whataboutism. The
I can't be a
conversation is about
whataboutism
what
if it's
Destiny,
my
the
question,
conversation is,
Destiny.
Why won't Donald Trump disavow
Answer
violence in
the
United
question.
All right,
Why
why
did you
don't we
say
do
that?
this? Why don't we
Why did
do
you say
this?
that?
Why don't we do this before I cut
such an easy
mics?
question.
Because you don't care.
Destiny,
You don't care that Kirk's dead. Just
Destiny,
be honest,
allow
you fuck.
Andrew,
Just be
allow
honest, you
Andrew,
fuck.
allow Andrew to repeat his question and let him ask the question. Then you answer it, okay, Andrew?
No, I want to hear the other
No,
side first.
let him ask the
Why
question.
Donald Trump
Let him
disavow
ask
violence in
the
this
question, Destiny, and then you answer it. Andrew.
Destiny told his co-host when asked point blank if he wanted the bullet to kill Trump, that the worst thing that could have happened was the bullet missing. He said this to Pisco. I watched it. Okay, this guy's an obfuscation machine. And if you know what else, Destiny, why should we believe you? I think you are glad Kirk is dead. And all of your tweets seem to prove that. And you would have been happy if Trump was assassinated. You've made that very clear. So why not just be truthful for once in your fucking life and say the truth, that you don't care that Kirk is dead, and you're actually
probably glad he is. Isn't that really what's true?
I don't want anybody in this country to die to political violence. I don't think in the United States of America that should be happening. I don't know why it's so hard for the president to say the same. I think it'd be the easiest thing in the world as a president. Biden did it for 4 years. That's why everything was way cooler when he was here, like in terms of temperature. The Clintons have no problem saying it. Barack Obama has no problem saying it. Kamala Harris has come out and said it. Every Democratic lawmaker and leader has basically come out and said it. But for some reason on the Republican side, it's just civil war, civil war, civil war. And the Republican president of the United States, who has presided over more violence politically in this country, more large protests than any president in all of U.S. history, for some reason can't bring himself to say, all of us need to calm down. And
so
until
did
that
Trump
happens, there's
deserve
no
the
reason for
bullet?
anyone allowed to say it.
Did Trump deserve the bullet?
This is all you care about are the political hit jobs.
Just answer the question, bro. Did Trump deserve the bullet?
Did Donald Trump
Did he deserve the
violence
bullet
on his side ever? Did Donald Trump
answer the question? Did Trump deserve the bullet?
You can't answer the question. We're here to play.
No, bro,
to
it's my turn to ask the question.
It's
It's your turn to answer.
It's YouTube
Did
video
Trump deserve
clips.
the bullet?
Did Trump disavow violence in this country ever?
Did he deserve the bullet? Yes, he's
Answer my
disavowed
question, I'll
violence.
answer you.
But again, I just did. Now your turn. Now your turn. It's your turn.
Did Donald Trump?
Did Trump deserve the bullet?
I never said that. No, I never said that. No.
Okay, except you did to your co-host.
No,
You
I
said-
didn't. Oh, wait. When did
your
Donald Trump
exact
disavow?
words-
Wait. When did
You-
Donald Trump
your
disavow
exact
violence in
words
this
to your
country?
co-host, you lying sack of shit. If he wanted
I'm the lying
to kill
sack of
Trump,
shit?
the
No
worst
way.
thing that could
Wait,
have happened
Donald Trump
was the
disavowed
bullet
all
missing.
political violence. And
That's what you said,
and this is,
bro.
Yeah. And this is where when
You're
you're
the
putting
biggest lying sack of
YouTubers, when
shit,
you're putting YouTubers and tweeters on the same level as the president of the United States, this is why conservatives are absolutely brain broken when it comes to violence in this country. And that's why it'll continue.
But
There'll be more
Destiny,
deaths.
but Destiny,
Maybe it'll be me at the next one. Who
Destiny,
knows? There'll be
well,
more
Destiny,
people who die.
to
And
continue.
you guys are
Destiny-
all going to turn around and be like, I can't believe it. What's
Destiny-
going on? What's happening here?
Okay,
Yeah.
Destiny, if you care so much about political violence in America, why don't you lead the way yourself without
can't,
mentioning
because
anybody
one
else?
side-
Why don't
because
you?
one side-
Why don't you, Destiny, right now just outright condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because we've been doing that for a decade. One side can't,
You can't
turn
do it, can
down
you?
the temperature.
You can't
the other
do
side
it.
can't turn down the temperature. If Donald Trump can't, then the left shouldn't until he does.
Got it.
Republicans
Okay, you don't want to do it.
need accountability
Okay,
for
Jack-
their actions. They need some responsibility for the insanity.
He had
they
it coming,
caused.
even though you've taken on yourself. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec.
We absolutely
All
Democrats
right,
will
that's
take
enough,
accountability when it's
Destiny.
their
I'll
fault.
bring in Jack Posobiec.
Yeah,
Jack.
okay. Nice. Both sides it.
Jack.
Yeah.
What is your response to this?
I mean, Piers, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, this type of ideology where you've got someone who's willing to mock Erica, who's been standing strong for her family, for her children, who's just, she will never be able to grow old with Charlie. She will never be able to be with them again, have more children, to have grandchildren, to have those memories, to raise them. It's all gone. Every single moment of that future that they had was gone because someone fired a bullet at Charlie Kirk that said, "Hey, fascist, catch." And now you have people celebrating it. And when you ask people
That's
about
not even
it,
the
they
bullet
say,
that was fired.
"Oh,
How are you lying
oh,
about this?
Shut
even?
up, Destiny.
Holy
Shut up.
shit! You're so
Shut
shameless,
up.
dude. Oh my god! You're not even inside the right bullet. You're such a disgusting
Piers.
piece of shit. Holy fuck!
What a pedantic
Are we-
point. What a
are we
It's not
even gonna do
pedantic.
this?
This guy's a fucking professional.
It's total
liar.
pedantry.
At
It's total
this base,
pedantry. Total
This guy
pedantry.
probably.
I would like to let
Jesus.
Jack. I would like to let Jack finish his point, please.
Yeah,
and
it's just
and
rant
they'll
here,
claim
yeah.
there's no leftist connection. They'll claim there's no there and then go so far as to lie and say there's some kind of Christian conservative connection when you could see the writing on the bullet casings. And so you know these are very common symbols associated whatever. The point is, right, it should be very, very clear. Are we connected with our humanity or are we not? And some people are willing to do that. Anna's been willing to do that. We've done shows together. They've been fine. They've been good. We've jousted. We've done the back and forth. Destiny and I in the past have had shows together where before he kind of took this turn. And you think there are people who can just be willing to stand up for humanity.
You know, Jack, it reminds me a bit of the journey I've gone on, very different circumstances, but the Israel-Hamas war. The reason I asked everybody on the pro-Palestinian side for months after the war started, do you condemn what Hamas did, is I think it was very enlightening as to the humanity of the person by how they responded. If their immediate response was, of course I do, the mass murder of civilians on October the 7th was a horrendous atrocity, then we can move on to an intellectually honest debate. If they refuse to condemn what Hamas did, it's a completely different debate. And similarly, right now, I feel if you can't condemn a lot of what the IDF are doing, frankly, it's my opinion, in Gaza, then the same thing. If you're unequivocally like, it's all fine with 20,000 plus kids being killed, then I've got a problem with that too. But I do think you've got to try and maintain in all of these debates a modicum of humanity about people who are actually being killed. And what is terrifying about the mindset of a lot of people on the woke left I've seen since Charlie Kirk's death is the brazen glee that they're taking to his murder. And then when I see even Destiny, who's a very well-followed person on the internet, well-known, when Destiny, frankly, if you can't bring yourself just to say the murder was horrific and should never have happened, it's a very simple sentence. It's just basic humanity. It really makes me despair for where everything is going, because it's indicative of the mindset of, I can't give an inch to my political opponents, therefore I lose my humanity. How can that be right?
Because you can't give an inch to political opponents that won't recognize or acknowledge anything they've done is wrong. It's all it's done is gotten us here. This is where we're at because of that exact mindset. Will any of the conservatives here acknowledge the conservative that murdered Melissa Hortman and her husband and shot the other senator in Minnesota?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just
that it was
about
a
all
conservative
political
shooter.
violence.
That it was a conservative shooter.
I don't know the details on that particular case. If I did, and it turned out that it was the case, of course, I would say that such violence should be disavowed. Thing is, you can't hold your entire moral standard based on what you think Trump is doing or not doing. What does that have to do with you, Destiny? It has nothing to do with you. You can easily just say, you can lead by example and say, let's all tone down the violence.
You can't lead by example.
That's what
I'm
you
not
want,
the president
right?
of the United States. That's what Democrats have been doing.
Wait,
for
you
the
can't
last
lead by
decade.
example because you're not the president? That's the stupidest thing I've heard
if
today.
one side wants to fight and the other side doesn't, then you're going to fight. One side can't decide not to fight, but the other side decided to.
What does that have
What do
to
you
do
mean
with
it
you?
makes no
You
sense?
can-
If
you
some
can
guy comes up to
easily-
you to
you
fight,
can easily
and the
just
other
say it
side
now,
says, I don't
Destiny.
want to, you don't really have the choice there. It's
Lead
that's
by
how fighting
example,
works.
then. Lead by
You can't lead
example
by
and show
example.
us.
That's called dying.
You can.
Actually,
Right
I
now.
thought,
Do it right now.
let me jump in.
Because you're actually happy
Let me
about
jump
it,
in
Destiny.
here.
Just be
I
honest,
actually,
you're happy
I actually
about it.
felt that Anna hit the nail on the head here, which is she did not need to wait for Donald Trump to comment on this to make her own mind up about what had happened. That is intellectual honesty, right? Yes, it may have been somebody that she totally disagreed with on many issues. The simple, humane thing to do with any event like this is to ask yourself, how do I personally feel about it? Not what does Donald Trump think about it, or what does Joe Biden think about it, or what does Timbuktu think about it? It's what do I personally feel about this? It didn't take me very long, Destiny, to understand that I felt repulsed by the execution of somebody in cold blood with his wife and 2 young children there watching. It's a human reaction. I don't need to know what Donald Trump thinks about it at all. I don't understand why you need to wait for him before your own
I
humanity
don't need to wait
kicks
for
in.
anybody. No, you're not asking how we feel about it. You're asking what the public statements should be. And the public statements should be the president of the United States.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
You're
I'm
asking
not.
me for a public statement
I'm
right
asking,
now.
where is your humanity? You can't just say the murder was
Where is your humanity,
wrong.
peers? You guys are playing into this exactly. I think you probably know it. I think Cornell was right about this. You know where your bread is buttered as well. You guys play into this. It's insane to me that the president of the United States can't say, hey, all of us need to be less violent. We all need to calm the fuck down. That the president of the United States can't say this, but you will endlessly scour Twitter and YouTube for leftists to bring on and say, don't you guys disavow the violence? It's absolutely absurd to me.
You know, Cornel West should have stayed in his seat. We were debating free speech, actually, and whether
You're not debating free
and
speech.
whether
It's not
well, let
even
me
an equivalent
finish. Let me
conversation,
finish,
Piers.
and whether the
It's insane.
overuse of words like Hitler, Nazis, and fascists was actually empowering deranged young minds to think they were battling actual new Hitler, Nazis, and fascists. And actually, when Andrew pointed out to Cornell that he had used the phrase neo-fascist about Trump, that's when Cornell decided he couldn't take part in the debate anymore, when he was reminded of something he had said. He didn't try and deny it. He just said, I don't want to have this debate, and left.
Piers, how long have you been in the United States, like following our politics?
Over 20 years, I've lived and worked in America.
Okay, if you've lived and worked in America, I grew up as a conservative listening to Rush Limbaugh and to Glenn Beck and to Billy Cunningham and to Sean Hannity. You're going to sit here and pretend like Democrats are the ones that started the name calling? I heard them call Obama and the Clinton socialists and communists.
When did I say that?
I heard them call... I'm just saying, why are we pretending that some people...
I'm saying, why did Cornel West...
household?
Why would Cornel West walk out on a debate when we're literally talking about the importance of speech? Makes no sense to me.
If speech is important, then the president should exercise it more cautiously.
So should you.
And Republicans have been... You can't stop
You've got millions of followers and you think it's fine to show them you're mocking a widow.
You cannot choose for your opponent not to fight you.
Fine.
If Republicans
You mocked
won't
a
turn
grieving
down
widow.
the rhetoric... Then who cares? Donald Trump shouldn't have used the rhetoric that led her to being killed. 2 days before she dies,
Who cares that you mocked a grieving widow?
This is all. It's just virtue signaling. You guys are excited about it. You guys love it.
How is it? How is it that you said this guy can't possibly be a leftist?
It's exciting to you. It's insane to me.
Yeah.
No.
How is it that you said this guy can't be a leftist because he grew up in a white Christian household when you grew up in a white Christian household by your own admission just now and you're a fucking leftist, Destiny?
I'm 36 years old. This guy was 22 and he lived at home.
What does that have to do with anything?
Life.
What does that have to do with anything?
I had 20 years to separate myself from my parents' ideology. I didn't live with them still. Jesus.
So 6 months, 1 year, 20 years? Why does it matter how long it took to separate? You just got to say it was impossible. And you yourself are a leftist who grew up in a Christian conservative household, dude. You're the worst hypocrite I've ever seen.
Hold on,
I'm
sorry. You think that a 22-year-old has as much time to separate himself from the ideology that he grew up with as a 36-year-old?
Didn't say
yeah, you just made the comparison, dipshit. Of course you did. It's not.
Let me ask you. Let me jump in. Let me ask Jack. Jack, you know the Kirk family well. You've been around the Kirk family, I think, since this is appalling murder has happened. When you hear Destiny saying, who cares, about the fact that he openly, publicly mocked Erica Kirk, a grieving widow, within literally a day or two of her husband being murdered, how does that make you feel as a friend of the family?
It's very angry, Piers, you know. And here's the thing is she's seeing all of it. She's going to see all of it. Her kids are going to watch this video one day. It's just, that's sort of the nature of reality now. They will see all of this and they will see the reaction. And I just hope that those of us who knew Charlie, worked with Charlie, who knew Charlie beyond the, TikToks and short videos can also be there for those kids as they grow up to let them know who their dad was.
And kids are going to grow up and watch old episodes of Piers Morgan uncensored. How performative is this? Is everybody here? Did we all get like a script before the show? What?
They watch a lot of old episodes of the JFK.
You make the left look so bad, and you don't even realize it. You are seriously so embarrassing.
Okay, yeah.
God.
You can talk to your best friend.
You really
Glenn
are.
Beck about
I mean,
it
like,
later,
you
have
do you
another
feel
30-minute conversation about Anna.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will talk to Glenn Beck about it. Oh, is that is that naughty? Is it
how
naughty?
many conversations have you had with Nick?
You
had more conversations with Nick than anyone.
So mean. Oh no, not the meanies on Twitter.
How many more lawsuits are you going to face from women that you allegedly secretly recorded during intimate moments, Destiny? I can't believe anyone takes you seriously.
Are you really?
You're disgusting.
You're
embarrassing, and you should be shunned from public life with your disgusting treatment of all sorts of people, including young left-wing girls, women
You're turning
that you
more
victimized
blonde
allegedly.
right now in the window.
That's who you
like
are.
2 shades away from being
You're
a Fox News host, Anna.
You embarrass the left. You're the type of person who pushes people away from the left. Make sure you understand that. You're embarrassing. There's no morality with you. There's no grounding values. There's no principles. All you want is attention, 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 attention. That's all you want.
Yeah, of course.
All you want. Endless attention. Say disgusting, provocative garbage.
Another friendly conversation with another mainstream conservative commentator about how you're such a leftist, but those people on Twitter are so mean.
Having a debate or dialogue doesn't automatically mean that you agree with everything they have to say. It means you're coming
together. No, it's when you sit down and you're
exchanging ideas and debating them.
They have to say.
No, I don't agree with everything they have to say. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you do.
I don't agree with everything they have to say. But I'm an adult.
When you sit down and all of your criticisms
have a mature debate or conversation.
And you have no disagreements about anything on the right, yeah, that's called
agreement.
I do have
criticisms for the left. I have tons of criticisms for the right. Tons of criticisms. I'm obviously
they don't seem to come out
pro-choice,
much
for
when you're
instance.
talking to your
I obviously have a
conservative
huge
friends. Oh, the big
problem
guns, yeah.
with the unending, unmitigated support for Israel, regardless of the genocide they're engaging in. I have all sorts of disagreements with the right. That doesn't mean I'm going to dehumanize them and cheer on the slaughter of my fellow Americans because we have disagreements on politics. You're
I
embarrassing.
wish anybody here had the same energy for the president of the United States, but that's good. I'm glad you guys are focused where it really counts on Twitter and
Dude,
YouTube,
you
which
have
is where the
like
conservatives want you to be
TDS,
focused
like
on, you know?
you are like the prototype
TDS,
of TDS.
yeah, there it
It's
comes, yeah.
unbelievable.
The
You
TDS,
wake up every
yes.
morning and you decide your
Yes,
behavior is going to
true.
hinge on Trump.
Tell me more
Who
about the
are you as
dancing
an individual?
Israelis and Building
God, have
7
a little bit
and
of
how
humanity.
the Jews all knew about 9/11
You're a
and they all
sociopath.
want us to go to war
You're
in the Middle East.
a
Yeah, of course.
sociopath.
I'm
Let me
I
bring
never
in-
once said the
Okay.
Jews
Let me
were
bring in
behind
Jack
9/11.
again.
Not
Let me-
once. Don't make things up, you disgusting prick.
Let me
That's
bring
okay,
in
don't
Jack
worry.
again. Let me bring in Jack again. Jack, Peter Navarro earlier was talking about directly to Elon Musk about, in his view, the urgent need for Elon Musk to detoxify X, given that he owns the platform, and that he blamed X for a lot of the toxicity in public discourse. What do you feel about that?
Well, you know, I think there's obviously a tension between, standing and wanting free dialogue and freedom of speech, but also maintaining a line beyond calling for violence and calling for direct violence or direct criminal activity. So, you know, X in its original Twitter fashion, if you go all the way back to, 2012, 2010, when it was really getting going, they used to pretty much the main things that were banned or would get taken down or get accounts banned were posting of direct addresses of people, so doxing, or posting direct threats to violence. And so I think there needs to be that line set of this is acceptable discourse, this is a back and forth, but the idea that a direct call for violence should be banned, I think that's something that I would support.
Andrew, what do you feel about the social media aspect of all this? Do you think that it is culpable to a degree in the surging toxicity of debate about these things?
Look, social media is a tool. And what social media has done right now is it's allowed us to get a glimpse into leftist ideology, finally. Yeah. And we get to see the insane madness that was always there. And the fact of the matter is that, here on the panel right this second, you have a guy who celebrated a multitude of these types of things, including telling his co-host that basically Trump, the worst place that the assassin could have put the bullet was anywhere other than Trump. I mean, I got the clip of him doing it. And so the thing is like what we've noted now, these people are glad. They're glad. They're happy. They love it. I go on TikTok all the time and I debate with these people. It's very clear that leftists are glad that this happened and that they're going to do everything they can to promote more of it. And we're supposed to base our behavior on what the president does or doesn't say. What, like if I had Biden derangement syndrome, I couldn't still come out and condemn political violence? Of course I could. But the thing is
I'm just curious, anybody have any words for the fact that Charlie Kirk said that Biden should have been executed?
Leftists collectively can't seem to do that, though. I don't know why they can't seem to do that.
No, that was fine when Charlie Kirk said that. Okay,
Anna,
gotcha.
Anna, I want to mention something to you, which I was going to talk to Cornel West
Charlie
about.
Kirk was a moderate. He was more moderate than a local electrician.
Yeah, nice pivot.
He was more moderate than a local electrician, and you know
he said
that. By the way,
he said he wanted to see Biden. He said he wanted to see Biden executed.
With the worst,
he
and
said he wanted to see Biden executed. Okay, give me a fucking break.
No, that's not what he said.
About any of this
that's
stuff.
not what he said. He said if you violate criminality and criminal laws, then that will be the case.
All right, I want to ask Anna.
There's not what's performative. What's performative?
Oh, wait, so if I say, oh, well, I think that guy was a criminal, therefore the execution is okay. Somehow that makes everything fine with no investigation, no criminal charges.
You say all the time that your political opponent should be in jail and highest extent of the law. You say it all the time. What are you talking about?
Sorry, no, that's Donald
saying
Trump.
the word performative doesn't mean anything.
The National Guard right now
is just performative.
Investigations into every
that's just
political
performative.
I want to bring Anna back in.
I
want to bring Anna back in.
Performative.
Okay, I want to bring Anna back in because the president-elect of the Oxford Union, probably the most premier debating society in the world, I've done it several times myself, George Aberonye, reportedly posted he did post several comments in a WhatsApp group appearing to celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk. One said, Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's fucking go. Another one was, I think, LOL. This guy is going to be the president of the Oxford Union Debating Society, and yet he is celebrating the murder of somebody he literally debated himself in the Oxford Union in May. I found that terrifying. I mean, he shouldn't still be in the job, because how can you possibly be the head of a debating society when you think the way to debate with people is murder them if they don't agree with you? But again, the gleeful celebration. This is supposedly one of the brightest students in Britain, president of the new Oxford Union Debating Society.
He can't be that bright if he's not considering what a political assassination could potentially lead to. Because where does this end? And that's like one of my biggest issues with a portion of the left. Their inability to see past the current moment, right? You're celebrating it, but what's the long-term goal here? Is the long-term goal to just kind of descend to an environment of endless political assassinations and violence? And if we're going to have the left go up against the right in terms of violence, in terms of bloodshed, in terms of shootings, I don't know. I would just venture to say that the right is probably going to do a better job in, taking people out than the left is. This is just a really disgusting, sick ideology, and we need to move away from it. And again, I want to emphasize your personal behavior, the way you choose to behave and respond to things on a day-to-day basis has an impact. Okay, be the change you want to see in the world. So when you have a huge audience, and that audience of young people who look up to you, who feel inspired by you, hear you essentially minimize political violence or even make excuses for it or deflect by blaming Trump for everything, well, you're essentially indoctrinating people to support and normalize political violence. We can't be doing that. I don't care how people behave on the right. That's not going to have an impact on how I personally choose to behave. I want to be better than that. I want to preach dialogue, okay? Debate, have these conversations. And Charlie Kirk, the last debate he and I had, Destiny would like you to believe that I agree with the right on everything. I don't agree with the right on everything. We debated about whether or not you have to have children in order to care about the future of this country. So we have a debate, and it's fine. He has a right to his opinions. I have the right to mine. If you care about democracy, the democratic process is reliant on having these types of conversations and reliant on not resorting to violence because you're unable to articulate your arguments effectively against the other side. That's what I see this assassination as. Again, it was cowardice. It was disgusting. It was cold-blooded murder, and no one should be celebrating it, and no one should be mocking the family members of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, very well said. I just want to thank all the panel for joining me. Jack, I want to say to you, I can tell by your demeanour today how profoundly impacted you've been by your friend's murder. God. And I'm just very sorry to you as his friend that you've had to endure what must have been a hellish week. And
actual ghouls.
I'd like to send my very best to the family who I know you talked to. And I'm sorry for some of the things you've had to hear from Destiny in this debate. But thank you for coming on despite what you've been going through. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers. I'll convey that to them.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you. Destiny joins us now. Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags at half-mast in memory of Charlie, you posted on X, buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday, ending every Conservative debate call out I'd do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro. That's not what Charlie would have wanted." Do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old
A guy
white
described.
dude. He wasn't
Destiny.
trans. He didn't have a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any trans influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry. Excuse me. When?
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
What you just said
I do
is not
know
true.
the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the
he hasn't made it
you may
clear.
not want
He
to
said
hear
this is
this.
an ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it, Destiny. But the reality is, the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
That's just not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay,
You're living in
you're
a
accusing the
delusional
governor of lying.
fantasy. Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But if it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So you won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why
tell
would you
his side
expect
to
anybody,
calm down?
Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can
Trump
you
go on
answer
TV
this
and say,
question?
all of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
I'm insane right now.
Why
do you
is
think?
your
No, let me
behavior
ask a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me ask a question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the opposing political party.
You have a huge audience of young men who
I'm a
listen to
YouTuber
everything you have to
who
say.
has more
So
young
when
men
you,
following
it
him?
doesn't
Who
matter.
has
You have a
more young
huge
men? It doesn't
audience,
matter.
and because
This
of
is
the fact that
world
you have a
I'm
huge
living in,
audience,
and
you
your
have
brain
a
has been
responsibility
broken by
to
online
not
rhetoric.
turn. No,
And
it
your
hasn't.
brain
It
has
hasn't
been
been broken.
destroyed
Actually care
because
about the
people
country
bullied you on
and want to
Twitter.
bring people together.
If
You do the
you should tell
opposite.
Donald
You
Trump to
represent
tell
the
people
worst
to
of us,
be
Destiny.
less
You're
violent.
embarrassing.
You should tell
You're
Donald.
embarrassing.
All right, let me ask Destiny a question.
Watch how easy this
No,
is.
hang on.
If
Don't all
Trump
shout
were to
at
come out
once,
and say-
please.
If Donald Trump were to come out
Destiny,
and say, hey, we should all be less violent,
Destiny,
I have no problem saying
I have one
absolutely.
question for you,
Why
Destiny.
can't conservatives do that? Why can't conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question for you. Why do you think in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk when she posts an image of her at the coffin side, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United
You
States is
inflame
not
the temperature.
able
You're
to
mocking his
it's
widow.
already inflamed.
You're
What are you
mocking his
talking
widow.
about? We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you mean it's turning up the temperature?
Why did you mock his widow?
Online because
Why did
she's
you
being
mock his
wielded
widow?
as because she's being used as a political weapon right now
Wow.
for conservatives to continue their fight. What do you mean? Wow, she's literally doing.
Her husband just got
ads
murdered.
on email. Yeah, and she's using it to drive up recruitment for
And
a
you
political
can't even
movement.
condemn the murder. You won't
The
condemn
president
it.
can't even tell his side
You're
to
so
turn the temperature
deranged
down.
about Trump
are
that you cannot condemn the
unhinged.
murder
It is such a
because you're
joke,
waiting
and
for
you guys
Donald
sit
Trump
here
to
and
say
make money
something.
off of it. It's
All right, let me
crazy
bring in
to
let me
me
bring
that
in Jack.
Republicans can't
Let me
do
bring
it.
in let me
What a-
bring in
what a
Jack
joke of the
Posobiec.
world.
I gotta
And there
say,
will be there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say
Which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say we all need to turn it down,
Fine.
like Biden could, like Obama could,
Fine.
like the Clintons could, like Kamala could? Why
Fine.
not?
Why can't you condemn the murder of
See,
Charlie
it's
Kirk?
unbelievable. I'm not the president
Why
of the United
can't
States.
you
answer that
condemn
question.
the
It's
murder of Charlie
unbelievable.
Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it. It should be
Yes,
the
it
one that
was.
is driving up
It
the
actually
rhetoric.
was your side that caused it. It was your side.
This guy was raised in a white Christian
He was a
household,
radicalized
in a Christian
leftist
state.
ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what
Just
the
like
investigators
one that killed
are
Melissa
saying.
Was a conservative, just like the people that firebombed Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were
He was not
conservative, just like the Proud
conservative. He was
Boys
a
were conservative.
pro-Palestinian activist
Every
out of
single one of
Harrisburg.
every single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Brzovic, what, the author of Unhuman, another person that Charlie's put a good one, dude.
But I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie
Yes, you are
Kirk.
acting like an unhuman.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump
you were against
condemn violence in this
All
country?
right, you
Why
won't
can't I
condemn
hear
it. Okay, we've
I
all
can't hear it.
heard.
That's insane
We've
to
all
me.
heard you repeatedly refuse to
And
condemn
we've
it.
heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn
Jack
it too. But for some
Posobiec.
reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening that when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging him, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know, all the elections are rigged. It's the radical Democrats. That's insane to me. And then the fixation is, well, who on Twitter and YouTube isn't condemning the violence?
Women are permanent prey every single time they leave the house because of all of these liberal, femme-minded,
And why do you
garbage,
think-
girl feels,
Okay.
girl boss,
And why do you
Netflix,
think-
Piers Morgan,
And what?
bullshit.
Okay, and
it
why
needs
do you
to
think?
end.
And
Women are
Andrew
gonna
Tate.
keep dying.
Andrew Tate, why do you think it is that people think you're a misogynist?
Nobody thinks that.
A couple of nights ago, I interviewed Andrew Tate in what may have been our most explosive interview yet. Just a few minutes after I left the Uncensored studio, news broke that Charlie Kirk had been shot and, as we now know, assassinated. We're going to bring you the Andrew Tate interview in full, unedited and uncensored. But first, Andrew Tate returns to give his reaction to his horrific story. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Uncensored. This all happened just after we finished our interview 2 days ago. Just first of all, your immediate reaction when you heard what had happened to Charlie Kirk.
I was devastated. I was very, very sad about it because he's one of the good guys and he's one of the people who believed in discourse and he believed in speaking and trying to explain with logic why your worldview is better than the opposing. And if we don't have discourse, then all we have left is violence and war. The point of conversation is to avoid the war. The point of conversation is to be able to sit down and be logical enough to come to a conclusion without the need for violence. And it turns out that that's becoming less and less likely in America today.
I mean, it was, you know, as we get more and more information about the shooter, he's 22 years old. He had bullet casings with "Hey Fascist, Catch," O Bella Ciao, which is a reference to an Italian song adopted by the anti-fascist resistance during World War II. And then several sort of slightly ambiguous ones. If you read this, you're gay. LMAO, notices bulges. OWO, what's this? Which is a meme from internet culture associated with the furry craze. When you look at all that in totality, what do you think we're dealing with here in terms of who this person is?
I think America has a lot of problems. I think that it's an extremely politically charged environment, perhaps the most politically charged environment on the planet. Politics is all anyone talks about all day, every day. The judicial system is politicized. The educational system is politicized. You couple in with the fact it's the most medicated country in the world. It's very unusual for someone who grew up in Europe to know a large percentage of his fellow students to be on some kind of anti-anxiety medication, some kind of depression medication. These SSRIs remove the humanity from the mind and just wipe their brain. You couple that with a hateful media, which is constantly spitting out hateful rhetoric, and you're going to have a whole bunch of drones walking around without humanity waiting to receive their slave instructions, and they're going to believe that they're doing the right thing by murdering people as opposed to just talking to them. So America's a very, very interesting place with a lot of problems. It's easy to just blame guns. I think that's pretty shallow to do because you can kill with a car, you can kill with a knife. We need to find out why there's such a spiritual sickness across all of the Western world, especially America.
The governor in Utah gave a pretty powerful address today in which he appealed to people to tone down rhetoric, to get off social media, actually, as much as you can, get back to the real world where 80% of the population exists in America. You're very active on social media. You can be very inflammatory on social media. I mean, some of the tweets you've done since Charlie Kirk's death, the left are evil, murdering scum who kill people or let others kill people. They must be held accountable. They're not the good guys. The compassionate, nice guys want you dead, and they'll do it or encourage us to do it. I get 1,000 death threats a day from these people. We are at war. Civil war was another one. You know, some people will say, all right, Andrew Tate, you are part of the problem. You are yourself spewing pretty toxic stuff out to millions of people, whipping up rather than calming down the problem. What do you say to that?
Well, if you have a point of view, somebody can be radicalized by it, right? If you have any point of view on the planet, somebody can be radicalized by it. And social media, like all things, is a fantastic tool that can do amazing things. But if it's used the wrong way, it can also do very destructive things. I don't think the answer is to start telling people to not talk. I think the answer is more discussion, more debate. Because if you remove debate, the only answer is violence. So I think that it's also my tweets, which you just highlighted, the fact that I do receive death threats. Somebody did try to kill me only a few weeks ago. And then a friend of mine, a guy who I respected, was blasted and I had to watch him bleed out. I think it's pretty fair to say that, of course, my tweets are going to be emotionally charged. We can't get into an area where we say that we can't talk anymore, because that's only going to lead to more violence. We have to be able to speak to each other. And I think that you would agree, perhaps I'm wrong, that it's the left which seem to be the ones who are so obsessed with assassination. It seems to be the left which are more violent. Antifa and their riots trying to assassinate President Trump. An attempt was made on my life. An attempt was made on Nick Fuentes' life. They just killed Charlie Kirk. For us to sit here and pretend that this violence isn't going one way is disingenuous.
I certainly don't think it only goes one way. I certainly think it can go the way of any extremist, that the far right has its own problem with extremists. There have been lots of left-wing politicians and public figures who've been targeted. So I think it's a problem that goes both ways. But I have said for quite a while that the woke mind virus, as Elon Musk calls it, that ideology is extremely dangerous, because the irony of it is you've got this kid who is, purporting to be anti-fascist, but actually using violence and a gun to silence permanently someone whose views he doesn't agree with. The point being, that is the epitome of fascism.
Well, that's exactly it. So the reason this is so dangerous from the left, and it's not as dangerous from the right, is because the people who are on the right live in a version of objective reality. We live in the real world. These people do not live in the real world. If you're going to believe that a man is a woman, and you're going to believe that we should have no borders for our country and unlimited numbers of people can turn up and just steal from us, if you're going to believe that criminals shouldn't go to jail, you're not a person who's sensible. You now have no parameters from which to operate your logic. So if you're going to live in a complete fantasy land, it becomes a lot easier to justify murdering a political opponent than it does if you operate from a frame of rationality. So for that reason, the left are far more dangerous, because all of their ideas are dangerous, because none of them are true. None of them are real. For the same reason it's dangerous for me to say to you, gravity isn't real, you can jump off a building. If you start believing in things that are completely falsified, completely fantasy, then murder is the end result of all of it. So the left is a serious problem across the world. It's a serious problem across America, especially. You add in a spiritual sickness where we have nothing unifying us in the West anymore. We don't share respect for a flag. We don't share respect for the country we're in. We don't share language. We don't share religion. We don't even share economic prosperity anymore. There's literally nothing unifying us. And if you're going to remove the capability to debate and discuss ideas, then you're going to have an absolute civil war. And that's what's so sad, that Charlie Kirk literally was the number one guy trying to speak. He wasn't trying to inflame tensions. He wasn't trying to push violence. He was the guy saying, look, let's talk this through and let me show you why you're wrong. He was the good guy who did the right thing, and he caught a bullet for it. And that is truly devastating.
But when you post civil war, literally one post just said civil war, what do you mean by that? What do you expect?
I mean that civil war is coming if we can't talk to each other.
Well, that's a different sentiment. Had you said that, then fair enough. But just to say civil war is...
Well, did I give a verb?
Well, what you're saying by civil war, you're saying to your followers that you believe there is a state of civil war here. Now, as you know, the Civil War in America was one of the most consequential periods in its history and was waged with gun violence.
Well, I can answer that in two ways. Firstly, if conservatives can't give their opinion and they can't talk openly and freely without catching a bullet, then I guess it is a war. But that wasn't what I was inferring. I was inferring that a civil war is coming if we can't speak to each other and unify behind an idea, especially the idea of being an American. You have now added a verb saying that I was trying to incite civil war, because very much like all other media figures, it's your primary intention.
I didn't add anything.
It's your primary intention to just spin up negative clips and find things that get you
What do you mean
views.
I added?
And that's exactly what the liberal media has always done, which is why conservatives are under permanent attack.
Hang on.
We're going to now sit here and say I'm a violent person.
No, I
and
didn't
then
say
when
that.
someone else turns up at my house attempting to kill me like they did 3 weeks ago,
Why are you
they're
putting
gonna pretend
words-
that has nothing to do with you, Pierce.
Why are you
the liberal
putting-
media in and
Okay,
of
you
itself
can
is
keep
truly
talking.
disgusting. It's the reason why Charlie Kirk had to eat a
if you let
bullet.
me respond
because the
to
liberal
you-
media convinced this guy who's been probably looks like he's on SSRIs to me, that Charlie Kirk was the heart of evil when he truly wasn't. So please do not, in this conversation about a fallen comrade, do not do the exact thing the media always do and the exact thing that ended up getting him killed. Do not say I said something I didn't say, and do not give some
Can I
garbage
get a word in?
inference trying to get a bunch of clicks
Can I say
on your
something?
channel. You may need money, but I don't, sir. So I don't care
let me
about
just
clicks.
respond.
You may be broke. I'm not. I didn't say let's go to civil war.
If I may
didn't say let's
respond-
start a civil war.
If I may
said this will
respond,
end it. I
you
said
can keep
civil war
talking,
because
Andrew,
that's
or
where
you
it's
can
gonna
shut
end.
up. I never added any verb. I literally read your post was 2 words.
And neither did I.
Civil war. I never
Neither did
added
I.
a
You
verb.
inferred,
So the whole
sir.
pretext
You
for your
inferred.
whole pretext for your little rant about me is based on a lie, which the viewers will know was a lie because they heard what I said. I never added any words to your post. I read out the words civil war and asked you what you meant
know what
by
the
it.
word infer
You then
means?
clarified it. You then clarified it, and I would say to you in return that if you don't want people to misinterpret your post, then maybe post what you actually mean rather than posting the words civil war, which I think are
posted what I meant.
incendiary.
Thank you very much. It's clear that conservatives are under attack by a rabid left-wing sect of the population, which is being radicalized by media figures, very much like yourself. That is clear. We just saw a man bleed to death in front of his wife and children, purely because the media convinces everybody at home that he is evil somehow for having an opinion.
There is an
opinion
irony.
which is
There is an irony.
controversial.
Okay.
And MSNBC and all of these people who do this, even after his death, were constantly trying to make excuses for the shooter.
Yeah.
It is disgusting.
Okay.
So and I know you don't care, Pierce, but a man tried to come into my house and stab me 3 weeks ago. So for you to infer I'm saying that we need to have a civil war, it's actually quite heinous. So please be careful, sir.
I'm not the one who said civil war. You are.
I said civil war, and then you tried to infer. You tried to sit and ask and infer that I'm trying to promote violence.
I asked you what you meant by
talked
it.
about how my tweets are inflammatory, and you're trying to say that I promote violence. Then you read those tweets out because you're inferring I'm a violent person, so that some idiot at home is going to watch this and believe that I deserve to die. And I'm telling you that I'm here. I understand you need views. I understand you need clicks. I understand you're poor. I'm not. I'm here. I don't give a shit about the views. Do not infer I said something I did not say. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I didn't, as everybody who watches this knows, so you just lied. Andrew Tate, thank you very much. Well, now, here is that extraordinary interview from earlier this week, as it was recorded in real time. Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day is designed to boost your energy and support weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. And don't just take their word for it. Here are just a few of their success stories. England football legend Michael Owen lost 40 pounds. Robbie, the face of AFTV, dropped over 100 pounds. Linda, a top law firm executive, lost 50 pounds. And Anita, an immigration lawyer, shed 60 pounds. To watch their full stories and find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, and get 70% off your first order. Get 70% off with the promo code PEERS. The line between social media scandals and real-world anger is increasingly non-existent. Instead, they're codependent. A small movement can rapidly become a nationwide phenomenon. A shocking but local incident can trigger global indignation. But the root cause of it all and the motives behind it can both get lost in the noise. This summer's Raise the Colours campaign is a case in point, a big push to hoist the English flag across the country has entangled fair-minded protest and patriotism with propaganda and prejudice. People are angry, but not everything they're angry about is true. The same can be said about the brutal murder of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on a train in North Carolina. Justified online fury over the appalling footage has sparked a massive furore, prompting even the US president to intervene. But some people believe it's only become a racial scandal because of bad faith actors on social media. Andrew Tate understands these issues well, and he joins me now. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Uncensored.
Cheers.
I've not spoken to you since, obviously, a massive development in your life. I need to talk about the elephant in the room off the top. You're facing 10 charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for gain, relating to 3 women in the UK. And your brother Tristan faces 11 charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking. What is your response to that development in your life?
My response is very simple, Piers. It was the UK Foreign Office that wrote to the Romanians in 2023 and said I was a national security threat because I had too much influence over the young men of the country. They told the Romanians to get me off the internet. The Romanians arrested me and, as you know, spent 3 years accusing me of things that were not true. The Romanians threw the entire case out because it's garbage and there never was a case. Once the Romanians throw their case out, then the British state brings up some garbage. I'm considered a national security threat to the Matrix, and all they do is lie. You have seen, and we have spoken multiple times throughout this fiasco of what's happened to me in Romania, and I've yet to have a court case or ever be convicted of anything ever. This is a deep state operation by the UK Foreign Office trying to stop me from doing the one thing I'm intent on doing, which is saving the British state from themselves.
Will you come back to the United Kingdom to stand trial?
Absolutely. I'm not scared of these people. They're lying and they know they're lying. I beat the Romanian system, sir. You do understand this is the most corrupt country in Europe. You do understand that if there was even 1% truth to any of their accusations, I'd be under the jail. I'm sure you know that very well. They couldn't even find a victim. It is all invented. The UK Foreign Office specifically wrote to the Romanians and said, get him off the internet. I have the paperwork. The second I'm there in the UK, I'll be sitting with you, unless I'm remanded, with that piece of paper showing you this is a setup from an intelligence agency because I'm considered a national security threat because young men listen to me instead of their propaganda. It is a lie. And anybody, after Lucy Connolly and everything else they've done to everybody after the Southport attacks, if anybody has any faith left in the British justice system, they need their head checked. All of it's a lie. All of the accusations a lie. All of the media is a lie. It's a scam. And Piers, you know it is. You know I've done nothing wrong.
I don't know that.
Yes, of course you do. Even you.
I don't know.
Even
I don't know. I don't know.
Even you,
I don't know. Just to be
with
clear,
your limited faculty,
listen, Andrew,
understand very well that I am clearly the target of the system.
Andrew, I know what you say about this. I also believe that everyone's entitled to a fair trial. I believe everyone's innocent till proven guilty. And I believe in the British justice system. If you say you're going to come back and face trial, that seems to me to be the best way for the evidence to be properly examined in a British court of law, and your fate will be determined in that way, as it is for many other people. I don't know.
Believe in the British
I've not been around
system,
you in your environment. I don't know. I don't know whether you're innocent or guilty. How would I know?
Well, you do know I'm innocent. I can see it all over your face, Piers.
No, you can't.
Of course I can.
I don't know what you're guilty of or innocent of.
Well, you sat there and told me that Israel wasn't committing a genocide and you were wrong. And you told me that the vaccine was important and you were wrong. And you told me that I was going to go to jail in Romania and you were wrong. So your whole life you've been wrong.
I didn't.
So
I did. Well,
okay,
just to be clear.
That's a setup and a scam.
Just to be clear.
I'm innocent completely.
Just to be clear, I did not. Just to be clear.
You get educated. And I am telling you,
all right,
I'm
keep
innocent.
shouting.
So you should listen to me.
Okay. Just to be clear, I never told you anything about what would happen in the Romanian system other than I would await the justice system to play out there. On genocide with Israel, I still don't think it is at the bar of genocide because no other official body has said that it is genocide yet. I will wait and see how that plays out. So you make a lot of claims about what I've said, but none of it bears relation to reality. You said about vaccines. What did you say about vaccines?
Firstly, I think we should I'm going to do you a favor here, sir. I think we should move on. Because for me to destroy you over vaccines in Israel again, I mean, this will be the fourth iteration of these conversations. If you're waiting for the official body of Israel to admit they're doing a genocide, we're going to be waiting for a long time. And if you believe in the British justice system after everything they've just done and the bullshit they've locked people up for, you're an idiot. So let's just move on from this into something that's actually interesting to discuss because everybody at home knows you're wrong.
Okay, that's actually demonstrably not true, but I'm happy to move on. And for what it's worth, as I think I said to you last time, I believe the COVID vaccines saved a lot of lives. They weren't perfect. Like all vaccines, there were problems associated with it, but I believe they saved a lot of lives. You don't agree? I believe that. so we can, I hope, respect each other's opinions. But let's go on to why I think you wanted to come on Uncensored today. Well, why don't you tell me why you wanted to come on today?
Because what happened to that poor Ukrainian girl on the bus is absolutely disgusting. And I'm here because I think it ties into the Raise to Colors campaign. And I'll be actually perfectly honest with you. The reason I am here is to hopefully, as a half black, half white man, inspire white people to once again defend themselves and defend their nations, because they are clearly being genocided. They are the most subjugated, the most prejudiced, the number one race which has to suffer from the most prejudice on the planet in the world today. And I'm waiting for them to stand up for themselves and stick up for themselves. And I'll tell you why. I have children from multiple women, and I am racially ambiguous in many ways. When I go to Egypt, people talk to me in Egyptian. And some people say I look white, some people say I look mixed race. I get called all of these things. But when I have children with a black lady, the children are black, and I have Chinese children, and I have Turkish children, and I have many white children. And I know that my Turkish children have a place they can go where they will not be subject to violence because of their skin color. As the same with my Chinese and black children. There's many places on the earth they're going to be free to grow up when I'm gone. I'm very worried for my white daughters, because I don't think they're going to have a country anywhere left on this planet in less than a decade where they're not going to be a victim or a target for potential rape or violent crime purely because of the color of their skin. And it is down to white people to finally grow a backbone and stick up for yourselves, because you're being genocided. This is from a mixed race man. You are being genocided, and you know you are. That's why I'm here.
So you don't think that black people suffer from similar crime? There's nothing more important than good sleep, and it's probably time you upgraded yours, as I have, with our sponsor, Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn mattresses deliver top-tier quality, honest pricing, and true American craftsmanship. They've won awards, and they are one of the very few brands to be endorsed by the American Chiropractic Association. My Aurora Lux mattress was handcrafted in their Arizona factory and delivered directly to my door. You can start with their sleep quiz to find your perfect match in just minutes, and they offer a 120-night comfort trial. If you don't love it, they'll help you to return it or swap it hassle-free. Go to brooklynbedding.com and use my promo code PEERS, that's P-I-E-R-S, for up to 30% off site-wide. This offer is not available anywhere else. Go to brooklynbedding.com and use promo code PEERS for 30% off. And make sure you mention Piers Morgan Uncensored at brooklynbedding.com, promo code PEERS.
In what way? Do I think black people kill black people?
No. Do you think black people suffer from crime? Do you think they are also
suffers from crime? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I would argue, and perhaps I'm wrong, but that's never happened before, that a black person isn't killed because of the color of their skin. They're going to be killed because there's some other drug dealing debt for them to deal with in inner city Chicago. That young girl was killed because she was white. It was a hate crime, and she was targeted.
We don't actually know that.
Of course we know that.
No.
I'll show you how we know that.
No.
Piers,
I know what you're going to
everything. Let me
say,
show
because
you
I've
how we
already
know that.
debated it. The reality of the situation, you had a severely mentally ill, probably schizophrenic.
I don't give.
I'm about to tell you.
If people are mentally ill.
Let's deal with some
This is a
facts. Then you
cop-out.
can. Let's deal with some facts. Then you can give me your opinion. That's how this works, right? He is heard on tape saying, "I got the white girl." Okay, that suggests a potential racial motivation.
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay, but we don't actually know. And I do think, as I've said publicly, I do think the mainstream media has behaved in a very hypocritical manner. If that had been the other way round, and you'd had a white man killing a beautiful young black girl and saying, "I got the black girl," it would have instantly been a huge story covered by mainstream media in a very aggressive manner. The fact that this was ignored for several days was an indication to me that there was
That
a
white
decision
people are
taken.
a victim of prejudice.
Yeah, so I think there was a clear bias exposed in the way it was ignored. So I would agree with you about that. But I do think it's important to point out this guy had been in and out of prison 14 times, should never have been let out, but is clearly mentally ill, probably schizophrenic. We don't actually know what motivated him to kill this poor Ukrainian
Yes, we do.
woman. And the reason it's important is that once we do establish more information and more facts, we can make a more considered opinion. One of the issues I have with you, Andrew, and a lot of other people, is that there's always a rush to judgment. And the problem with rushes to judgment is later information may contradict what you're feeling in the moment. I remember in the riots that erupted after we had a young black boy killing those poor white girls. right? There was a rush to judgment that he'd come in illegally on a boat on the south coast of the UK. It turned out that wasn't the case. So I believe in waiting for facts and information and then casting a judgment. And I think my criticism of you in these situations is you have immediately decided that was the motivation, therefore it's a racist hate crime, and that's it. And I would argue to you, why don't you give it a bit of time? Why don't you wait for more information and make a more considered opinion?
Okay, first things first, if we're going to talk about waiting for information, you shouldn't have told me that Israel was not committing a genocide on October 8th. You've been proven wrong. That's the first thing. The second thing, he said, I got that white girl. You're going to pretend that doesn't matter as if it's not proof
I didn't
enough.
say it didn't matter.
Third thing,
I said it
don't
suggests
care
a
if he's
racial
mentally ill.
motivation.
Everybody who stabs somebody is mentally ill. This mentally ill bullshit, I don't know where this has come from, where someone's a criminal, but they're mentally ill. Every single person who commits murder is mentally ill. Every single person who commits necrophilia is mentally ill. Every single person who believes they can get in and out of a bank with money without getting caught has some kind of mental disorder. They're all mentally ill. I don't care about mentally ill. And here's the final nail in the coffin to your asinine argument, sir. Why did he not stab anyone else on the bus? Because he was already on a bus with 4 people and he didn't touch them. If he's so mental, if he can't control his mind, why didn't he stab any of those? Is it because everyone else on the bus was black? The first white person he sees, he kills and says, I got that white girl. And you don't believe that's enough proof for a court of law to determine that was a racially motivated attack?
It wouldn't be enough proof at the moment for a court of law, no. Absolutely, I believe that. But that's because I've covered many court cases and you haven't. No, as a journalist, I just prefer, I prefer in waiting for more information.
Black people on the bus this person, who I will agree was probably deranged, although I give no merit to that, although it does not garner any sympathy from me, he clearly had something wrong with him. This person was radicalized by a leftist media machine, which blames every single thing on white people, which says that white people are the devils, that everything white people have done is wrong, that their entire history is wrong, and that they deserve the bad things that happen to them.
You have no idea. You have no idea that he
demonize an entire race endlessly. We're going to end up having a few idiots who act on that.
But Andrew,
and that's what this man did.
But
because
Andrew,
of the media. The leftist media are complicit in what happened to this poor young girl.
Actually, you have absolutely no idea if anything you've just said is remotely true.
I have absolute certainty that it is a fact.
None of it. It's not a fact. If it was a fact, we'd all be.
It is a fact.
No, it's not a fact yet. That's the point. This is my point. Again,
the
off you go.
Media has done
off you go,
but
making a series of assumptions.
For as long, okay, all right. If you want to be smart, let me prove you wrong.
I'm not being smart. I'm just saying it's not a fact.
Once again, this is Piers. I'm well versed in you by now. This is easy. Let me ask you a question. If there's an Islamic terror attack, like the London bombings, and then Abu Hamza, Mr. Hook, Captain Hook, he ends up going to jail for a very long time. He didn't blow anything up, but no, he was talking about how Islamic terror attacks should happen because he believes that people deserve them because of his personal worldview. He was instigating so that some idiot would listen to him with less brains than him and then go and murder. What is the difference between that and what the leftist mainstream media is doing by constantly demonizing white people constantly and endlessly?
Well,
there's always going to be some
you're raising.
who's mentally impaired
Allow me to respond.
Who's going to act upon
Allow me to respond.
We're locking up Islamic extremists for discussing violence against
Allow
people
me
who
to
are not
respond.
Muslim. We should also be locking up anybody who is demonizing an entire race, demonizing all of their history, and demonizing them to the point where they cannot get on a bus. They can't get on public transport without worrying about being murdered. And I have a future on this planet where I'm not here. There's a future on this planet where my white daughters exist and I am gone. And they will be victims and targets unless white people start standing up for themselves, standing up for their beliefs, and standing up for their nations. Because you're the only race which is being erased. You're the only one. Nobody is invading and erasing any other race. Only you white people. And you seem to sit there and wonder, oh, maybe it's not too bad. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because of that. It doesn't matter. The world is tribal. You're not going to exist much longer if you don't stick up for yourselves. And you are clearly targets of an orchestrated campaign. There is a campaign which is designed to demoralize and eradicate you. And there are a few idiots who listen to this campaign and act on it savagely in real time on your public transport systems that you pay for with your taxes.
When you stop shouting.
Let me ask you a question, Pierce.
Well, why don't you just stop shouting for a moment and let me respond?
Majority of taxes to import white people who don't work to replace them?
No other race on the planet would commit suicide to this level besides the white man.
Yeah.
And I'm here to encourage the white man to stand up for himself.
Since you mentioned taxes, you could explain why the police had to seize more than £2 million from your brother for failing to pay tax on revenue from your online businesses.
Great way to change subject. Why did the British state try and steal my money? Well, considering the British state, the Foreign Office meddled in a foreign country's prosecution service and wrote them a letter and asked the intelligence services of Romania to get me off the internet. I guess, since I'm a national security threat, all bets are off. Of course they stole my money. Of course they do. They do anything they can to me because they consider me the enemy.
But you avoided paying tax. So you raise the issue of being a taxpayer.
They do.
Well, you raise the issue of being a taxpayer.
They want to get rid of the man who talks about the problem.
All right.
And if the UK doesn't have enough issues.
At some point, you need to stop talking.
Let me ask you a question, sir. All of the knife crime that's happening in London, all of the blood that's running on the streets, considering you can't even wear a nice watch in that city anymore, is it white people or black people who are doing the stabbing? I'm half white, half black. You can't offend me. Just tell me the truth.
And who are most of the victims?
Who's doing all the killing?
And who are most of the victims?
Well, some of them are black. Some of them are white. It doesn't matter.
Actually, the vast majority are black. So
I
your
don't
whole
care if
argument,
blacks kill
the whole
only
argument
blacks.
you've been
Blacks
shouting
shouldn't
about,
be killing people.
the whole argument you've been shouting about for the last 10 minutes, you've just exposed yourself as being a misleading argument.
Absolutely not. I don't care if black people kill only blacks. I don't care if black people only kill Chinese. Black people shouldn't be killing. There is an issue within the black community which is leading them towards violence. We can discuss whether it's genetic. We can discuss whether it's cultural. We can discuss whether it's systemic. We can discuss that. But it is asinine and ignorant to pretend that there is not a culture within the black community which is leading to violence. There clearly is. There clearly is. And that needs to be addressed. I say this as a half black man myself. My father was black. Half of my family is black. But I'm not blind.
You've all heard me talking about Jacked Up Fitness and their incredible all-in-one home gym. It's a perfect solution for people who are short on time and money but still want to get fit. And wherever you work out, you should take a look at the all-new Shake Weight. 15 years ago, the original Shake Weight shook the world. Now the legend returns, bigger and better. Science has now caught up with the vital importance of explosive power and fast-twitch muscle training, which Shake Weight delivers for beginners, heavy lifters, and serious athletes alike. It works by using spring-loaded weights to send shockwaves of energy through your whole upper body, forcing muscles to contract up to 240 times a minute. Beginners can tone their arms, shoulders, and chest. Big lifters can prime their upper bodies between sets. All of this in less than 6 minutes for under $60. Get the all-new Shake Weight by Jacked Up Fitness at jackedupshakeweight.com. That's jackedupshakeweight.com. I've just said to you that I know that there is a big problem with young black men in London committing knife crime, and the vast majority of the victims of that knife crime are also black. That is just a statistical fact, right? So it just flies slightly in the face of your white genocide nonsense, which I call nonsense because there is no evidence of a white genocide.
Of course there is.
No, there isn't.
Of course there is.
No,
White
there isn't.
people are losing their countries in real time. White people are less percentage of the population of Earth than they've ever been.
Do you even know
White
what
people's
genocide
history is
means?
being replaced.
Do you know what
there's no white
genocide means?
genocide? They're literally disappearing from the planet, sir.
This may explain why you keep saying genocide about Israel from October the 8th onwards. You said it was a genocide. It may be you don't understand what a genocide actually is.
Of course I do. I very clearly understand what a genocide is.
Well, if you think it's to do with white people in England, you don't understand what genocide is, do you?
That is a genocide. The level of psyop, which has been orchestrated upon the white person to give up all of their love of their history, to believe that all of their ancestors' work doesn't count, to believe that their God-given lands aren't theirs, to believe that they have no right to live in harmony or racial cohesion with anyone around them. The level of psyop that's been inflicted upon the white man is absolutely monumental, perhaps the largest psyop in history. Let me ask you, why did the British Empire give its lands back?
What do you mean?
Well, the British Empire, the British had the largest empire in history. Why did we give Uganda back or the Caribbean? Why did we give it back?
Because we took a lot of that land to start with.
Because we took it. Because it is their land given to them by God. This was the assumption that the British state came up with. We can't take someone else's land. It's theirs. It was given to them by God, and they have an ancestral right to that land. So what right does that give the white person to the countries that they settled? What right does that give the white person to England? because it's his ancestors and his land. He has a God-given
If you're
right.
so exercised about England, why don't you come and live here?
Well, I intend on being your prime minister soon, Piers.
Well, you're going to find that quite hard if you're living in
I'll be
Romania.
the prime minister of the UK.
No, but you decided to live in another country. You left the country. You purport to be incredibly concerned about how we spend our taxes, but you yourself didn't pay the taxes that you owed, according to the authorities. That's why they took
According to
$2
the
million.
corrupt authorities,
Okay, you denied.
yes.
You deny. I just assume you deny every wrongdoing you've ever been accused of, and you may well be the victim of the greatest miscarriage of justice ever seen in the history of mankind. Or maybe you're just a bullshitter and you are guilty. I don't know.
If I was guilty, why am I not in jail, Piers?
I don't know. We'll see, right? I believe in letting justice do its course, right? But we'll see, right? But on the relation to the...
Was Julian Assange guilty of rape?
Let me just come back to a point I want to make.
No, let me ask you, because for 12 years he was a rapist.
I'm actually doing the interview.
Delmarsh, and then all of a sudden he got let out, and no one talks about his imaginary victim anymore.
I want to make a point.
Turns out they just made it up to get rid of the guy because he was a problem for the Matrix.
Let me just...
He raped someone in
Let's
Sweden.
talk about the Matrix in a moment.
Who's his victim?
Okay.
Oh, and she never existed.
Okay.
As soon as he deleted WikiLeaks and agreed to their little plea bargain, she was gone. Very much like my victims never existed.
I want to make the point to you.
It is a scam, and you should know better by now.
Okay. I want to make the point to you that when you talk about the issue of the Ukrainian woman killed in the train incident in the United States, that actually when you go off in your huge rant that this person was motivated by a left-wing agenda of hating white people and blah, 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 it reminds me of what you did in the UK after that young black boy killed those 3 white girls.
I can be right twice.
Is that you made? But you were wrong there in the assumption.
I wasn't wrong.
You were wrong in the assumptions you made that he was an illegal migrant come over on the small boats.
No,
right? You were wrong.
My assumption was that he shouldn't be there.
Fine, that's fine. He was born in. He was
you
born
must
in the
be
UK.
A guest
You might have a
in
view.
Nations that you are not native to.
My point
you
is.
behave well
my point is, you rushed to judgment and you were wrong. And you're rushing to judgment with this guy, and I don't know the truth, and nor do you. What I do think is it was a heinous murder, a disgusting incident, and that the mainstream media failed the American public in refusing to report it properly. And even now when they're reporting it, they're trying to do it through the prism of right-wing MAGA people trying to turn it into a race row, when in fact the guy is on tape saying, I got the white girl. I want to know more about that. I want to know more about his background and whether he did this for racially motivated reasons. And the tape is certainly a part of that investigation. But I think when you rush to judgment and you have your platform, it's incredibly dangerous, Andrew. I get so many young men in particular, teenage boys, early 20s, who come up and ask me about you and our interviews and what I actually think about you. You know that. You have a big influence and a big reach. But you
Perhaps
talk
the largest.
But all right. But they hear you make a big rant about protecting women's rights and so on, right? But only today, on your X account, to millions of people, you've said this: stop letting women vote. Stop giving women position as judges. Stop giving women political appointments. As soon as only men run government and law, all the problems disappear. Women now understand that without male protection, they're nothing but victims. You are not a girl boss. There is no such thing. Crying for Iriana is a wake-up call for females. And honestly, I don't think I've ever read a more ludicrously misogynistic, hypocritical load of claptrap in my life.
Answer you
How can you pretend to be standing up for women's rights when actually what you want to do is subjugate women of all their rights? How do those two things sit without you being a brazen hypocrite?
You are conflating subjugation with protection. It turns out that it's the big, evil, mean misogynists who say that his woman shouldn't have to work in a pizza parlor or that she can't defend herself on a bus or that she shouldn't be walking outside alone, I should go with her. It's us big, evil, mean misogynists who actually care about women.
You don't even want women to vote.
It is the
You don't even want to give women the right to vote.
The liberals, the Democrats, the idiots who are going to sit there and pretend that a woman should be able to make her own money and take a public transport alone and sit next to a black guy and not worry about it. All of their worldviews led to her murder. I remember when I spoke to you on October 8th, and I said, why women don't have jobs. You said, why don't your women have jobs?
What
My
you're
answer
saying,
is simple, because if they have a job, they
is
might
absolute.
get stabbed to death.
Yeah, but Andrew,
because society is broken down.
Andrew,
we built society specifically
what you're
for the
saying,
reason that women used to have to walk around with a permanent male chaperone.
Yeah.
And society was built so that women could go outside and interact with the world without a chaperone.
Yeah.
Society was built by evil, misogynistic men. And then these feminists came along and destroyed it all. I believe in protecting women because I don't believe they can fight. If that makes me a misogynist, so be it.
No, the
women
reason
like men who protect.
let me respond.
No woman wants to be seen as a man's equal
Andrew,
in the realm of martial combat.
The
and
reason
me saying that is women who vote for these DEI policies,
I'm going to try and talk.
Women who vote for liberalism.
I'm going to try and talk.
Women who vote for open
Let
borders.
me talk.
A female judge let him out.
Okay.
And this is a wake-up call to all women to listen to the bad guys.
Oh, they've had the wake-up call.
The bad guys want you alive, and the good guys,
Stop talking.
the wimps, want you stabbed in the neck and dead.
Stop talking. So you, again, just to repeat, you said this today in your rant. Stop letting women vote. Stop giving them positions as judges. Stop giving them political appointments. As soon as only men run government and law, all the problems disappear. Women now understand that without male protection, they're nothing but victims. I can't think, do you even understand how misogynist that is?
Well, let me ask you a question. Who votes for liberalism? Who votes for soft on crime? Who votes for open borders? Who votes for DEI? By and large, male or female, which sex is it?
Wow, you're really doubling down, aren't you?
What was the gender of the judge who let this man out his 14th time in court? Male or female?
Wow.
Female.
Wow.
Why was this woman going to work and ride in the tram late alone at night instead of thinking this is dangerous or I need to find a man to take care of me? Why was she doing this? Because she probably believed that she can go and fend for herself and deal with herself out in the world. She doesn't need male protection. Bad things happen when we ignore reality. I'm not a misogynist and I'm not a racist. I am a realist, sir. I am a realist. White people are being subjugated and genocide.
You're blaming
that
this.
Is clear.
So just to be
women
clear,
need to understand that it takes a bad guy to beat a bad guy. And the big, evil, mean, toxically masculine misogynist, let me tell you something. I'm the only guy on that tram who would have killed that guy before he got off of it. I would have took the knife off him and stabbed him in his neck. Only me. No one else did.
Very
so
macho.
It takes a bad guy to beat a bad guy.
Very macho of you, but what you're basically inferring is that she brought this on herself.
No, what I'm inferring
is
that society was built to protect women. And when you protect something, you must restrict something. We have taken that restriction, we've taken that protective instinct, conflated it into subjugation. You did it at the beginning of this questioning. You tried to say
when you remove a woman's right to vote, when you remove a woman's right to work and vote, and all these other things, you are reducing women to your chattel.
The society we live in now, women are permanent prey every single time they leave the house because of all of these liberal, femme-minded,
and why do you think
girl feels, girl boss,
and why
Netflix,
do you think
Piers Morgan,
and what
bullshit,
and why do you think and Andrew
Tate,
Tate, why do you think it is that people think you're a misogynist?
Nobody thinks that.
You don't understand why, do you? You can't even get it as you spew this stuff.
Oh, I understand that there's weaponized virtue. I understand that
it's not
liberals,
weaponized virtue.
I understand, sir.
You don't believe in women's rights.
I understand the
You
same
don't believe in women's rights.
refuse to report on this woman dying. Say I'm a bad guy.
Yeah, but you're trying to portray
understand that.
yourself.
I just don't care.
You're trying
because
to
they're
portray.
clearly
Okay,
corrupt.
stop shouting. You're trying to portray yourself as the savior of women, but
No,
you at the same
I know.
time,
No, I'm not.
You
No,
at the
I'm
same
not.
time you want to remove all their rights. You're a
What I'm
despicable
trying to say to you-
misogynist. That's all you
protection. What I'm trying to say to you is that protection comes with a degree of restriction. That is the basic
They can't
premise of
vote.
protection.
They can't
Firstly.
work. They can't have
Secondly,
meaningful
if you're going to
jobs.
say
They
that the
can't
media
help
is
run
saying I'm a
governments.
misogynist,
What
considering
can
the
women
media
do
is
in
working
your
with the
world?
deep state to try and
What
get me off
can
the
women
internet,
do in your
and
world,
it's the same
Andrew?
media who won't even report about this poor girl's killing.
Never
is
mind
somehow
poor
an
girl.
omen
What,
on me
what
as
about the way
opposed to
you're
you
talking
making
about
me believe
women?
liars.
What
is
about the way you're?
incredible.
What about the way you're talking about women?
How am I talking about them?
In the
I'm saying
most-
that women voting and women not
Yeah.
listening to men or letting men protect them,
Yeah.
or female judges put us in this position.
Yeah.
That is true.
You think
I'm
women
saying
should
that it's
be?
a man's job?
You think
to
women
build
should stay at home? Do you?
society, and if we
Women
do
should
that,
stay at
we
home,
have
yeah?
a degree of control. Pierce, I
Should women
tell
stay
my
at home,
daughters
Andrew?
what time to be home. Is it
Okay.
because I'm a horrible misogynist and I
No.
subjugate them,
Should
or is
women?
it because I care about them?
Right, do you believe that women should stay at home
I
and
asked
just be?
you a question and you've asked a
No,
lot.
I'm asking you the
I tell my
questions.
daughters what time to
I'm
be home.
asking you the
Is it
questions.
because I'm a misogynist?
You can
or is
shout
it
as
because
much
I
as
love
you
them?
want. It won't make any difference.
So
Do you
are you gonna
believe?
answer the question?
Do you believe a woman's place is at home? No work, no job, no right to vote, no right to be in a government, no right to be a judge. Do you believe all those things?
I believe a woman has a different set of skills than a man. And I believe that when it comes to the protection of society, and society is primarily the protection of women and children, that is the duty of men. Decisions around that, e.g. judge, should be made by men. Enforcement, e.g. police, should be made by men. And the best prevention, the best cure is to avoid something happening in the first place. Therefore, restrictions should be made by a man who cares about the woman. That is why my daughters have a curfew. Not because I'm a misogynist, not because I want to subjugate them, not because I'm an evil person, because I care about them and I love them and I protect them by keeping them away from possible scenarios instead of having trying to run in like Rambo. The scenario's already begun.
Yeah, by keeping them at home.
Yes, if I want my daughter to be safe, she has to be home at a certain time. If that makes me a bad person, Piers, you can call up the rest of the liberal media, the same media who don't report on a woman getting stabbed in the neck, and you can do a big expose about how Andrew Tate's daughters have a curfew.
What skills do you want your daughters to have?
I want my daughters, very much like the other women in my life, to be as happy as possible, to feel protected, to feel safe. And I want them to focus on the number one thing they're good at. I really pray that my daughters have children with a man they love, ASAP, and focus on motherhood. I think that's the best thing for my bloodline. I think it's the best thing for their happiness. I think it's the best thing for society. Because, you know, this conversation could go on for 6 hours. There's many things you don't know. But the only reason these savages are in our country in the first place is because in the Western world, the native people have stopped reproducing. And that is a conversation which is 3 hours long about all the reasons why. White people don't have babies anymore. GDP is all made up. The Ponzi scheme, which is pensions, is about to collapse. We now have to import a whole bunch of psychopathic third worlders, and people are going to get stabbed and die for it. So what I will do, because I will do my very best to try and contribute to society by every metric, is encourage my daughters to find a man they love and have as many children as they possibly can. That's what I'll encourage my daughters to do.
And what if one of them wants to
job? To have kids that need to be alive.
What if one of them wants to go out and work?
Past 8 o'clock because Dad says so.
And what if one of your girls says, "Hey, Dad, can I go out and get a job?" Your answer is no, is it?
My answer is, why do you need a job?
No, your answer would be no, right? Just to be clear.
My answer would be convince me, but most likely no. But maybe they can convince me. Maybe they can say we need to save the turtles.
And if they say, I want to have a right to vote in my country, your answer. If your daughters say, and if your daughters say they want to vote,
the answer would be no.
And if your daughters,
what's so tragic, Piers? You know what's so tragic about this case we're not talking about? The majority of women who ran away from Ukraine ended up in Dubai as a sugar baby to a millionaire. This poor girl tried to do the right thing. She's the only one who wasn't chasing money. She wasn't the only one being a sugar baby. She wasn't the only one selling herself. She went to a terrible part of America, North Carolina. I don't know why she's there of all cities. And she's working in a pizza parlor, making minimum wage, probably trying to retain her dignity and respect instead of selling out to some rich guy. And she gets stabbed in the neck. We are forcing women into basic prostitution now because they can't have a job. Why do all these women do OnlyFans? They can't go out and have a job. Why do all these women share rich men? They can't go out and have a job. Why do all these women move to Dubai? They can't go out and have a job. If you're a pretty girl in Memphis, Tennessee, you can't work at a pizza parlor. You can't go outside. You can't walk down the street. You can't get a taxi.
What's a load of crap?
The seventh girlfriend to a millionaire, do OnlyFans.
What a load of absolute crap.
Have a rich father.
And by the way,
how destroyed our society.
And by the way, how could you?
Society is so wrecked. Women can't even work jobs anymore.
Forgive me.
So sad about this
stop talking.
She was doing the right
Stop talking. Forgive me, but irony just died. Are you really lambasting people for doing OnlyFans when you ran a webcam operation?
I didn't lambast. I said that's what they're going to do.
Right.
Because women are not safe to do
anything
else.
You literally paid them to do a similar thing on webcam.
10 years ago, I had a webcam company, correct.
So you literally did the same thing.
I'm not anti-OnlyFans.
That's how you employed women.
That women cannot work jobs anymore. This is why nightlife has died. Women don't go out anymore. You know why London has absolutely no nightlife? What girl
when were you last out in London?
On a Thursday night is going to walk around at 2 a.m.
When were you last out in London?
None. The whole city is gone.
When were you last out in London?
The same. People aren't going to meet anymore.
I was out in London the other day. It was packed with people, including
Nobody
many women.
does anything but sits inside on their phone, and it's because the streets are running with blood.
Really? Well, I was out in London the other day, packed with people having a good time, including many women, most of whom will find your views utterly ridiculous.
Absolutely not
Dickensian and ridiculous.
Who's not obsessed.
A woman's place is at home, no vote, no job, no power. But you, Andrew Tate, believe that's the way to protect them and to save women for the world. What a joke.
I believe if we were
Honestly,
to
what
bring
a
up an
joke.
electoral map
What a
right
joke.
now,
I hope
Matt,
young men,
no, this is your
I
chance
hope young
to
men
do
who watch
something
this
incredible.
interview
This is your
realize
chance to
the
prove me
emperor
wrong for
wears
the
no
first time in
clothes.
history.
Because
Bring up an
actually all you
electoral
want to
map
do
of the
is
United
subjugate
States
women.
with only men vote, and let's see if it's Democratic or Republican.
Only
let's see
men
if it's Democratic,
vote.
liberal, left-leaning, or
Yeah.
Republican.
Only
men
men
only
vote.
votes the American continent.
I
Please
want
bring it
young
up and prove
men.
me wrong.
I want
Please.
young men to watch this
Please.
interview. I want them to watch it back several times and understand that actually underpinning your whole shtick is brazen, really damaging misogyny. You are a terrible misogynist, and that is the truth. And you may pretend you're not, even maybe to yourself. But when you talk about the way you want to subjugate women, no vote, no job, no power, but you, Andrew Tate, will take control of them and take charge and protect them. Do me a bloody favor. Why would any
My
woman
daughter
want to do
has
that?
no vote, no power, listens to daddy, does everything I say. She's alive, well, and drives a Bentley. Let me
Really?
tell you something, Pierce. I've asked you many single questions. I've asked you many questions on this interview, and you answered absolutely none of them for a reason.
My job is the
You are
interviewer. I
complaining
ask the
vote.
questions.
You're
You
complaining
don't.
about the vote. Bring up an electoral map of men only voting in America. Let's look if men are voting for these soft on crime, open border policies of the Democrats, or if men are voting Republican. Prove me wrong. This is your chance, Mr. Piers Morgan, legend of the legacy
You're
media,
mistaking
Mr.
me.
Smartass.
You're
Pull up a
mistaking
map
me.
and prove
You're
me wrong.
mistaking me for a fellow misogynist, and I'm not.
No, you don't want to prove me right, sir. But
I don't
everyone
have
already
to-
knows
I don't
I'm
have
right.
to prove
Every
you
other time
right
you've
or
ever
wrong.
spoken.
People
Every
go-
single time
people have
the comment
heard you.
section is nothing but
People-
decimation of your decimation
Okay.
of the little bit of legacy you have left, the little bit of credibility that you've
People
retained.
will watch. Well, we'll see how your credibility fares after your court cases, right? And like I say,
The same as it did in Romania.
Like I say,
the same as it did in Romania.
I don't know the
I am
out-
innocent. I am the victim of a deep state
I think
attack
it's gonna
by the
be
British
very,
Foreign Office.
very-
No, if you were a real journalist, Pierce, if you were a real journalist, I just told you that the British Foreign Office wrote to another sovereign nation declaring me a national security threat and asking them to get me off the internet. Don't you think you should have asked a single question about that? How I know it? What proof I have? Is it on paper? Why did they do that? Is that legal? Why were you in jail without charges? 4 years locked in your house, never convicted. You never even went to court. If you were a real journalist, you would have asked me 20 questions. And you know what? I told you that. I told you something breaking, that the British Foreign Office broke international law, just like they did with Julian Assange, and you didn't care because you are an establishment figure. All you are is a figurehead for the Matrix itself. You don't care about the truth ever. You say what you're supposed to say.
The beauty of what
You
you've
say
just,
what you're supposed
the
to
beauty,
say.
The beauty of this interview is that you've revealed the truth about yourself. You just don't even really realize it, or maybe you do and you don't care. But everyone watching this can now see you laid bare as a brazen misogynist, somebody who wants to remove all women's rights. And I say that makes you a dangerous misogynist with an unhealthy influence over young men. And they should watch this interview and understand very clearly that actually women should have the right to vote. They should have the right to work. They should have the right to hold positions of power. And that your kind of misogyny is actually taking us back 150 years to a place where women stayed at home
Women should have the right
and
to
had
ride
children
the subway
and took
without
care
getting
of their
stabbed in
man.
the neck.
And if we went back to that
Women
far,
should have the right to go outside without being raped by third world migrants.
Yeah, you know what?
Women
the vast
should have
majority
the right
of women
to have
do go
children
outside without
because
that
the
happening to
man
them.
they're having kids with can earn enough money to pay for the family. Women have more important rights than being psyoped by the media into caring about abortion, watching too much Sex in the City, and voting in a whole bunch of psychopaths who stab fellow women on the bus.
Right. Andrew Tate, appreciate you coming back and Uncensored. Thank you.
No problem.
Breaking news, woke is dead. The war on common sense is officially over. Cancelled celebrities are emerging from Twitter jail. Virtue signaling has been outlawed under punishment of mass ridicule. And we are finally free to call a spade a spade. So what was the cause of death? How did the silenced majority finally win? And what exactly is going to take its place? Woke is Dead is my definitive story on the rise and fall of woke, as well as the common sense heroes and PC villains who have dominated news and culture across 10 years of madness. It's also my personal roadmap back to a less divided world. A world where we can agree to disagree, where debate triumphs over censorship, and where common sense is king. You will be shocked by how much you agree with me. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
Chris Cuomo here. Thank you for being with News Nation. Moments like this matter. Charlie Kirk murdered at a university in Utah, doing what he thought was part of the solution. President Trump first announced his death and ordered flags half-staff. FBI Director Kash Patel just announced that they have a suspect in custody. There's some question about whether or not it's a person of interest or a suspect. We're going to know who did this. We're going to know why. And I don't even know that that part really matters, and we'll talk about that. But I knew Charlie Kirk. I saw sides of him that were not his public persona. You know him as a digital big shot who helped organize young voters for President Trump and really helped get him elected, which made him a hero to some and a devil to others. But Turning Point USA made a difference. And then Charlie did something really special. He started going around the country telling students to prove him wrong. And he made debate and disagreeing without being disagreeable cool again.
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs with they have a black-sounding name.
That's not even close to being true. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal.
In fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to know.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong. I totally sympathize. That's not true. It's never the only choice to commit a crime. And we should not put up with it. And so it is an insult to other immigrants from Vietnam and Laos and Pakistan that have to wait decades in line to morally equivalate people that come in and just break in, oh, I have an unstable country. Like half of the world's countries are unstable.
You know, I can't believe this happened. I can't believe he's gone. I don't even know what to do with it. That he was murdered at one of the events that he thought was part of the solution, and I agreed with him. I didn't agree with his politics or a lot of the positions, but so what? Killed for his ideas? For his feelings about trans or Trump or Israel? Was the shooter a lefty or crazy or both? Well, no. There is no advantage in this, and I know some want there to be. I know some want this to be proof of something that they think is helpful to their cause. But to me, all I see is a kid. And to me, for all Charlie achieved, personally and professionally, he was only 31 years old. He and his beautiful wife, they were just starting a family. They have 2 little babies. And that's all I think. That's all I see. Is that I can't believe he's gone for this. And yet, everything in my head tells my heart, wake up. Wake up. This is who we are. This is where we are. And going to this group tonight, all the security concerns, my representatives worried about what kind of security I'm going to have and where are the threats and should we take all these threats we've been getting more seriously. The president said the right thing, did the right thing with the flag, in my opinion. Democratic lawmakers, Jews, kids, our president, everybody's getting shot at. This is what we're doing. This is how we express ourselves. I know everyone is saying the right things. We need to come together. I don't know that we're not accelerating in the opposite direction. I hear people on the right saying, avenge him. And some on the left saying, this is what you get. We're not battling over ideas anymore. We're cheap and we're ugly. We've reduced conflict to enemies and animus. I think there's a better chance that we see more of this than less of it. And God, I hope I'm wrong. Charlie and I agreed on what matters most. And I'm not talking about on the personal level. Charlie was about his faith and his family. And for a young man, I was really impressed by it. Again, I did not agree with most of his political positions, but it didn't make me see him as an enemy. He was a sweet, tall, sensitive, kind person. That is how I experienced him. And that dividing for advantage, going all in on who and what is worse, it's killing our society. And that's what brought us together. And we went on Patrick Bet-David's podcast. And that's why Patrick and I have made an alliance, is to show that you do not have to agree to get along. What matters is how you disagree. Did you see this?
I mean, don't fault Charlie for campaigning and believing in Trump. I don't. I think it's very healthy for the democracy.
I don't really care what Chris Cuomo's politics are. I think that it takes someone who loves truth to go to the DNC and remind the viewers that all those boxes up there are bought by corporate titans. I thought that was really good. And look, I think that I don't know Chris very well, but it seems as if Chris has a knack to actually do what journalists used to do, increasingly so.
Now, did Charlie get heat after that? Yeah, we joked about it. You were off today, Charlie. You know, like it was a game. Like he didn't have his fastball. And we texted and we spoke after it. We wanted to do more. And again, Charlie was what you saw in that. And I think it was part of the solution in our politics. It doesn't matter. Look, I thought his feelings about how his faith manifests in different political policies and culture things, I can't even believe I'm saying it right now because it's like, so what? So what? That he thought whatever he did that you don't like. So what? And then I turned to what Charlie may have left us that I didn't value until now. Charlie had millions, okay? Not thousands, not tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, millions of young followers online, okay? Motivated. And he got them involved in something that young people rightly suspect and usually hate, politics. I hope the young people who saw Charlie as a hero or as a zero, but you knew he was relevant, he was making you think and come up with arguments to defend or defeat his propositions. Please see what's happening around you. Please see what was lost in this. This young man, the head of a young family, so much in front of him. This is not who we are. I shouldn't have my kids coming to me about this, afraid that I don't wear a bulletproof vest, afraid that what I do is dangerous. Is that what this murder means? That we have to start being careful about what we say? Judging by the responses, I don't know. The comments from leaders seem to me at best perfunctory. Vile, political violence, no place. I mean, that's what you say because that's what you're supposed to say, right? That's not what you say when you're really trying to persuade something of somebody. And I'm not blaming these guys. There's too much blame to go around. And, you know, I see Musk putting out stupid things and the idea of avenging this and the party that left him. I mean, look, I know he's autistic, okay? I know a lot of autistic people. I don't know that it's an excuse for every stupid thing that the guy says. You know, I don't know what motivates this. Neither did Charlie, by the way. All I know is this is who we are right now. And if we want to be something different, if we want to be a different way, it's got to be with each of us. It's got to be with each of you. Get out of being a part of any group, any them, and just act on what you think is right. And you know that what happened here is so wrong. You know, we've seen killers on both sides. We've seen so much of it. I bet you can't remember the last 3. Think about that. The last 3 political murders. In June, we had this right-wing nutjob dressed as a cop, shot and critically injured a Democratic Minnesota state senator, Hoffman, and his wife. He then went on to fatally shoot the top Democrat Minnesota lawmaker in the House, Representative Melissa Hortman. Did you remember that? Her and her husband? Remember Pelosi's husband getting bashed? Police found a hit list with that Minnesota guy. The Israeli embassy. Do you remember that one? The staffers? The pro-Palestinian Latino guy who wound up just waiting for the cops to come? Pacing the Jewish museum? Killing 2 people who he thought were Jews? Do you even remember that? Can you remember that? We forget so fast. Why? 2 reasons. It's become very familiar, but also because we are not committed to anything better except advantage. Do you remember what happened to Governor Josh Shapiro? Remember that? A left-wing, anti-Israel lunatic. So who's that one? You know, what side wins there? Well, he attacked a Democrat, so it's bad for the right. Oh, but this guy's anti-Israel, and that's a far left thing, so it's good for the right. Is that who we are? Is that where we are? So I don't know what to say to you about the virtue that we must reclaim. All I know is that I hope we don't forget. And we have 9/11 tomorrow, and boy, have we forgotten. We have forgotten who can be our enemy, what is our enemy, and what it takes for us to come together and survive. But I don't think Charlie will be forgotten. I'll end on this. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be forgotten anytime soon, and I really hope people don't let him and what he was about at his best be forgotten. All I know is I am so sad about what happened. It is such a shame. It is such a waste. It makes nothing and no one better. And all I know is that I get to decide what to think about it and what to do after it. And I am going to keep showing up. I don't care about the threats because I believe that the value here is in using the platform as long as I have it to try to get us to a better place. It is not about agreeing or disagreeing. It is about how we disagree and how we prosecute the case for what we want America to be. And we are not getting it done. If this fight is not over ideas, it is lost before it begins. I am so sorry for the Kirk family. If there is anything that we can do as you guys go forward and decide how you want Charlie remembered, just let us know. So what are we supposed to do with this? What are we supposed to see in it? Bill O'Reilly is a familiar guest on the show and a constant resource for me in my life, and it is no small coincidence that his latest work, Confronting Evil, is one of the top books in the country, and it puts him in a sweet spot of helping us understand what we are once again living through in this country. Bill, thank you for joining me on such an important night. Of course, it's a shock and it's a horror given his age and the stage he was in life and that young family he had. But what do you do with a situation like this?
Well, first of all, let me provide some hard news perspective. We are entering a new age of evil. The last age that we had was in the 1930s, with the rise of the dictatorships all over the world that led to 100 million people dead in World War II, the Holocaust, on and on. Now, I wrote this book, Confronting Evil, to signal people that it was coming. And it was a harrowing day for me today. I was born today in 1949. And I got up, and the first thing I heard was that Putin shot missiles into Poland. Ultra dangerous, all right? Putin is as evil as they come. He's on the cover of Confronting Evil, my book. He is a psychopath who is looking to slaughter human beings. That's what he wants to do. You don't shoot missiles at a NATO member unless you are trying to upend the entire world in an evil way. And then a few hours later, we have the Charlie Kirk assassination on the eve of 9/11, where we lost 3,000 people to evil. So I started the book's research and writing about a year ago, and I knew, as you say a lot in your monologue, that things were deteriorating not only in the United States. This is not an American problem. This is a worldwide problem. And my opinion that I inject into the book, backed by facts, is that too many people in the world and in this country are looking away. We are looking away. And we are allowing evil to gather power. And you can just analyze it from every point of view. To sell heroin, we're not even going to charge you in major urban centers. It's okay to slaughter African Americans on the south side of Chicago, thousands of them going on for 20 years. 20 years. And we're going to look away. We're not going to demand that it stop. And then when there's an offer of increased protection, we're going to attack the federal government who's offering that. It is beyond belief. And what it's going to come to is a breaking point. I think we're at the breaking point with Putin. And I'm warning everybody that this thing with this man has got to be tamped down soon, or it's going to be World War III. All right, that's how bad this evil man is. And if you have to break him with the banks, whatever President Trump and NATO has to do it now. It's not going to get any better. And then you go to Charlotte on the bus, okay? And then you watch this poor woman, all right, slaughtered because a man was let out on the street by a judge who knew the man was dangerous and let him out anyway. The judge looked away, wouldn't confront the evil in front of her face. She had the power to restrain the man, to put the man in custody. She did not do it. And this happens thousands of times across this country. It didn't used to happen, but now it does. Too many Americans and people all over the world are so self-involved, so selfish, so weak, so afraid that they are allowing evil to grow at an exponential rate, a rate that is horrifying, horrifying. And that's why I wrote Confronting Evil. And I back every single word I've just said up with facts.
Listen, I get it. I'm just saying that what we have to do is figure out, once you confront it, what do you do about it? What does that look like? What does it sound like? So let's take a break and come back. We'll bring in Geraldo. So I have two sages here who see the world different ways, but we all recognize the problem because it's right in front of us, most recently in the form of a murdered young man named Charlie Kirk, who did not deserve it, and it didn't make a damn thing better, but it sure makes things a lot worse. Let's keep talking. Next.
Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. And we started to get 5 million views a day. 6 million views a day and 10 million views a day. And so over the summer, I said, well, what if this election season, I do like 25 campus stops and we kind of create these open air discussions, and they might go viral, especially on TikTok, that could influence a lot of people to view the election the way, obviously, I want them to view it.
Charlie Kirk's approach got him murdered on a campus in Utah today. He was doing what he loved. He was doing what he thought could make a positive difference, provoking people to have ideas, to make arguments, to debate ideas instead of insults, to have it be a battle of insights. And it got him murdered. Word came out from the FBI that they had somebody in custody. We are now told they were released. That means that whoever is responsible for murdering Charlie Kirk, 31 years of age, young wife, 2 little babies, is still on the loose. Hopefully that will change immediately. Let's discuss what we can do with this, what we can do about this. Bill O'Reilly says it is evil and proof that evil is on the rise. Geraldo Rivera knew Charlie Kirk and obviously has been watching what we are becoming or unbecoming for a long time. Geraldo, what was your reaction today to seeing this kid get killed?
It was a damn shame. It was a horrifying event. I just want to say I was just momentarily distracted because, Chris, I want you to stay safe. Don't be, so self-assured that you take unnecessary risks. I think O'Reilly's exactly right about the global situation. I think we are on the edge of the abyss. The death of this young man, it was very painful in this regard. I would see him in the green room at the Hannity show, and I kind of watched him grow up. He was very young when he started, and then I watched him and this Turning Point organization grow exponentially every year, bigger, bigger, bigger. Then when Fox and I parted ways, he took off, and I think that he was the single most important person in the re-election of President Trump 47. He played an enormous role in motivating the young people of this country, stripping them away from their traditional Democratic roots, bringing them squarely in Trump's orbit. And he was amazingly effective and very, very important in that regard. This is, therefore, not just a political assassination. This is a major, horrible political event. The Trump camp and the Republican Party writ large has now been stripped of one of their most effective warriors, the person who changed the demographic in their election campaigns. And I think that this is, and the fact that the shooter is still at large, how can any Republican or Trump-supporting politician feel safe as long as that shooter is at large? This is very, very big, important. Historians will write of this. This is a very big deal, and I hope to God that they apprehend the real shooter of Charlie Kirk, who did not deserve this. A wonderful kid, married man, nice family, beautiful children, affable, wonderful, tragic, Chris.
So what do we do with it? What do we do about it? Bill, you're making the case that it's an illustration of evil. Of course, we don't know who did it, why they did it. Whatever the rationale is, it's just going to be weaponized by one side over the other. I certainly don't believe either flank of our poison politics has any kind of stranglehold on virtue. So how do we get to a better politics, or is this it? Is this the new reality and it only gets more of this?
No, you can roll the age of evil back, but it's going to take courage. It doesn't matter why the guy did it, and I'm assuming it's a man. Doesn't matter. Okay? He murdered a fellow human being, all right? He took that person away from his 2 young children. There's no excuse for it. It doesn't matter if he's mentally ill. It didn't matter if the guy on the bus in Charlotte was mentally ill. Guy got on the bus, put a knife in his pocket, did what he did. He's got to vanish. He's got to disappear, never to be seen again. I don't believe in a death penalty, but that man can't ever, ever be out on the street again. And the woman judge who allowed him to be on the street has got to be fired immediately, taken off the bench. And that is the key. Look, if you want to defeat something as insidious as evil, you've got to do it through strength. You can't look away. You can't run away. That's the game Putin's playing. Push it, push it, push it. Because they're going to run away. They're going to run away. They're not going to confront me. They're afraid of me. Okay? That's what he's doing. And the evil in the United States, you can see it. We have now accept people selling heroin to children in places like New York City and Chicago. You won't even be bailed if the cops catch you selling heroin to children. You'll be out in 2 hours. So you can continue selling your heroin. That's not evil. I made a very controversial statement that I got, pushed back big time on this week. That I said, if you vote for Mandani, you may not be an evil person, but that vote is evil, because Mandani in New York, the mayoral candidate, has said to you, "I'm going to let as many criminals out on the street as I can." He said it to you. You're voting for that? You're voting for more dead bodies, more rapes, more assaults? That's on you, the voter. And Americans have got to wise up in your neighborhood, in your family. If you see evil, confront it. Don't put yourself in danger. We're not suggesting that. But there are one of the ways is people out who allow thousands of poor blacks in the south side of Chicago to be slaughtered by drug gangs. That has been allowed for 20 years. Vote them out. And this is what makes me, I am angry about this. I feel terrible for Charlie Kirk's family, all right? But I'm angry, and that's why I wrote this book, Confronting Evil. You have to confront it with strength. You can't weasel out of it anymore. And the media is a big part of this. Just about an hour ago, the president of MSNBC, one of the most vile networks ever to be broadcast in this country, chastised a man named Matthew Dowd for saying, Kirk's murder could have been his fault because of his inflammatory rhetoric.
Yeah,
the man was not even pronounced dead yet. All right? And Dowd said that on this network, MSNBC. Now, to his credit, the president and that whole network's blowing up because Americans finally have gotten the message. This is vile hate that they're peddling. And it goes on the right, too. You got kooks on the right, too. And Americans have got to walk away from that stuff.
Well, that's what takes the strength, Bill. I got to jump because I want to get Patrick Bet-David. On here. He brought me and Charlie together, and I think he's a big part of the solution about how we start talking to each other. And I want to bring in lawmakers also, guys. I appreciate your take. I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but I want to get perspective from the people who we've put in positions of leadership here. My thank you to Geraldo. My thank you to Bill. I will say this. I don't know about the strength part. Jesus was strength, but he wasn't harshness. Dr. King said the only thing that can drive out darkness is light. And I don't think it's about being vicious. I don't think it's about being tough. I think that that's a macho misappropriation of real strength. So how will we see it in our leaders? Let's take a break. Let's have what only we at News Nation, and now you'll know why we do it. Why do we work so hard to get right and left to come on to be reasonable together? Why? Because of days like today. Because of days like today. Next. The two major questions that we keep getting here, one is about the investigation and one is about the implication. We don't know who murdered Charlie Kirk. I know there were reports that they had some old white guy in the beginning. Now they don't say that it's him. Then they said they had someone in custody. Then they said he was just a person of interest. Now they say they released him. The manhunt is active. They do not have the person or persons responsible for murdering Charlie Kirk. So we don't know why this happened, okay? All we know is that it happened. His family will never be the same. And we have to figure out what it means to the rest of us. The second answer is, yes, I am interested in continuing prove me wrong and going around the country and talking on college campuses and talking to places where they still believe in conversation. Absolutely. I don't think that should stop because of this. I don't think you can ever remove the risk or the threat, and I would absolutely be open to doing it. And I'm going to talk with my guest after I have these two lawmakers on, Patrick Bet-David, about how we can make that happen, because he just did something like it also. And I think it's a big part of the solution, and it has to continue. Now, I want to bring in the gift that we have for you at News Nation, which is this is the only place that gets people from different parties on to talk together at the same time. Georgia Republican member of Congress, Dr. Rich McCormick, and Democrat representative from Hawaii, member of Congress, Jill Takuda. Jill, it's good to have you on the show. Doc, always a pleasure. Thank you. Doc, you were there. I was bickering with my producers in the break. I didn't want to show what happened when Johnson or Boebert called for a moment of silence, because I can't tell what's happening from the voices.
What purpose is the gentlelady
and the
from
reporting
Colorado?
is all over the place. What happened, Doc? You were there.
Basically, we had a moment of silence, which nobody objected to. But then, unfortunately, Lauren Boebert wanted to actually have a prayer, and it was vehemently objected by the left. They said, you didn't do that when you had the school shootings. I understand that kind of objection. And then Anna Paulina Luna had some choice words for them as far as what caused the shooting, and that kind of erupted into some disorder. Of course, the speaker tried to get order and did eventually get order. And as a result, we got on with what we're supposed to get on with, which is the business of Congress. Unfortunately, I don't want that to be the focus, though. I mean, that's a microcosm of exactly what's wrong with America. Too many people blaming rather than too many people praying. And ironically, we were both on the floor earlier debating some stuff. I was actually granted time by my Democratic colleague on air with me right now on a bill that we both agreed on, which we won by overwhelming majority, because we are good at working together on things that make common sense. It's common sense that we feel bad when things like this happen. It's horrible. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. Violence is not the answer to debate. Truth is the answer to debate.
You know, Jill, you're quickly getting a reputation for being someone who knows the power of compromise and has strong ideals and strong principles, but they don't foreclose debate and discussion. And I'm not surprised that you gave Doc time. And I want to thank both of you for being a demonstration to my audience that not all hope is lost, that not everybody hates everybody, and that's all our lawmakers have been about. So, Jill, as somebody who's trying to make a difference in Congress and a member of the Democratic Party, what do you believe today means, not just as an American, but as a Democrat? What do you take from today?
Well, first of all, I will say, you know, these are one of the days, and Rich, I'm sure you agree with me, you go home with a really heavy heart, and you just want to run back to your family, your kids, your loved ones, and give them a big hug. And a lot of times we can't because we're in DC. But this was a hard day for everyone. And I sat, you know, amongst that, the yelling that you saw, and I sat in silence because what I felt was a lot of my friends across the aisle in a lot of pain. They lost a friend. They lost somebody that they cared about deeply. And I felt a lot of fear on my side of the aisle too. You know, sometimes the words that come out of their mouth are very different, but if you go to the core of what people are feeling, it's very much the same. A lot of fear, a lot of anger, a lot of grief and frustration right now. What we've got to do is find some common ground and way to move forward. See the humans in each other. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that. You know, Rich and I don't always agree on absolutely everything, but we're people first. And we connected that way from the very beginning when we came into Congress. And that's not going to change even if we disagree on things. And I think that's something we have to keep bringing ourselves back to and remembering. When we look out in the chambers, out in the schoolyards, out at rallies, out at these gatherings, were people first. And that's really important that we take that away from today.
What I've heard from both of you is enough. And I'm glad the audience got to hear it and got to see it. And the business of the majority of this country should be on the agenda, and you're always welcome here to discuss it. But for tonight, that's enough. That people know we can be together, and we can be together for the right reasons. And it's not about whether you agree, it's how you choose to disagree and what to do with that disagreement. Thank you for doing it the right way. Dr. McCormick, as always, I appreciate you, brother. And Jill Takuda, thank you for being on the show. Please come again, and God bless you both.
Thanks so much. Semper Fi.
4 minutes. Yeah, man. 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Semper Fi. Let's talk about to what? Always faithful. Semper Fi, the Marines. To what? Patrick Bet-David is a friend of mine, okay? He takes heat for being my friend. I take heat for being his friend. Neither of us give a damn because we believe in the other person and what they're about. He brought me and Charlie together, and he did it for a reason, and he knows he's on the right track. What does he make of today? What does he believe we have to do next? My friend, Patrick Bet-David, next.
You're in your early 30s. I'm in my early 50s. You know, this is what happens to you. You just keep evolving and changing.
It's me and Charlie, brought together by my friend Patrick Bet-David, because all of us agreed we got to come together, and conversation has to be the cure. It doesn't matter if we agree. It's how we disagree. And Patrick joins me now, and I know you've been following this. You're at your big Vault conference in South Florida, but Charlie was a friend, and I know this matters more. Let me know, Pat, when you can hear me. I know they're trying to get him up. And one of the big questions that Patrick has, I share, and so do you. Who did this? It is an active investigation. We do not know who murdered Charlie Kirk. Do you understand? I know there's a lot of reporting out there. I know they showed you pictures. I know they said person of interest. I know they said somebody in custody. They don't know. They don't have them. Now, I'm not being suspicious or conspiratorial. I'm just telling you, they don't know. And it's an active manhunt, and they will find out. But we don't have the answer. Now, is Patrick ready? Can he hear me, or should I go to break and bring him back? Okay. We're going to get Patrick's tech right. I want you to hear from him because he brought us together and he understood the value that Charlie had, no matter what your political beliefs. Next. We're back with Patrick Bet-David. Pat, thank you for coming on tonight, especially being in the conference and having to process everything with Charlie. We're all still waiting to see who did this. There's been crazy mixed information all day. They had him, they didn't have him. It's a suspect. It's a person of interest. He's released. The guy is still out there. What does that mean to you? And what does Charlie's murder mean to you?
Well, first, Chris, it's great to be on with you. I remember when we did a podcast together, me, you, and him, sitting down. It was actually one of the better conversations we had together. It was phenomenal seeing two people that at one point maybe were on different sides, but we just had a debate. We sit down. It was great conversation. That's what America's all about. I'm at the event here in Orlando. We got 8,000 people. I'm behind. Tony Robbins about to come on stage. That's when I saw a report saying he may be making a recovery. He's critical, but he's making recovery. And I walk up on stage. I greet Tony. He just finished his keynote. I took him off. Then Vinny comes from the side and he says, it's over. I'm like, what do you mean it's over? So I'm getting ready to pray for the fact that he's recovering. And Vinny says it's over. Then Kelly comes saying it's over. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's over. It's a very weird day. It's a very weird event. The only thing I can compare it to, Chris, is in sports, when Kobe Bryant passed away, NBA fans around the world stopped. In politics, when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, everyone in the political space stopped. If you go on Twitter right now, you look at the top 30 trending words, 30 for 30 has to do with Charlie Kirk. Think about the amount of influence this young man had. 31 years old. He's at this event. His wife's there. His kids are there. He's getting assassinated, and we don't even know who it is. Kash Patel tells us they have the subject. They released the subject. I just have way too many questions right now.
What's at the top of the list of your concerns in terms of who did it and why?
So let's process that. Let's look at all the options of who this could be. One, somebody who was just upset after the last 48 hours of what happened, all the divisiveness of the shooting, of the murder of Irina, the Ukrainian young lady. And so somebody may have said, you know what, screw you, Charlie, you've been going too tough, and came and took him out. Okay, that's one. Number two, it could be somebody that has been plotting to take out Charlie for a couple of years, and he's been planning for this because he's the opposing side. Okay, great. Number three, it could be a controlled opposition of somebody that's been funding it for this to happen, and they were trying to fund their patsy. Great. Number four, it could be in the next few days, Chris, if in the next few days, an opposing Charlie Kirk figure, I won't give names because I don't even want to put those names out there. If in the next week, an opposing person from the left gets assassinated, you have to know this is happening from an outside source, a different country that wants to see America have a civil war. We are having so many victories right now. So many things are happening that too many people are afraid. Too many people are respecting America again. Too many people are afraid of America again, like in a respectful way. These are some of the things I have. And by the way, I'm purely speculating, just like any businessman will do, any investor will do. I'm not, it's one or the other. I'm just saying, I wonder what it is. But those are some of the options.
Yeah. I mean, look, here's what we know right now, and we knew it before today, and it's really what brought you and I together. And you know, I have love for you and your family. That has nothing to do with politics, because we're people first. We know what we have to do. We have to do more of what we were already doing where Charlie was concerned. We got to find ways to connect on these campuses. I think you did a beautiful job with Jubilee and doing that debate in the round. We got to keep being together. We got to keep talking. Doesn't matter if we agree. It's how we disagree. And people see that I care about you and you care about me, and the ideas all follow. So I redouble my efforts in his honor for his young family and his legacy, that I don't have to agree with where he was coming from, but the approach of engaging is where we both are. And let's get some answers about who did this before we have to deal with another one.
No, there's no question, and I respect that. You know how my kids feel about you when we're together, our families, we get along, and we may not even be on the same side politically, but we agree on 80, 90% of things, Chris. Even most of America, we're on this on 80 to 90% of things. I'm hoping the president finds a way to lower the temperature. One of the concerns I got is we still don't know who tried to kill the president. We got some work to do, but he's the right guy to be able to lower the temperature today. I hope he does.
I got you. I mean, look, right now, everybody's doing what they usually do in these situations. The question is, well, what'll make it change? You know, you want to blame one side, there's going to be another one, it's going to be the other side. We got to be bigger than the fringes, or we'll never get to a better place. Patrick, I love you. I care about you. I'll talk to you. Thank you for being on with me tonight. Good luck at Vault, and the best to your family. All right, I want to give it to Leland Vittert now to pick up our coverage of the manhunt. Charlie Kirk's assassin. We do not know who they are. There is an active manhunt. I know there's a lot of confusing reporting. The answer is what I just told you. We do not know, and Leland is going to pick up our coverage of how we get to an answer.
Well, we may not be able to get an answer in the next 2 hours, Chris. I think that's almost for sure. We don't even know who the FBI may or may not be looking for. A description. They've arrested 2 people. I think, Chris, though, in a bigger sense, you've been doing this a little bit longer than I have. But I almost think you'd have to go back to the 1960s to have a night like tonight in political journalism. And I say that because all of the other really awful nights that we've had as a country have united us. And this one just continues to divide us.
I don't know what will unite us. And here's the thing that I don't really get. When I am in person, okay, and I don't mean with me and Leland. Leland is the exact same guy when he's not on TV that he is when he is on TV. So he's one of the rare ones. But in person, people come to me and and the same thing happens with you. They don't understand what they're seeing on their screens. They don't understand the division. They don't understand how it got so hot and intense. And yet, professionally, in the media, in our culture, look at today. Social media, my kids are disgusted by what's on social media today. The doom scrollers are disgusted by what they're seeing, that there was no pause of people doing anything but trying to play this to advantage. And that is what scares me. I'm not scared about what's going to happen when I go to an event tonight or when I walk into the building. Hey, look, I don't control that. Whatever happens is going to happen. And I say, let it come. But I don't know what to do about I don't know what will bring us together, Leland. I really don't know.
Scary times we live in. Chris, good to see you.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It, and the broken, soulless ghouls of the left have really disgraced themselves in recent days after the murder of a great American, Charlie Kirk. No matter how low our opinion, our expectations of these miserable miscreants of the left, they still manage to surprise us with the depth of their depravity.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is fucking weird.
You want to know why I'm so stoked? Go ahead and Google Charlie Kirk.
They got him in the net! Rest in peace, bozo!
I do not feel bad for him in the slightest.
Put down like a dog in Utah, and I could not be happier.
Charlie would have wanted it this way.
He's been one of the most divisive younger figures who is constantly pushing hate speech.
They clapped him.
I think it's worth to have a cost.
C'est qui va plus donner de conférence? Qui? Charlie Kirk.
The rhetoric of Charlie Kirk, the way that he condoned violence exactly like this, and how it came back to hurt him. Everything that we're seeing with the Trump regime, it stems from Charlie Kirk.
We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
Now, here are two witches. The first is planning to celebrate the next assassination. These people are demonic.
If you were gonna get the job done, there were two better candidates. And furthermore, when that happens, and it will, it will, not only will we be insensitive, that'll be the least of your worries. But it's gonna be the biggest celebration, the biggest, most beautiful celebration.
Hideous, just hideous antics. And here is one hard left troll, a vicious and callous lefty straight from Central Casting. Sadly for us, this one's Australian.
Pretending that you don't enjoy a terrible person's death is not dignified, it's cowardly. And this is exactly how we got here, because this is what Trump is an absolute master at. He is a master at saying the worst, most uncomfortable things, and people on the left just sitting there going, oh, I'm too scared to say what I really think. You just go along with it. You say nothing because it's not uncomfortable enough for you. The only people I have any empathy for in the Charlie Kirk situation are his victims. That is it.
Now, instead of reflecting on the utter evil of what she said there, what she had chosen to share on the World Wide Web, well, instead of reflecting on that, she decided to double down on the ugliness, on the bile, on the depraved lunacy.
All of the drama, I want to reiterate that it is not wrong or unethical or unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of terrible people. That Charlie Kirk incited violence. That's what he did. And then that came back to haunt him. That was his decision. So it's got nothing to do with the people who are laughing and joking about him becoming a human water fountain.
Just foul, vicious, deranged hate. What else can you say about that? Let's have a brief antidote to that ugliness. Let's hear from Jeffree Star, the original, the OG influencer. He had a message for those celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder.
Because I'm standing up for someone that passed away, I'm now being called names in the chat. This is what's wrong with a lot of you people. You will never get far in life. You are sick in the head. Someone just said they're unsubscribing from me. Thank God, please. Because if you believe in they and thems, you're part of the problem. If you're so stupid enough to go against science, please unfollow me. You can be whoever you want to be, But there's science and there's facts. You can pretend in your head you're a cat. You can pretend in your head that you're this and you're that. Good for you. You're still only A or B. And the truth hurts a lot of you, I see.
And huge props to Jeffree Star for that. He posted plenty more on the issue. His following is enormous. He has over 13 million followers on Instagram alone and many more on TikTok, and many of them are of the left. He pays a big price every time he speaks up, and that takes courage. And it's all about courage and conviction. If you want to know why Charlie's work was so important in giving confidence to students to speak freely, to conservatives to boldly state their position in the face of enormous intimidation on university campuses, let's have a look at this clip. This intimidation is not just from radicalised students, it's also from academia. Listen to what happened to this young man.
What happened? I was walking to Valhalla to get my food exchanged, and PhD student Patrick Mahoney, as well as his accomplice Gerald Hobb, did not like the hat I was wearing. And when my head was down, I made zero eye contact with him. He saw my hat, he ripped the hat off my head, crumbled it. I had to go confront him and said, "What are you doing, dude?" What happened next? He charged at me. Patrick grabbed my chest, slammed it on the road pavement. Then he grabbed my head and also slammed it on the road pavement as hell.
And this was a professor, right?
Yeah.
If a conservative professor would have hunted down a Kamala Harris wearing student, it would have been a hate crime and the #1 news story in the country. Now we could barely get attention for a young man who was punched by a professor here at Washington State University. They're the ones dividing the country. We're the ones trying to heal.
They're the ones dividing the country. Charlie was trying to bring it together through respectful debate. But how do you debate people like this?
I have breaking news. We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah, ooh.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
There are some people on this app that are sitting there saying, oh, you shouldn't wish death upon any person, no matter what side they're on. That. Charlie Kirk was a Nazi. He was a Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one.
Gather around, let's all join hands and bow our heads in thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers.
I'm not sad. It's about time Karma took out that trash.
Charlie Kirk was a big advocate for the Second Amendment. It worked out well for him.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one.
It will mean nothing. Charlie's death will mean nothing. It will impact no one. Really?
It will activate no one.
And let's stick with the far left, the Australian far left's dangerously deranged reaction to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a brave conservative Christian father of two, famous for his political debates. Let's begin with radical feminist Clementine Ford, who shortly after Charlie's death posted a series of vile rants, some from her car, apparently condemning progressives who oppose political violence and even explicitly calling for it.
There's still this impulse that so many white people have. Nice, white, progressive, middle-class white people have to respond to things like this with these kind of very somber-faced, violence is never the answer. Like, what the are you talking about?
But just remember, he died doing what he loved, defending guns. He took a bullet for the cause, and according to Charlie Kirk, a few deaths a year from guns is a small price to pay to defend the Second Amendment. So what more could he possibly ask for? It's a tribute and legacy to the pointlessness of his life. You should be glad that this is how he went out.
And if that wasn't bad enough, the New Daily published a piece by the Australian Institute's Amy Ramikas, who wrote, sadly, Charlie Kirk was killed in the America he wanted. But will I mourn him? No. I mourn for the people suffering in the world he helped create and held gloating dominion over. Kirk represented everything we should be pushing back against. Tolerating the intolerable makes us all crueler and validates those who have no compassion for anyone they don't understand. I refuse to see the greatness in that. I mourn the loss of life, but not what Charlie Kirk did with his. That woman is in desperate need of a mirror. The New Daily has since removed that piece. The question needs to be asked, why was it ever published? And let's have a look at this post from Cheat Media CEO, far-left influencer Hannah Ferguson. In it, she writes, am I glad Charlie Kirk will no longer spread his extremist messaging? She answered that with yes. And she also asked, is violence sometimes necessary? And again, she said yes. Now, that post was liked by none other than Till MP Zali Steggall. But she has since unliked it and condemned Kirk's assassination in response to a wave of criticism in the media, although she still maintains that liking does not equal endorsement. So if you like a post on Instagram, it doesn't mean you actually like it. Try to figure that out. And finally, we had this from Abby Chatfield. Of course we did. She wrote, he was a dangerous far-right extremist who said that he doesn't believe in empathy. He has said that the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake. He has said that gay people should be stoned to death. He has said that public executions should occur and be televised. He has even said that if his daughter were 10 years old and were pregnant through rape, he would force her to carry the child to term. The man was evil. Now, what's evil is your deranged response, the ugly hyperbole and lies that I just read out. Joining me now is IPA Deputy Executive Director Daniel Wild. Dan, how have you seen the past 4 days? Some of the commentary has been beyond unhinged.
Yeah, well, I completely agree with you, Rita. I think the mask has really slipped on the modern left and what it is that they truly believe. You know, when we've heard them say that words are violence, that was sort of the permission structure that they created to, you know, sort of have this false equivalence between someone having, you know, hurt feelings, therefore justifying violent actions against somebody else. And so, you know, these ideas have consequences. You know, what it also shows to me is that the left have no interest in debate. We saw that here with the Voice to Parliament referendum, where if you oppose that, you were just called a racist rather than actually having a debate about it. Same with the gay marriage plebiscite, you were called homophobic and said it was insensitive to debate and have a vote on that particular issue. So, look, the left really have no interest in engaging in debate. They seek to dehumanise their political opponents, which then legitimises a whole range of actions, including the assassination of a prominent public figure.
Now, there is a growing list of people getting fired for dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave, from MSNBC commentators to nurses and teachers and even shop assistants. Let's have a look at a few examples here. We've had a nurse in Atlanta Children's Hospital. She was fired for posting F his kids, F his ancestors, especially the B who birthed him. Charming. The assistant dean of students at Middle Tennessee State University was fired after she wrote, looks like old Charlie spoke his fate into existence. Hate begets hate, zero sympathy. DC Comics has also fired author Gretchen Felker Martin and terminated the latest comic series she wrote called Red Hood after she posted, thoughts and prayers, you Nazi B. Hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk. Dan, My opinion is that sunlight is the best disinfectant. I'm glad these characters feel emboldened enough to share their bile online, and I'm not the least bit sorry that there are some consequences.
I agree. I mean, there should be consequences. These people should lose their job. But the problem is that a lot of these people that you mentioned just then and earlier are not necessarily sort of fringe players. I mean, Abby Chatfield had Anthony Albanese on her podcast, so yes. It's sort of the leadership of the left, the political leadership of the left have sort of legitimised the opinions of a lot of these individuals. So there's sort of that issue. I think the other point here is that we've had a real generation that's been brainwashed through our education system and through the rabbit holes that they go down in the media and the sort of echo chambers that they occupy, now that they really do believe these things because they've never been challenged. And all you have to do is look at Charlie Kirk's videos when he's at a university, and really all it takes is 2 or 3 minutes of questioning of one of these sort of radical activists, and their arguments and their beliefs just don't hold up. They don't stand up to any kind of scrutiny. So that's why they actively avoid debate, because their opinions and their conclusions, whether it's on climate change or whether it's on identity politics and transgenderism, I mean, they are absurd.
Dan, you're right about these characters normalising this sort of extremist rhetoric and the lies they operate on. I read out one of the lies right there that's circulating from Abby Chatfield, saying that Charlie Kirk thought that gays should be stoned to death. I mean, just takes 15 seconds to check that out and realise it's not accurate. Don't put it online. Charlie Kirk's heartbroken wife, Erica, has delivered a powerful message. She had this to say to the killer and those who incited this murder, this assassination. They don't know what they've unleashed.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Joining me now is the host of Power Hour, Gabriella Power. Gab, we finally know more about Charlie Kirk's alleged killer, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who was turned in by his own father. It's been revealed that before his arrest, he went onto a private Discord chat and joked that his doppelganger pulled the trigger. In messages obtained by the New York Post, he mocked the manhunt for the gunman and taunted the FBI's investigation. And he also joked about obtaining reward money. It's pretty clear, Gab, from these screenshots that there's not much remorse here.
Yeah, it's really chilling to read the comments that Tyler Robinson made in the hours leading up to his arrest. He mocked the FBI investigation. He made comments saying that the shooter must be in California. Another person in that group chat joked about getting a cut of the $100,000 FBI reward. There was also another comment made by Tyler Robinson there saying that, he had to get rid of the manifesto, appearing to joke about he himself potentially being the shooter. Now, we do know that Tyler Robinson will be facing his first court appearance on Tuesday, and Utah Governor Spencer Cox says that he's not cooperating with law enforcement at the moment, but family and friends are helping with the investigation.
Yes, and his lover appears to be helping investigators as well, and we're getting more details about his private life. According to police, Robinson was living with a transgender lover who was in the process of transitioning from a man to a woman. Utah Governor Spencer Cox also told the Wall Street Journal that investigators are of the view that the alleged killer is deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Gab, we have heard a lot of misinformation. We have heard a lot of lies from people who should know better, including many in the media, about the alleged killer being supposedly MAGA or from some right-wing movement.
Yeah, so much misinformation, disinformation online. It's horrible to see. But I think this truth, I should say, from Utah Governor Spencer Cox, that that this alleged killer believes to appear to be deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology, that should come as a surprise to no one. We have seen parts of the far left justify and celebrate murder, and it is absolutely sick. Now, it appears as though Tyler Robinson was radicalised after university. We know that ammunition was engraved with a reference to fascism. And again, hearing that piece of news, you just think of every Democrat and every mainstream media outlet that has labelled Donald Trump a fascist. And you know, we are seeing so many parts of the far left celebrate murder. It makes me absolutely sick. But as your reference to his personal life, we know that he appears to now be dating or be in a romantic relationship with someone who was transitioning genders, appears to be a big supporter of Joe Biden. And also Robinson himself had a fixation on furries, Rita.
Yes, and again, that's some interesting reading there, but we won't get into that. I want to speak a little bit more about Charlie. He was all about dialogue, about the importance of maintaining civil debate with your ideological opponents. He would talk to anybody. He was always about the issue, not attacking the person. And he was happy to be the butt of jokes himself. Look at his reaction to a South Park episode that featured someone very much like himself.
So let me ask you this. What is your definition of a woman?
Yeah, putting down the mic in between the question, that is pure art, South Park.
What is that? What is a woman? It's a very simple question. Well, a woman is a lady friend who, gives you kisses. You see, you can't answer the question, but something is male or it is female. Both sides in Scripture agree to that, and that's just the truth. Next.
Enough, folks, to do totally destroyed.
Oh, jeez.
I think the whole thing is just awesome and hilarious.
Unlike the angry left, he wasn't afraid to laugh at himself, even if the characterization was pretty harsh.
Did you call the girls' soccer team a Marxist indoctrination factory?
That is correct.
We actually beat the boys 4-0, you know.
You can whine about American oppression all you want, but you're using an iPhone made by the free market to complain about a system that gave it to you. Girls have it way easy in America, and that's just the truth.
Girl reading off the phone, by the way, with like the angry, lib face, like, blah, 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 blah. I'm reading, so it's just perfect.
He was special, Gab. I can't think of anyone else like him who was just such a happy warrior who would just maintain his calm in the face of all sorts of ugliness.
All the time, and we saw that. I love the clip you just played, Rita. I mean, it just really speaks to his character and his brilliant personality. He was happy to laugh at himself, and he was such a great example to young people, especially to young men. I mean, he was so clear on his values. He really spoke up for being principled, for fighting for what you believe in with words, not with violence. And that clip of him just laughing there at himself on South Park, I mean, it says so much about him. He was such a brilliant man, and he's going to be so missed.
Absolutely. It's a good way to remember him. Gabriella Powell, thank you so much for your time. Joining me now is American Culture Project Senior Fellow and best-selling author Corey DeAngelis is in Australia for CPAC in Brisbane this weekend. Now, Corey, like Charlie, your focus is schools and academia. Charlie believed the greatest threat to Western civilization is what's going on our college campuses today, and it starts well before that, doesn't it? The indoctrination has become part of the curriculum.
Yeah, it's a total problem. You think that these issues just start at the higher education levels, but it actually is much deeper than that. The government school system is ripping apart society at its very fabric, at its very core, at the K through 12 level. You have far left radicals that have infiltrated this government school system that have figured out that they can move the direction of our country without even having their own kids by controlling these elite institutions that spend so much money, and they're turning these students against their own country. So I mean, it's a huge problem. And Charlie Kirk was right that the these institutions that are supposed to be about learning are a threat to civilization because of the divisiveness. You look at the critical race theory studies, diversity, equity, inclusion efforts.
And it's now in not just academia, it spreads from those college campuses. Those graduates take it into the corporate world. So it's in your HR departments, it's in public institutions and private institutions. And we're seeing the hostile manner that anyone who deviates from leftist thought is treated on university campuses. Let's have a look at some students at Boston University have called on campus leaders to protect them from violence and intimidation, saying that they fear for their safety amid on-campus celebrations of Charlie Kirk's murder. I mean, this is just sickening, Corey, but this is the reality on university campuses, and I don't think it's just restricted to the US. It would be evident in the UK and right here in Australia.
Yeah, in the US, we've seen a lot of anti-Semitism on campus. We've seen these ideas pushed by the teachers' unions as well at the K-12 level. And President Trump has been going to war with these universities and filing lawsuits against them, trying to stop them from getting federal funding. And he's been dealt a lot of victories lately with Harvard University, Seeding Ground, Columbia University, and others getting these hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements, paying out to the Trump administration for not being safe for Jewish students. But it's even worse than that. These institutions aren't safe for conservative students. It's a one-sided political echo chamber. You look at Harvard University, for example, 95% of their campaign contributions from people affiliated with Harvard University, according to Open Secrets, went to Democrats. It's a money laundering operation, essentially.
Frankly,
it's
I'm
a one-sided...
shocked there was even 5%. I'm presuming that 5% went to independent candidates.
Yeah, maybe Bernie Sanders.
Possibly. Now, let's turn our attention. You mentioned the teachers' unions. Randy Wintergarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers Union, this week, she's speaking at a Teachers Against Fascists conference. And let me guess here, Corey, the fascists in the eyes of her and the teachers' unions are people like Charlie Kirk, people like the president, and more than half the country that supports them.
Yeah, basically anyone who is to the right of Karl Marx must be a fascist, according to Randy Weingarten. And she put out this book, and she's still releasing it on Tuesday, called Why Fascists Fear Teachers. She copied my book cover, by the way, and in my book cover, I called it The Parent Revolution. The word parent was in red. In her book, the word fascist is in red. So it seems like she's calling parents fascist. The unions think they own your kids. And Randy Weingarten, at a time where we really need to tone it down in America, she's continuing with her book tour to continue getting more sales. She cares about herself. She doesn't care about the country.
And really, when you are calling your political opponents fascists, modern-day Hitlers, when you're characterising them in those absurd terms, but terms that the left increasingly believe, then you really are licensing some deranged person with a gun to kill them, because who wouldn't kill Hitler? If you could avoid what came after Hitler, you would do everything in your power to do that. So they know precisely how dangerous it is. They know the history of violence from the left in the past decade, that they will continue to do this after the assassination attempt against President Trump, and now what's happened to Charlie. It's incredible.
I mean, it's insane. And the left has been known to equate words with violence. And so you're right. When they continue to call people like Trump and anyone on the right a fascist or a dictator. Randy Weingarten was at an event in Chicago just a week or two ago where she was calling President Trump a pharaoh, saying that he was worse than all the pharaohs. And in Exodus, in the Bible, the pharaoh wouldn't let God's people free.
Yep.
And he ordered the mass killings of newborn Israelites. So this is just insane. The rhetoric has been turned up to volume 11.
Whilst the left says, let's lower the temperature after time, it is just...
total gaslighting, total hypocrisy.
Projection and gaslighting, that's all they have. Corey DeAngelis, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me, Rita.
This is Power Hour with Gabriella Power.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for your company. Well, throughout the US election campaign, there were countless ugly attacks against Donald Trump and plenty of straight up lies that came from the very top of the Democratic Party that formed their main